the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We start a brand new day, an hour together, and we thank you, as always, for choosing the Rick and Bubba Show. Hopefully we won't disappoint you too much, and you can stay with us. The number to call, 866-WE-BE-BIG. That number is 866-932-3244, and the text option is up and running, and so we welcome you in. For those of you in Pensacola, Sherry will be there tonight at First Baptist Church, Pensacola. Look forward to hearing all about that. I know there's a lot of excitement about her heading down, and she's excited as well. So we look forward to all of you in the Pensacola area going out and seeing her. First Baptist Church, Pensacola tonight. Sherry Burgess, you can go to burgessministries.com, click on events, and information is there for you. All right, let's bring Mr. Greg Burgess in. He sits right over here to my left, ready to go, and breaking it down as only Greg Burgess can.
Hey, what's happening?
Hey, buddy, you sounding better too. All that head funk is gone.
Yeah.
You know what you had
longer than I thought.
Yeah, what you had, my mom had, that my dad had, and it's kind of weird because it doesn't come with it really anything. You just stopped up.
Yeah,
which I know a lot of people that have allergies always claim it's allergies. But I don't know.
Have allergies.
I don't know if you do either. I don't think you do.
I don't struggle that hard.
But my dad will claim that if I call him, you know, because they're in Huntsville, you talk every day and all that, and when you hear their voice, you're like, hey, are you stopped up? Are you okay? No, man, it's just some allergies. I'm like, allergies? What?
I don't everybody claim certain times.
But I know it's been a peak time, but I'm glad you're feeling better, though.
Yeah, I'm good.
So last night, Monday Night Football had two games going on.
Double.
Yep. You had the Jaguars and the Bills, and then you had the Washington Commanders and the Cincinnati Bengals. And I tell you, the Bengals are 0-3. They're in trouble. Can you believe Joe Burrow and the Bengals lose again? A lot of people
expected a lot from them.
Yeah, and that was in Cincy, too.
Beat by a rookie quarterback.
Come on. It was two fellow LSU grads, Joe Burrow and Daniels, and so that was kind of a cool story because with Jaden Daniels, he came in after Joe Burrow at LSU. And he was kind of in Joe's shadow.
They both win the Heisman?
Yeah, and they were on the field playing against each other last night. But the Washington Commanders, they say, pulled off a shock in Cincinnati, beating them 38-32. And then what I saw with the Bills and the Jaguars, the Bills were blowing them out. I didn't really get to watch either one of them. I just saw a score of. At one point, it was like 34-10, and the Bills were winning, and they ended up going on and winning last night. So there really wasn't a whole lot there. I'm not sure of the final, but that's kind of what I saw a little bit, and forgot really that there were two Monday Night Football games. One was on ABC with Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, and then the other one was on ESPN.
How about that?
So we have this is kind of weird what's going on for those of you in the Southeast. I know people all over the country, you have different weather and events that are going on, but for a lot of the country, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, really, you're kind of looking down at this disturbance that's going on around Cuba right now that everybody is saying is going to turn into a hurricane within 24 hours and be Hurricane Helene, and DeSantis in Florida has already declared state of emergency for 41 counties.
Everybody's guessing.
And they have an idea where it's going to go. And in the hurricane world, just growing up on the Gulf Coast and seeing my parents get prepared and remembering, you have more of a heads up than 48 hours. And so everybody's kind of shifting in, not to panic mode, but to, oh my goodness, we got to hurry up and get ready. And look,
the state of emergency stuff that releases so much money, and also you got to get ahead of it, even if you don't need it.
Right. And those that live down there, they're no rookies. I mean, they know what to do, but normally you have a little bit more time, and so everybody is not in a panic, but kind of really scurrying and trying to hurry and try to figure this thing out because right now they're saying, and again, it's not even a hurricane yet, but the forecasters are saying it will probably hit shore as a Cat 3. And I mean, and now it's what it is, and within 48 hours, it's going to be what a lot of folks are forecasting as a Category 3, but it might not. Who knows? But we'll try to get span on this week. But I was talking to you about this, being a former lineman with the power company, about how y'all got to get prepared and ready to help. Because
and just like we're talking about the state of emergency, you're trying to guess.
Yeah.
Where they would always tell you bring so many weeks worth of clothes and be there at a certain time, and then you wouldn't leave. And a lot of you hear the old term "hurry up and wait."
Yeah.
Or you might drive partial and sit there for a day, and
right.
You just never know. Sometimes you got sent back home.
Yeah. You just go and just wait, and then just okay.
And, you pack and unpack your clothes.
Are you getting paid while you wait?
Well, it depends on where you're at.
Okay.
Regular hours and all. If then depending on they might stop paying you at a certain time of the night, especially when you're sitting around waiting.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And they may do it different now.
So it was the classic hurry up and wait,
yeah,
get you in position, and then depending on what happens,
you've passed them on the highway before, just a convoy.
Yeah.
And like I say, a lot of times, especially when they try to get ahead of it and get like close to it. See, like the first one I went on, we were sent way after it already hit. Andrew in '92.
This is Miami. Right?
It hit Miami, then it got in the Gulf and hit Louisiana. And at first they said we were going to Louisiana, and then we kept bringing our clothes every morning like we're leaving. They go, we're not leaving yet. Then they called the whole thing off on a Friday. Y'all done? Don't worry about it. We ain't going.
They send you back home?
Well, we were through with regular work day.
Okay.
So I was going home, and they get home, they call and say, well, be back tomorrow. We're going to Florida.
Oh.
It was crazy. But you got a lot of that hurry up. Because like we're talking about with the state of emergencies and all that. You
just got to get everything.
Just guess.
You got to release money and get things ready. And right now, the prediction center has got it kind of hitting, it looks like, to the right of the Florida Panhandle, above Tampa and all that. But again, who knows? I mean, right now it's not even a hurricane.
I know.
And so you just got to get ready, and it could turn into something a lot bigger than they think or not be.
And I've even done that. Show up, they go ahead and send you. You get there and it's not that bad. Or you get there and it's worse than you thought.
Yeah.
You got all that. And people think you can just roll in the town and start setting up trucks and start working, but you can't because you don't even know where you're at. I had a lady cuss me out because we were in Louisiana, and we got there. We just arrived. It's an ice storm, and we were in a parking lot. Well, she told me right quick they didn't bring us down there to sit in the parking lot. I said, ma'am, I have no idea where I'm at.
Right.
See, they see all that stuff laying on the ground that we just pull in town and start putting it back up. It's a little more organized than that.
You all are so worn out from the job you do, and so I know as locals look at you, they have to realize that. But yet, I know that you are looking at the locals going, they're frustrated. Their lives have just been turned upside down.
Most people,
in most cases.
But then you'd come across the crazy one every now and then.
Yeah, just fed up.
Yeah,
wanted to come give you a little bit of verbal abuse.
Yeah, we had a lady yelling about us cutting a tree of all things. There's trees laying everywhere. For this particular tree, we had to cut it, and she didn't like it. And I told her neighbors that he wanted to know when the power was going to come on. I said, well, if she's holding us up, which I kind of exaggerated. So he got to go over and yelling at her. But
it back on.
She really wasn't.
Yeah.
But I thought,
just giving a little back.
Some of that.
But all right, so Andrew, when you said it just absolutely tore up Miami.
Oh, that was horrible. Yeah. That was a total rebuild. There was nothing left.
And that's what I was going to say. I've used that before because the way you described it, and we're not saying this is what's going to happen with Helene. We're thinking back when he was with the power company, and these horrific trips that he had to take. And you said, you understand, Speedy, we had to look at subdivisions and areas and treat them like they were new construction.
Yeah, there was nothing left.
There was nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, that was a big one.
Mm.
Yeah, it was like you just started at the substation, just started setting poles.
Golly. Like you were a developer had y'all to come set up a new area.
Exactly.
Wow. So anyway, we'll see what happens. But like I said, right now it's kind of a weird little thing. It's not even a hurricane.
I know. How about that? They've been talking about it all week.
Right. And normally,
even last week,
it comes off the coast of Africa, and they're forecasting, and it's been a hurricane, and they're like, but now it's not even a hurricane, but they're saying it's going to hit the Gulf waters and spin into a hurricane quickly. And then by later in the week, impact a lot of the southeast.
Well, maybe it won't. Maybe it won't get real strong.
That's our prayer. We hope it doesn't. But just be ready. Listen to your local Rick and Bubba affiliates, and we'll see how this thing plays out. But I know all we care about is college football, right?
Sure.
But they say that
rain out any games.
Well, most of this they say might come through the game that everybody's talking about in Tuscaloosa, Alabama and Georgia. So by Saturday there might be some scattered rain, but just it's gone. So we'll see. We'll talk to Span either today or tomorrow and get an update. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. You've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for a specific sleep position and comfort preference. With 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, and a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, you'll find one that's right for you. And Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep Quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 25% off your mattress order. Or visit rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. So you owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not the millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. Call 1-800-780-8888 or visit tnusa.com/bigbox for a free consultation. Find the link at rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba here. Adler joining us shortly. They all joined the show right after the top of the hour for the main show. Until then, it's the kickoff hour. I'm Speedy. There is Greg Burgess. Sherry Burgess will be speaking at First Baptist Church, Pensacola tonight. And so for those of you going out to see Sherry, I know you'll have a wonderful experience, and so we'll update you there. I know Rick said he's got some stories from the preparation of Sherry getting ready to go, and so that's there for you. The last segment, we were discussing a little bit of Greg's former life before joining the Rick and Bubba Show when he worked for the power company, kind of getting ready for hurricanes and or severe weather events. I know you said the one in Louisiana was an ice storm, and we'll talk to Span as this system down by Cuba they say is going to turn into a hurricane within 48 hours and affect the coast, and so we'll get an update from him at some point. You know, there's a story out today, and everybody does not need to assume anymore or speculate on what this attempted assassination of President Trump, the second one, was all about, because according to prosecutors, the man who they say that sat with a rifle in the trees where Donald Trump was golfing earlier this month at West Palm Beach, Florida, previously wrote a letter stating that this was, in fact, an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, according to new filings that were happening yesterday by federal prosecutors. It was their day in court. And in the court hearing, prosecutors also said they plan to charge him. It's Ryan Ruth or Ralph, however you want to say it.
Ruth is what I'm hearing. Now they're back to Ruth.
Back to Ruth. Okay. Ryan Wesley Ruth with attempted assassination of former President Trump, and a federal judge ordered him to remain detained pending further proceedings. But this is what's so weird, is that a witness told investigators that Ruth had dropped off a box at his home months before, which contained ammunition, a metal pipe, miscellaneous building materials, tools, 4 phones, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4 phones, and various letters. After learning of the apparent assassination attempt, the witness opened the box, according to the filing. One of the letters, addressed to the world, said, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I failed you. I tried my best and gave it all the gumption I could muster. It is up to you now to finish the job, and I will offer $150,000 to whomever can complete the job."
Okay.
So here's my question is, they were, and look, I'm not this big, conspiracy. Let's just ask questions. Can we ask questions without it being conspiracy?
Yeah.
So this guy was, I guess, a roofer from time to time. He was a construction guy, and he was in North
with the
Carolina.
Ukraine war.
Yeah, he was, but
he actually went there and made speeches about. I heard he was being interviewed about how there should be millions of people volunteering to come help and all this weird stuff.
Right. And I think his son, who apparently doesn't know about his dad, because he said his dad was not violent and all that kind of stuff. So, buddy, I know you and your dad had a falling out, but you apparently do not have an update on your dad. But he claimed he didn't have a whole lot of money and all this. How did he get so much money to be flying from Hawaii to North Carolina and to have all this? According to
going to Ukraine.
Yeah. Right.
I mean,
let's not forget that. And to your point, you're right. Flying over there is not inexpensive.
No.
But he said here, if you've got 4 phones, all this stuff in this box that a witness says has come forward, and in the letter he states Ruth, will offer $150,000 to whoever can complete the job. Where's this guy getting all this money?
First of all, he's probably just mouthing
Yeah,
off
he's crazy. Yeah,
but
we know that. Yeah.
I just, again, back to this, we found this letter, and that's I get it, and add that to the file. But if there was ever any doubt it was an attempt on assassination, I mean, why else would I be at the fence at the golf course where the ex-president happens to be playing golf with a rifle and these tiles are supposed to, like, I'm hiding behind. I mean, what else would he have been doing? You know what I'm saying? I get it. Oh, it's confirmed. Whatever. I think it was pretty much confirmed from the beginning.
Right.
No, I decided to bring my AR out and sit at the golf course just randomly, dang the luck. Former President Trump just happened to be playing. Imagine that.
So there was a lot of stuff in the letter that the judge talked about, and a lot of very disturbing things. Some we've already hit, but they basically said that they find the weight of the evidence against him very strong.
Oh, yeah.
They said they found fingerprints on the tape that he used for the scope, and if there was those that were like, well, it wasn't him, whatever, they got him. They got him piled up there. He went on to say in one of the letters that Trump ended relations with Iran like a child, and now the Middle East has unraveled, the letter says. They got him with 2 firearm offenses last week just to hold him. But now they say that they're going to charge him with the attempted assassination. And that's what we thought. They got him for those charges to keep him and hold him, and then now they were going to add to it. But the judge cited the letter Ruth allegedly wrote about the assassination attempt, as well as other evidence prosecutors presented, including that agents found the fingerprints I just discussed, and that he was in the area of Trump's golf course for a while. And they said that he had handwritten list of dates and venues where Trump was and was expected to be and appear in the lead up of the presidential election. And so this guy had done his work, and he knew everything of where he was going to be and everything, which is extremely concerning.
Oh, crazy. Done his homework.
Agents also found 12 pairs of gloves.
Really?
Hawaii driver's license in the defendant's name, a passport in the defendant's name. And so anyway, so the speculation of
I was
the
glad
assumption,
he had them 12 pairs of gloves.
Yeah, what's up with that? I love how they detail everything in here. But
concerned he had 12 pairs of gloves.
We don't have to say we think because I know some of the media they try to use the words. We can pretty much confirm what this guy was all about.
Absolutely. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, he's got 12 pairs of gloves.
Yeah, I know. And
you could look at him and tell he was a nice one. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
What a goofball.
And I'm kind of with some of you that are texting
nice
in.
Teeth.
This witness that brought this box forward and opened it up. I mean, that's kind of weird that somebody drops a box off to you.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because everybody that came across this guy said he was off. He was weird.
Yeah, I think it was a consensus that he ain't with us.
So if he drops a box off at my house months before this, that's kind of.
I think I'd have went ahead and looked at it.
You think? Yeah. Man,
just me.
I agree. All right, let's take a break. We'll be right back. So anyway, that's just an update for all of you that want to know. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/BigVox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you're going to get a 100-night trial to see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/BigVox and save 25% off your mattress order. Plus, you get a free gift. Or visit rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/BigVox, buyraycon.com/BigVox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/BigVox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGVOX at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. So you owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Well, wealthy people have tax attorneys. You probably don't. Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which to avoid. And by the way, you should never talk to the IRS yourself. Plus, Tax Network USA learned of a limited special IRS offer. The IRS is willing to forgive $1 billion in tax penalties. Do you qualify? Find out by calling 1-800-780-8888 or going to tnusa.com/BigVox to find out. They are the team that we recommend to solve your IRS issues and get your life back. Go to tnusa.com/BigVox for a free consultation. You also find the phone number and the URL at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Hello, how are you? I am Speedy. There sits Greg Burgess. Kickoff hour is running, and we thank you for being with us today. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can call. They'll be on screen. You can also text that number, 866-932-3244. All right, a couple of things we've updated you on. They had two Monday night, not one, but two Monday night football games
Something about
last
that
night.
bothers me.
Joe Burrow and the Bengals lose again, and the Commanders beat them 38-33 and leaves them 0-3, which everybody is a little shocked by. And the Buffalo Bills destroy the Jacksonville Jaguars 47-10. There's some NFL updated news there. We talked about the weather situation that could be forming in the Gulf and turning into Hurricane Helene, but has not yet, and what comes with that. And we'll try to get with Span here before that happens towards the end of the week. Sherry's speaking at First Baptist Church in Pensacola tonight, and so we're off and running. Now, Greg, you said there was kind of a unique story when it comes to the music world and bands and band members.
Well, you remember a few weeks ago, we were talking about the band Journey, which we all love. We all love Journey.
Sure.
The different singers, blah, blah, blah. Now you had two of the members were suing over what they were spending on tour. Like Neil Sean was staying in hotels that were $3,000 a night and all this opposed and all this different stuff. So you had that. Well, evidently they're still touring, even though all that's going on. But today's story, the current singer who's been with them since 2007,
does a good job.
We all know the story. Arnel Pineda, they found him on YouTube and, like I say, hired him, and he's been with them ever since.
Right.
So anyway, evidently they were playing what they call it's a festival in Brazil, Rock in Rio, which has been around for years.
Okay.
And Arnel had a bad night. They said there's video out there. He couldn't hear his ear monitors good, and he wouldn't hit notes good. And
okay.
Anyway, so people started just wearing him out online. Well, that's hurt his feelings. And he said no one in the world feels so devastated about this more than I do. It's amazing how I can do 1,000 right things and it will all be forgotten because of one bad thing. Anyway, he's suffering and all this.
So he's emotionally hurt.
He's emotionally hurt. So here's what he's come up with. He said, I'll tell you what we'll do. I'm offering you a chance now, especially those who hated me and never liked me from the very beginning.
Okay.
To simply text go or stay. And if go reaches 1 million, he's stepping out of the band.
What?
He's done. If you want to vote him out, if you can get 1 million people that say go, he said he's done.
Well, what are other band members? Have they come to his aid and said, "Hey, look, he's great, he's awesome, he just had a bad night"?
Just because he says that don't mean he's going to do it. But like Neil Sean sent something out and said, "Hey, don't worry about it. Ignore all the haters and blah blah blah." Yeah, I don't think the band has a problem with him at all.
Right.
But he was getting wore out by the critics, and you know how the internet is.
Yeah, that takes it to the next level, though.
Yeah.
But so y'all are so critical. I'll be out if y'all vote me out.
Is this one of those things where I'm gonna throw this out there because I know it ain't gonna happen, but then it actually happens, and you go, "Oh God, now I got to step down."
Well, I mean, hey, his decision to do that affects everybody's livelihood because if they lose the singer, now what's going to happen?
It would probably be one of those deals. He'd go, okay. After we play the dates that we're supposed to play that we've already been booked for, then I'll step down. Yeah, I doubt it.
Right, yeah.
But I thought that was kind of funny because Arnell's getting a little hate, and he doggone it. He said, if 1 million of you want me gone, I'm out.
Yeah. Maybe if he's canned, somebody said, what about the janitor, Richard Goodell, I guess?
I keep hearing about this guy.
On America's Got Talent, who sings like Steve Perry. Maybe he could jump in.
I've yet to see that. I've heard people talk about the guy. Well, maybe he'll be available. Maybe Arnell's, he's done. Because you think about it, he's been doing this 2007.
Yeah. He's been doing it a while.
His voice ain't going to stay with him forever.
No.
Especially, singing like that.
Yeah.
But like I say, if you want him out, go vote.
Well, you talking about
that band's got all kinds of stuff.
You talking about taking your ball and going home? I mean, you criticize me. He says, "All right, vote me out. I'm out.
I'm out." Some of you didn't like me from the beginning.
Yeah,
threw that in there.
Have the janitor fill me in.
Yeah,
not fill me in, but
Yeah, well.
Yeah,
that's
a
whole nother story. I don't know if it involves voting. But
these bands, you got Jane's Addiction fighting.
They called the tour off.
Yeah, you just got in a fight.
Yeah, took a swing.
We're done.
We're done.
I mean, it has to be bad for that to happen.
Yeah, take a swing at me on stage.
Mm-hmm. Golly.
What are you gonna do? I hope.
But hey, look, I'll give it to Journey for this. At least you've kept it going.
Yeah.
You found you somebody that, and I didn't realize he had been with them since 2007. I knew it had been a while, but not that.
Well, if you think about it, I remember us doing a bid on it when I first, and I came to work here in 2008.
You're right.
So he was still fairly new. And I remember us, because we were doing, because a few of the words he would try to pronounce, had
I know, and you love that.
Yeah. Bereaving. Right. And of course, we exaggerated it.
That's bad. And we could talk about it back then and now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And so that was probably right when he, was starting out. And now look at all these years. And I haven't heard him lately, but the times that I saw him, like on television stuff, he actually sounded really good.
Wow.
But evidently he had a bad night.
he did, and so he's gonna if he vote if there's no's or outs or what'd you say if that is overwhelming, then he will respect
1 million.
He'll respect the poll and be gone.
If there's 1 million people or more say go, that means you got stay and you got go. If a million go, he said he's stepping down.
Well, somebody just texted us go, and so I don't know if that means that we should go, or if they're just voting what they think about this story. But you don't text us that. You let him know.
Yeah. Or then again, it may be about us.
Right.
But we didn't give y'all that option.
Right. See, you're stuck with us.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Y'all keep voting, but we didn't give you that option.
No. Ric Flair. I was waiting on that.
The Nate.
Every time you hear Ric Flair's name, do you automatically say that or scream that? Yeah, me too.
Woo!
Yeah. He's announced that he and his wife Wendy are separating after 6 years of marriage.
6 years.
Yeah. He had an emotional statement on Instagram. He's 75 now.
Is he still wrestling? I know him now and then.
Well, he'll make
come
appearances. Yeah. Wendy, his wife, is 64.
Okay.
And they tied the knot in 2018, and they have they said that they're it's time to call it quits because their relationship is just too tough concerning conflicting work schedules. Good night.
What's she do? I'm telling you, I was a little kid. I'm 58. Okay, I was a small child when he was the NWA champion. I remember it because it was Georgia Championship Wrestling used to come on, and they were the NWA.
Right.
And he was never on that where they had, it looked like they're in a studio and they're wrestling because he was too big for that.
Right.
But he was the champion, the NWA champion, the Nature Boy. And like I say, I was young.
Yeah, man. He was bigger than life back then.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he was very respectful to Wendy, and he said that, look, we've enjoyed 13 great years together. I guess, they've been together longer than they have been married. But he said that she stood beside me during all my health problems. And there's no bad blood between us. It's just that we're kind of going our separate ways, work schedules, where it's just conflicting. And so we're calling it. In other words, it wasn't something major that happened that said, okay,
it's just,
I'm out.
Yeah.
It
ain't working.
Yeah.
It ain't working out.
And
we gave it 6 years. The Nate.
Yeah, I did see a very awkward interview with him. Where was that? We played it, but he was in his hotel room and he was on Zoom, and so I'm kind of giving it to the technical, complications where he wasn't quite hearing things the way he needed to, because sometimes technology can kind of rise up and make you look pretty goofy, and it did. That interview, and I wanted it to stop so badly.
It was killing you.
Oh, it was so bad. There was a little bit of delay in how he responded, and he kept wanting the interview to continue, but they kept wanting him to wrap up. It was just so awkward. It was awkward.
They couldn't find a stopping point. They could each side.
No, and I just wanted it to stop.
I'm trying to go. You want me to stop?
Oh my gracious! All right, we'll take a break and. Your texts coming in are pretty funny, y'all. 866-932-3244. Unscreened phone calls are always an option. Rick and Bubba Adler all join us right after top of the hour, and we thank you for being with us. Don't go anywhere. Don't forget also rickandbubba.com is our website. You can actually text STORE to 866-932-3244.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
And Doug. Customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. After that, you can also save me, as I'm currently hanging from the edge of a cliff. To recap, number 1, customize and save. Number 2, time allowing, save me. Shoulders separating!
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Sweet chocolate reward. Sweet chocolate reward.
This is not just the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat at Walgreens. This is the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat right after receiving all their vaccines in one trip. This is the sound of treating yourself, because you protected yourself.
Stop by or schedule both your flu and COVID-19 vaccines today and grab yourself a sweet treat while you're at it. Vaccine subject to availability. State, age, and health-related restrictions may apply.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We're getting things rolling, getting show prep ready, stories printed, getting things organized for Rick and Bubba. They join us right after top of the hour. So does Adler for the main show, and we thank you for being with us. This portion of the program is sponsored by amac.us/BigVox. V as in voice, BIGVOX. They stand for great values that a lot of you every day love to stand behind, like, liberties and that are outlined in the Constitution, little things like that.
Little stuff like that.
And as a member, you'll enjoy 100 different discounts with companies that share your same values. And so check them out right now. AMAC stands for Association of Mature American Citizens. You'll be joining over 2.1 million patriots who are committed to saving the country we love. It costs just $1. That's all they're saying right now. $1. Think about it. In today's inflationary times, $1. You can join right now. If you're wondering why AMAC is offering all of this for just $1, it's because this is a call to action. Now is the time to stand up, protect your values, and secure the future of our nation. Your voice does matter. So join this right now, amac.us//BigVox, and join today for $1. That's $1, and let's stand for America. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Oh, and let me say this. You also are going to receive a subscription to the bi-monthly AMAC magazine. So
Watch
there you
it
go.
now. Don't leave that off.
Come on with it.
Are you crazy?
So we've hit
What's
a
your
number of
problem?
things we've talked about. One thing we have not hit is Saban comes home this coming weekend, college game day. And I know he's been there because they dedicated the field to him and named it for him. But you know what I mean.
He's got an
He's going to be,
office there, right?
yeah. But he's actually going to be on stage.
Yeah, first time as a commentator with the panel.
Right, for college game day. They're in Tuscaloosa as they host Georgia. It's going to be a big deal. DeBoer was kind of talking a little bit about how everybody's kind of coming into Tuscaloosa to support the Tide, and tickets are hard to find.
Oh, it's a tough ticket.
I saw where they told all, because Trump is coming and he announced it, they said that they're asking everybody that's going to be in attendance to come early. And it's kind of been a mixture. You see people like really wanting to get tickets, and then you have season ticket holders that go, I might could sell these tickets. Is it really worth the headache? I might just want to watch it at home.
I know.
I guess it just depends on what you're feeling.
Ooh.
But
I bet you'd get a pretty price.
Now we've already discussed what we would do.
Yeah,
but I mean, if you respect both universities, programs, and there's a lot to respect there. Just how the history and what they've done, both Alabama and Georgia.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah,
but the want to actually go.
To deal with that, boy, it's going to be a crowd.
Yeah,
it's going to be a mess. See, again, and if that's your thing, that's fine. It's just I'm to the point in my life, and I mean, I just sit at home and watch it.
Yeah,
and I get it. I mean, it's fun to be part of the game day festivities and to see it live while it's happening. But tell you what, I'm like you. If I was a season ticket holder and I see what I could get probably for those tickets.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know
everybody sitting next to me be mad when I sell them to Georgia people.
Right.
But,
well, now I know one really, really well, and so do you. And he's not really looking more at the financial side, which that's there. It's really more of the headache side.
Yeah.
Of okay, we already know because of. I mean, let's look. We talked about the man suspected of the second assassination attempt the court filings yesterday, we discovered a lot, and that is that he wrote a letter that said it was definitely an assassination attempt. Okay, you got that. Now you got the first one in Pennsylvania. So you add the Trump hype to it and the security around that. That's one of the reasons why they're saying y'all need to come early. Yeah,
but now he needs to stay on.
No, well, I mean, it's. I think if you're in, you got to be all in. In other words, I'm going so early to college game day, and I'm staying in town. I'm just going to be there.
And I know that when it's over, if I'm choosing to leave, I'm going to sit in traffic forever.
You
I just know that.
You are,
or I'll just sit in the parking lot.
Yeah,
it's tailgate till 1 in the morning.
Yeah, it's going to be late, and I got that. But that's the commitment, and I know a lot of you are like, "That's fine, I'm in." But some of you are going to go, "You know what? I'll just turn on the tube and watch it in HD, and here we go."
Make me some cheese dip.
Yeah,
sit back and scoop and eat.
So Washington, let's go Let's go west here. And,
we're going way out west.
Let's talk Oregon State and Washington State.
The only two left of the Pac-12.
And the Pac-12 said, and then there were two. They're trying to revive the Pac-12.
So they're still hanging on.
And it looks like Utah State has accepted an invitation.
That's had to move the needle
to join them. And now there's going to be 7. They say up to this point. So they've really gone after the Mountain West a lot in the AAC as well. But Utah State will now join Washington State, Oregon State, and now there's going to be Boise State, Fresno State, San Diego State, and Colorado State, who have announced that they are going to the Pac-12 as well.
Again, does any of those excite you at all? If you're if you're Oregon State and Washington State,
now they could all be Mississippi State, so I don't want to be too critical on.
And I'm not saying that they're hard. It's just I guess maybe because where they're located. Any of those teams, I'm not interested at all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not.
Utah State emerged late in this. As the Pac-12 was attempting to secure its future, so they're in now. So the departure from the Mountain West leaves that league with 7 schools, which means it will need to make one addition to remain an official conference. So when you got folks leaving, and joining someone else, now that affects them. So it's just nothing is going to look the same. And it's already changed.
I'm confused now. A lot of times on the weekend when who's playing and what conference they're in.
Right.
Yeah. The ones coming all the way from the West Coast to be in the ACC are the most amazing ones.
It is. You're right. You're right.
My goodness.
Do you think that people like some of the West Coast, California, Pac-12 teams that joined the ACC and stuff? Do you think after about a year they're going to be like, okay, this was a step out?
It's travels.
I know financially they got a little bit of a reason why as far as the revenue sharings and stuff, but you think some of them going to be like, oh boy, that was a step out?
I'm telling you, and again, especially some of the sports that don't have the budget that football does.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's going to be a lot of long travel.
Sure is.
God, no.
I cannot imagine. But anyway, so that's news coming out of the Pac-12. I thought, because everybody we're saying Power 4 now because the Pac-12 is really not in existence, and so but now they're trying to revive
Group
it.
of 5.
And they said they were going to try, but I wasn't sure who would join them. But that list of schools that we just ran through are going to be the ones that join them.
Sound like a powerhouse conference to me.
Oh man! But like I said, I don't be too critical of them. And I know State's rebuilding, but I'm a little hurt.
Well,
a little down.
It's going to be a long season.
It's going to be all right.
It's
it's going to be all right. Guess what?
Just
Tonight,
try to little small victories. Just try to improve.
Guess what happens today?
What's that?
The Braves host the Mets.
Uh-oh.
They're down 2 from the Mets. They got their 6 games left in the regular season. They need to sweep the Mets bad.
Sweep them big.
They need to bat, or at least win 2 or 3, and to be 1 down going into each one of them's last series. So,
I hadn't followed it like I should.
Yeah.
I say every year. I come out of the gate and I'm all fired up.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I thought of the Braves because my dad said, I think I'm going to focus on the Braves the next couple of days.
You got to give you
Mississippi State's hurting.
See, maybe the Braves will pull it. Now, if the Braves don't pull it off, you're going to have to go back.
Right, yeah, I'm going to be very upset. Oh, man. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Yeah, a lot of folks are asking, I wonder if Dickie Nadmeyer will he'll be in T-Town. Do you think his RV's already there?
He's already there.
We have to get a check-in.
He's waiting on the hurricane.
he's set up, ready to
Buck
go.
him down.
He takes the you better get there early, literally, and he will be.
Especially with Trump going to be there.
Oh, yeah. Come on. We'll be right back. Main show starts next. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Go 6 minutes past the hour, a brand new hour, on a brand new day, on a brand new show, and we are glad that you are here. We start this hour with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past. A brand new hour is underway. Kickoff hour, baby. We got that done. Here we go. Somebody say it. Speedy and the real Greg Burgess have knocked out the kickoff hour for you. It now goes into the land of archives later today. A.B. Van Adler settles in, enhancing the YouTube experience. Hello, tubers. Glad you're here today, whether you're watching us on the YouTube channel live or whether you're grabbing an archive or maybe you're a Blaze TV subscriber and you get an hour of that YouTube experience as part of your Blaze TV subscription. We're glad that you're here. Archives also available on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel every day. Streaming option is the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. That's a live option. Another live option, of course, is the one that started it all, and that is the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the boldest radio stations in America, carrying the Rick and Bubba show. So there's all your options, as we say, whether it's live, all the way live, or maybe you're catching us on an archive. We're glad that you are here. We'd be missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in.
Elton John, Philadelphia Freedom.
Yep.
Of course, that song will always be, the tennis player. What was her name? The first Billie Jean King. Yeah, Billie Jean King. Yeah, that's it. Bubba, how are you today?
I'm
you ready
good.
To go?
How are you doing?
Draw back like a flip?
No, absolutely.
Big blue shirt day here.
I know.
A lot of
apparently rotated everybody in on the same day.
Well, what's funny is the textures that are putting that up. I know you don't believe this. We have none of us ever talk about what we're wearing to work. Well, it's amazing the number of times we'll wear the same color, same shade, same shirt. But we've got a lot of shirts and got a lot of colors, and we rotate them pretty hard and heavy. So I was telling Greg this as we continue to update you on the different stages of life. So aging parents is a big one, and so. I understand, I do, and I can discern that when something, as the kickoff hour was talking about, isn't even a hurricane yet, but you still have to prepare for the potential hurricane, and that's the beauty of hurricanes, as Speedy pointed out when he lived on the Gulf Coast, is you can prepare. Mm-hmm. But there's another element that's really important. As the forecasting is going on and the preparation, there is a real timeline that is real. Okay, pay attention to that. Okay, and so Sherry is in Pensacola tonight. My wife speaking at a women's event at First Baptist Pensacola. So you wouldn't. I'm still dealing with it. Mom, hey, I'm worried about Sherry. I said, Mom, she's going Tuesday. There's no hurricane in Pensacola on Tuesday. As a matter of fact, the weather in Pensacola today is going to be quite beautiful. When is she leaving? Well, she's leaving like. Live right now, she's leaving here in a little. She's leaving Tuesday morning. This was yesterday. When's she coming back? Wednesday morning. Well, is she checking on this hurricane? Mom, it's not a hurricane yet, and it's not in Pensacola.
I agree with your mom.
And I said it's not going to be there if it comes at all till Thursday. And I said, so Sherry, she's not going to be there Thursday. And she says, well. And then as I'm leaving this morning, I look over at Sherry's phone. There's a paragraph from Mom.
Oh.
About, and I'm like, Mom, Sherry she has no travel issues. Okay, there's no problem. Sherry is not driving into a hurricane. Okay,
Rick, I wish y'all take a better look.
Right, so what happens is, and
amateur radio emergency services have already been activated for Alabama and Georgia.
Right. Well, here's the thing. That's what causes the problem. Is everything says emergency, and of course they declare that, as y'all pointed out. Of course, nobody heard it. So that now frees up, but Greg pointed out, because he worked for the power company, all the money they need to prepare. All that is a stage you go through to free up the money. Could it eventually be a serious thing? It could. It's not a serious thing today or tomorrow, but it could be.
Yeah.
And you need to look at it and all that. But I couldn't get that turned. I kept trying to turn that. I couldn't get it to turn. Okay. And I was like, Mama, I'm going to say this as we're texting, I'll say it as clear as I can. Sherry's in no danger of a hurricane. Now, anytime you're traveling, we all need to pray for those who travel.
We do.
And there's a lot of things out there. There's highways and byways, and I have certainly prayed that her trip there and back will be safe and no issue. I'm not concerned about hurricane, though. That I'm not. Not today. Now later in the week, it's something to be concerned about.
Yeah, we'll check in with Span, get the details on it. And it will be called Helene when it is actually formed.
Right. Matter of fact, Rick, I just pulled up the forecast for Pensacola. And there's 3% chance of rain today and 48% chance of rain Wednesday. And then Thursday, when it's turned nasty.
Of course, she'll be home by then. She would have already been home for 24 hours. All right, so
I wish you'd take a better look.
Well, no. Let me tell you what I'm holding. I'm afraid she's going to find out. Matter of fact, I'm sorry for the people. I'm not even going to mention today that I'm in Panama City Monday.
Whoa!
I'm not even.
Watch out!
I'm not. If I mention that, and so right now I don't even want her to know about that. So anyway, ladies, all that is on for today because what Speedy said. There's a 3% chance of rain. It looks quite sunny in Pensacola today.
Yeah.
So y'all should have a great evening together. And,
quiet before the storm.
Right. So enjoy that. So we'll. I don't know that an update from Span today does much good since it's not even a hurricane yet, but we will get one from him as we get closer and as they have it kind of laid out, and we'll continue to pray for those that will be in the path of it if it does turn into a hurricane, and hopefully it will not be anything major, but it will be something. So we'll update you on that as we get closer to having a more clear forecast. And as Span has warned, the clickbait with this kind of stuff will be through the roof. Be sure you're checking your resources.
Yeah.
Some people
reliable ones.
Some people just want clicks, and they don't really care if it terrifies you or not.
And the gas in your generator.
Yep. 15 minutes past.
And bologna.
Yeah, we can't forget that.
More Rick and Bubba coming up
ice cream.
right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ain't no doubt about it.
You can't even talk about American food without talking about it.
They're paying you good?
Oh, yeah.
Taking care of you?
Yeah, they're feeding me. So, yeah.
I just wonder, if you're doing a cooking show, not here on Turner South, but just anywhere, kind of what you get paid for doing that, wouldn't you, Rick?
How many grits? No, I'm not asking how many. Especially since they say they're going to fire you, and then you just kind of hang on, and 31 years later, still here. All right, so 21 minutes past the hour. Hey, thanks for being with us today. We'll run through the stories of the day. We'll get to some of your phone calls in today and update you as we go. When you start talking about assassination attempts on Trump, and I was telling Bubba in the break, we were discussing, it's sad that you have to ask which one.
Yeah, I know.
Which one are you talking about? So this is the second attempt. This is the one where he was the golf course, and the guy was up against the fence and the shrubs and all that. So it's that guy. The other one, we continue. They continue to let us. We didn't talk about it much the other day, but you are seeing on the first attempt, the one, the one that the bullet grazed his head. Everybody remember that one? Yeah. We are seeing the Secret Service owning that they really did make some security mistakes, and that that's slowly but surely coming out. It's not pretty. Hopefully, there's adjustments that have been made on that. But anyway, this second one is odd. But now the man suspected of the assassination attempt against Trump, and as you said, Bubba, this will not help his case a whole lot if he's trying not to be charged with something else.
Yeah, his lawyer's probably having a field day.
He left a letter detailing his plans, and so he actually tells us he plans on assassinating Trump, and that'll hurt you if you're trying to have a case that you weren't.
Yeah, even though Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, who probably is the only person in the United States that thinks that this was not an assassination attempt. I know he's all tore up because he didn't get a vote to be on the Supreme Court.
God love him.
But when you swore in to be the Attorney General, you're supposed to follow the law. Right. You're supposed to represent all of this. This is not a Republican or Democrat issue.
No.
I just don't get this thing in our country now, and it's not only him. It's in a lot of other areas where we're just not going to prosecute people. It's, hey, whatever you want to do. And then they wonder why crime numbers go up.
Right.
And people feel unsafe.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
But that's because of guns. You know that.
Yeah.
All right. So what's funny, Babylon Bee has not wasted any time with this. So in one of the letters that we now have, and the letter, in case you're wondering, it was to all of us because it was addressed to the world. So that would include all of us.
Yep.
This was, he says, Bubba, now picture this in the case. This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I failed you. I tried my best. I gave it all the gumption I could muster. It is up to you now. We're the world. He's telling us to kill him now.
Yep.
To finish the job. He will offer $150,000 to whomever can complete the job. Now, Babylon Bee wastes no time. This is Babylon Bee. Genius. Trump responds to $150,000 bounty on his head by offering the would-be assassins $150,001 not to kill him.
Really?
Right.
I don't think that guy. I don't think that guy's going to be able to pay off anybody.
No,
because he's going to be, in a very difficult situation.
All right, now, so you're his lawyer, and you're trying to find a way for him not to be judged, not to be.
I go for criminally insane right now.
Found guilty of an assassination attempt when he puts in the letter, this is exactly what it was.
Yeah. Well,
So
he'll say it wasn't him, or they'll have so many good arguments you won't believe it.
Right.
But I think I would go with insane because I think that's real.
Bubba, he also showing what.
But I don't think that should get you off of crimes you do. By the way.
No. Well, it goes back to what we say on the other. We've talked about this over and over again. We're men we're men of the Christian faith, and we believe that the new covenant is real. And as the writer of Hebrews told us, it's a better covenant because it offers mercy and grace and a payment once and for all through Jesus. But sometimes people try to act like since that is true, it's also true that I shouldn't be held accountable on earth, and that's not true.
That's negative.
Yeah, and so this is the same thing here. So,
and to me, if you're crazy enough to do the crime, you're crazy enough to deal with the punishment.
Amen. Yeah.
I mean, that's the measuring stick to me.
Well, you remember the one years ago that made people pretty uncomfortable. We were like, well, yeah. just because you're mentally ill, did you suddenly not become dangerous? I mean, you've already shown us that you're dangerous, so we'll get you the help you need, but you can't play with others. I mean, we have to.
I wish they'd tell us where he got all his money from.
Well, who knows if he even has it?
Well, I'm not
talking about the 150. I'm talking about flying all over the world and Ukraine and from Hawaii to North Carolina. But did you see all the stuff in the box? 4 phones. I mean, he's just loaded up.
The information on this guy has come out very slow too. I thought.
Yeah.
I mean, how long ago was that?
Yeah. So we had, and then he put in there. Now, this will tell you what side of the political fence he's on. One of the things that he thought has made the world less safe. Now, I want you to think about this: is Trump ending relations with Iran? Now the Middle East has unraveled. No, I hate to go back to you, sir. The fact that when we cut their funding off, we didn't have the problems we have now. The trouble started when they got the funding. When they got the funding
started
back.
Flying those planes that had pallets of money on it. It's when they got busy again because they had their checkbook back.
And this is the thing that is concerning to me. And again,
kidding me.
Look, I sleep well every night because of what we said a minute ago, because of the new covenant, and I know that everything's not out of control. I know whose control it's under. But now when I'm dealing with the earthly deals that are happening, this is concerning as far as the election, because, see, we sit here thinking, and I want to caution us about this, that this is so obvious and that people are informed on what, just like this right here, you see, that guy has that completely wrong. And do you realize how many people have information that is incorrect and they believe it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know this. We've seen this. We've heard people say things. You go, that's absurd. Yeah. And people are like, nah. Who said? Somebody. Where?
Right.
Yeah. And so this guy, don't assume that when we're living in the world we live in now, when 2 + 2 cease to be 4, nothing is a given.
Yeah.
Because we've left truth. Truth is relative now.
Yeah.
And as we've said 1,000 times, the way I feel about something supersedes any truth. My feelings are more important than the truth. Once that happens, chaos.
Yeah.
In this crazy world now where you can declare if you're male or female.
Unbelievable.
Okay. I really can't get over that hump to begin with.
Go further.
How in the world do we still have homework?
Right. Well, go back to this again,
Shouldn't
Bubba.
that have gone away a long time before I don't know what gender I am?
Right. Well, let's land right there for a minute, okay? It's even worse because we have had in our fallen creation a tiny percentage of people who suffered with gender dysphoria.
Yes.
It was considered a mental illness situation that needed help. It was a tiny percentage. Not only have we gotten to something that serious, I want you to think about this, something that serious, and it's very serious, and we should have compassion for those who truly did struggle and do struggle with that. It's a small percentage. They should get our compassion and our help. We've let something that serious, hear me out now, in the world you live in now, become trendy.
Oh, yeah.
It's like bell bottoms. It's like a haircut. I mean, it's like a tattoo. I mean,
the problem is when it's not trendy, hey, you still got a lot to deal with.
Bubba, that's so serious. That can't become trendy. It's destroying people's lives. This is a serious situation, and we think it's just kind of a trend. I think I'll just change my gender.
Me and all my friends.
Yeah, just like I kind of like the new style of jeans. I'll start wearing those too. It's much more serious than that.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is, Turner Field, as we come back. If you're watching on Turner South, you can see that. If you're listening, we're sitting on the Braves dugout, hanging out, doing the program. Marvin Woods is here with us of Turner South's original program, Home Plate.
What's up?
And he's prepared breakfast for us this morning, and it is absolutely fabulous. Mark Prater is also standing by. master meteorologist. You know, the effects of Isabel right now, Isabel up along North Carolina, up into Virginia, has just been devastating overnight and through yesterday afternoon. Mark Prater joins us now. Let's sing the song. Time for the weather. He got it all together. Everybody singing. If it's snow or tornado, hear Mark Prater. Time for the weather, ain't nobody better. Hear Mark Prater. Mark Prater. Hear Mark Prater. Mark Prater. What's up, Prater? I'm going to tell you, we are sitting here. Marvin Woods has prepared breakfast this morning.
Marvin?
From
What's
Home
up?
Plate. And it is delicious. We've got a little honey glazed ham. We've got grit cake. We've got some homemade apple sauce that's got kind of an apple butter taste with chunks of apple and cinnamon. And we got homemade biscuits. And so yeah, man, I'm really having a tough time.
I mean, I hate it for you guys.
Gosh, this
and by the way,
what?
I mean, did you guys ever imagine that there'd be somebody at Turner Field singing the Mark Prater song?
You know, I looked around, and most of them had their mouth full because Marvin's food is so good, but they were really singing. They were singing the Mark Prater song.
Make it today?
Yeah. Did you ever think that we would be sitting here on the Braves dugout? I mean, think how many times I have been told over my lifetime, get off the dugout.
Yeah.
And now I'm sitting here, and people are going, look, here's your guest, Marvin Woods. He's going to sit there beside you. We got Braves bobbleheads, throwback bobbleheads, current bobbleheads. It's bobblehead night tonight, Rick and Bubba night. Section 411 is going to be packed out. The weather, speaking of Mark Prater, here in Atlanta is absolutely beautiful.
Right.
I mean, beautiful.
Well,
no humidity.
You know,
it's great.
I've gotten I built a little a bond here with John Perry via email.
Oh yeah.
And he requested it.
John Perry requested this weather day, and you delivered. No pressure on him.
And he said he'd been trying to get in touch with you, Mark, and y'all having a hard time hooking up.
Well, you know, we play a lot of email tag.
You know what he said to me? Tell Mark Prater thumbs up. We'll work out the details. I don't know what that means.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Thank you, John.
So anyway, and he said something about we need to get 40 in the can. Now, I don't...
I mean, that's TV talk. I don't understand.
Yeah, what does that mean? Marvin's lighting up. He knows what it means.
That means you got to do about 5-6 shows a day.
Yeah, how many home plates have you got put down? A bunch?
About 40.
40?
Yeah.
Man, and
that's more than we got.
And you're in Atlanta too. Also, did you say you're doing Taste of the Town for Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm doing Taste of Atlanta. I'm doing a cooking demo tomorrow, around 5:30, and then I'm signing some recipe cards as well.
Where? You don't even know, do you, Marvin?
I have no idea.
I can
Where's
tell
your
by
handler
that.
at, Marvin? Where's your handler?
John Perry, find out where Marvin's going to be.
John Perry told you to have it for you, didn't he? I did. Lennox Mall.
Lennox Mall. And you might want to ask how close the bathroom's going to be to you.
Yeah,
because
Marvin,
if John Perry says he can get the bathroom open, don't buy into that.
You have gotten big whenever you don't know where you're going to show up.
Yeah, so that's good. So if you're going to be...
Is that what that means?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Either that or it's like us. You're just not paying attention.
At least you don't have to get up early, though, do you?
Well, yeah, when we shoot the show.
What time do you shoot?
7:30 call time.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we get 4 shows a day in. Yeah.
How did you like the call this morning? That wasn't too pretty, was it?
It was okay. I'm used to it now.
Do you get out, hit the town here? Do you own the ATL?
No. No, but I'm sure you guys do. I should hang out with you guys.
Look, we're dads just like you. We have no life. Who are we kidding? Yeah, and you're married and have a 9-year-old. You told us in the break. Well, that's great. And do you cook most of the meals?
Yeah, most of them at home for sure.
You don't ever say, "Hey, look, Daddy's not working today. Let's rattle in pots and pans."
No, man.
Yeah, me either.
It's not even work at home. It's just like you got to do it.
But your wife has to love the fact you do the cooking.
Oh, she does.
Marvin.
She hates to cook, yeah.
This is Speedy.
What's up?
Hey, but I just want to know if
Where are you now?
Do you want anything to drink or anything? I'm here at the concession stand.
look at the monitor. Look, Speedy's over at the concession stand.
I just didn't know. I'm over here by the chop shop. I didn't know.
And look, it's a little early for Sam Adams.
Yeah, we're back. 35 minutes past the hour. The brand new Rick and Bubba collectible glass is out. This one with the hunting theme. And, buddy, they are rolling out of the store. We've already had to do a second order. I believe this one, if you're collecting them all, it's great. But there's something about this one because it's almost like a twofer. I mean, if you like or know someone who likes hunting, you like that our cartoons are all in hunting gear ready for the season. But then it offers that second one it can be very annoying to all your liberal friends. Especially if you ask them if they would like something to drink and then bring them whatever they ordered in that glass, because we look like also a small militia. So check that out. Field of Greens is with us. This is one of those things that's always fun. I love when another person says, well, I finally went all in. I'm in on the Field of Greens, and then you start giving me the great reports and how much better you're feeling. So if you're out there and you're still kind of kicking the tires on this organic superfood, go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BIGVOX. Get 15% off and free shipping. This is the way for sure that your body will get these organic, scientifically proven, organic and selected fruits and vegetables that our vital organs need. And the results, what? One thing I think now more than ever with the entire, I mean, if you do anything, spend any time in front of the television trying to get updated, watching sports, whatever, it's like there's a vaccination and a shot that comes at you everywhere you turn over something that they claim is going to kill you if you don't take their vaccine. So one of the things that we all, I think, should really pay attention to is keeping our immune system strong. Well, Field of Greens, I will tell you this: it will accomplish that, and that's the best defense that you have about getting sick, and if you get sick, it not being a big deal. So right now, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX. You'll find all the information there. Get 15% off, and get started with the rest of us with Field of Greens with the Better Health Guarantee. Next time you get a checkup or do some blood work, if your doctor doesn't notice improvement, you get your money back. The link's at rickandbubba.com, too, under sponsors. So, Bubba, one of the other things, speaking of that, I mentioned that, don't want anybody to panic, could be a banana shortage. Banana shortage. We have America, here's the headline, America could run out of the popular fruit within weeks.
No!
As 45,000 dock workers who help import it threaten to go on strike.
No, don't go on strike.
So I want to ask a question about the banana. Is the banana in the fruit world what bacon is to the regular food world?
And how do you mean that?
Well, you remember Jim Gaffigan even did a whole bit on it. If all else fails, just put bacon on it. Bacon bits saved salad.
Right.
Throw bacon on anything, and suddenly it's better.
Stovetop stuffing's not bad on salad either.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why not? But if you go to the banana over in the fruit world, let's say, for instance, you've got some.
I love bananas.
I remember when the juicer was big.
Yeah.
Here I go.
Oh,
Here
yeah.
I go.
Oh,
Here
boy.
I go.
Yeah.
You remember when the juicer was big?
Oh yeah.
Well, remember what they would say: if it doesn't taste good, throw a banana in there.
Right.
You know. So
Right.
I think it's hard pressed to find people. I know they're out there, but people who say, hey, whatever you like, do you like a banana? It's rare when somebody says, I don't like banana. There are some, I've met them.
I guess.
But a banana to me it's always this safe bet. But then it gets a little controversial. You get into some of the health people and they say, hey, be careful with the banana. It's got a lot of sugar. Don't overdo the banana.
Whoa.
But
Rick,
we consume a lot of bananas.
Yeah, we do.
I can't take serious that things that God made in the way He made it, for the most part, like a banana, can be bad for you, or an apple, or an orange, or grapes.
Sure,
you know what I mean?
Well,
I just can't I just struggle with that.
Well, you're better there, and of course you get back into how much of it are you consuming. Of course that could apply to anything, but I agree with you. I think the problem. I personally am a little more afraid of the false sweeteners than I am of just the original thing, because especially for that weird headache it seems to give me. But anyway, so
can't be a good
no,
sign,
I don't think that's good.
No, probably not.
But anyway,
So Rick, I say peel your banana and
take a bite. So
make sure you pinch it first.
I always like that cheer, by the way.
Yeah,
You like that one?
Yeah,
Go banana, go banana.
Yeah, lean to the left, lean to the right. Yeah, whatever. So it says Americans.
There's no rock steady, but
Oh, how about this? I was right on this. It's in this. Just on our observation. Americans consume more bananas per capita than any other fresh fruit. And a whopping 2/3 of them arrive through this port where these dock workers are threatening to work.
Listen, I think you have to look at everything on the table and do what you need to do to keep things moving here in the country. So, Rick, how about this?
All right.
We have so many people coming through the southern border. Let's just tell them there's a requirement to bring a banana.
I like it. And then we get all we want.
That we'll have more bananas. We know what to do with.
Yes, Bubba. The industry experts
A million a year, I know.
Yeah, at least.
Right.
But that's the number that everybody's agreeing on, so they actually would be more.
You're right.
Bubba, they say that this work stoppage, if it happens, hang on to this number, could cost the economy a staggering $7.5 billion.
What?
That's how many bananas roll through this dock.
That's a lot of
Bubba,
bananas.
they say this is a critical time.
That's bananas.
The U.S. economy is struggling with lingering inflation, which, of course, the current sitting administration somehow is convincing us it's not on them. But
they seem to be running against a ghost administration that have been in power for the last 3.5 years.
It's really, really odd.
It is kind of when you see them talking about it.
Yeah.
You asked the question. Some people are texting that they know folks that do not like bananas.
Wow.
I'm not huge on bananas.
Yeah.
Really?
It's not my favorite.
Really?
Where are you on banana pudding?
Love it.
I like, depends on how it's made, but yeah, I can eat it. I don't dislike bananas, but they're not my go-to.
This is,
I rarely eat
What's your favorite fruit?
Strawberry.
Really?
Okay.
I wish I liked strawberries.
Mm-hmm.
I like strawberry flavoring.
Okay.
I just never liked the strawberry.
Yeah,
I'm going to
I love
learn
a
to
good
eat them, though.
strawberry.
I'm going to
tell
make
you-
that a goal for me to learn to eat
Followed
strawberries.
close by the tangerine.
Ooh,
yeah.
I like any kind of orange tangerine.
Oh, yeah.
So that may be my favorite. Pineapple's right up there.
Oh,
now.
wait a minute. Pineapple.
Pineapple's
It's neck and
Pineapple's
neck
good.
with strawberry.
Ever since I went to Hawaii and saw the various ways to eat pineapple with every meal, apparently, I become a pineapple fan. Get it on my pizza all the time. Used to make fun of those people.
I won't do that. I've
No.
tried it, don't like it, but I will move it as far as fruit right next to strawberry.
I'm going to come in here
Neck
with
and
something
neck.
that's going to cause a little pushback, and I know it's going to happen. I'm even considering not saying it. I prefer a honeydew melon if it's ripe over a watermelon. There it is. I said
That's
it.
insane.
I'd rather have
That's
cantaloupe.
insane.
Whoa.
That's crazy.
I'll
talk.
give you cantaloupe.
Stand down, Rick Burgess. Stand down. I say, whoa.
I love a honeydew.
Whoa! I will say this: cantaloupe way ahead of watermelon for me.
What is now? You're
I
both
love
going
watermelon.
I love
crazy.
cantaloupe.
I love watermelon.
I'm not a huge watermelon. I'll eat it.
Hated
Don't get me
cantaloupe.
wrong. It's just
You
something
put a
I
little
just-
sugar.
it's
You
a
put a little
mess.
salt on it.
Oh, absolutely.
That's all.
It's crazy. It's just
Only
it's
thing
just
I put salt
hassle.
on. Only thing.
It's just a mess.
The
Unless
like
you can get it
mango.
prepackaged and
You gotta
pre-cut.
You got to get you one of those big pans and eat it out of that, like a what do they call them, a wash pan type thing.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to be gorging off in a wash pan.
Here come the flies.
So the
Juice everywhere.
The cantaloupe,
Oh,
the cantaloupe for me, my experience with it happened the exact same way I started drinking coffee. Never drank coffee till I was deep in my 40s, and because somebody gave me coffee that was phenomenal. I didn't like cantaloupes, and I didn't realize the reason I didn't like them as a kid or all through most of my adulthood. I didn't like them because at grocery stores they're trying to time the shelf life, and I rarely got them ripe.
You got the green ones.
Yeah, and they weren't and I couldn't get the flavor. Well, as you know, when we did the watermelons and the cantaloupes down at the farm those years, and we used to have the kids harvest them, and I taught them how to run a business and all that. They didn't like tax day, by the way. And
It's not fun.
so I was standing in the middle of the field. It was in July. It was 1,000 degrees, and there was a cantaloupe on the vine, and it was like ripe. And I picked it up, and we cut it.
Wow.
And I bit into it, standing out there blazing hot and thirsty, and it was ripe. And I'd never tasted a ripe cantaloupe the way it ought to be. And I thought, man, where has this been all my life? And it was so juicy and so good.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's when I started going cantaloupe, which then took me to the honeydew melon, which of course, as we know, is the cantaloupe's cousin.
Yeah.
And I really like it. Now it has to be ripe. I don't like honeydews or cantaloupes if they're not ripe. But I prefer it over watermelon.
Yeah.
I like watermelon, but I just like it better.
watermelon.
Yeah.
I like cantaloupe.
That's all crazy talk. All
Now,
that
is
is
crazy.
now, I'm
Like
not
crazy
now,
into that.
I'm not willing to be handed one of them big, slices of watermelon and hold it in my hand and eat out of it and spit seeds and get it all over me. Watermelon has to be already cut up, ice cold in a bowl in the refrigerator.
That I'll go for.
Yeah.
I like
What about
breaking them open.
mangoes? Mangoes.
Oh, I love a good mango.
Love a mango.
A lot of trouble to get to the mango.
Really huge pain in the butt,
Yep.
actually.
I like a mango.
Somebody want to slice that up and have it already ready for me? I'm in.
Kiwis.
No.
What?
I don't
I
like
love a
those.
good kiwi.
No, I'm pretty sure that those.
That and a kumquat, I'm out on.
Yeah, I'm scared to say
I'm
it.
not even liking that.
Raspberries?
I'm pretty sure the kiwi, if you're eating it, it's actually taking testosterone from it.
Good old blueberry.
Blueberries and raspberries.
I
all
love a
day
blueberry.
long.
I love a blueberry.
Somebody texted in, I don't like bananas. I like banana flavoring. I like banana pudding. I don't like banana bread.
I'm kind of there.
That's weird.
I'm
It's
kind
kind
of
of like, I
Y'all
kind
won't
of,
believe this. I always got the banana popsicle from the ice cream man. There it is. I said it.
No, don't do that.
I love that watersicle that was banana flavored.
I made 24 banana pancakes last night.
And they're great.
They're really good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don White's at the broadcasting booth. Look at him up there, waving to us with a white rag.
Hey, D. Business is good.
Hey, D, are you wiping the D? He's right over the T there. Welcome to Turner Field.
All right, I'll be right with you. Hold on.
Hey, Prater, what about, I know that as we cut up, a lot of folks, though, if we got floods, we got terrible power outages. What did they say, 2.5 million people with no power?
Yep.
Why do I think my brother's
3
working
million
somewhere in the
total.
Carolinas today?
Yeah, it's been rough for not only North Carolina, but also Virginia and D.C. And the good news is that the storm is moving out pretty quick. It's going to head into Canada later today, so we're not going to have to worry about a lot of flooding. But yesterday was a wild ride, needless to say, for North Carolina and Virginia.
You know, we sometimes we think, because, you know, when you don't have to be in the path of the hurricane, you're in Atlanta and it's like beautiful and there's no humidity and you're kind of digging the fact that it dried the air out for you. You know, you forget when you went, all right, at one time it was a Class 5, it's going to go hit land at a Class 2. And I got kind of relaxed. Oh, it's just a Class 2.
Yeah. And you know what? A lot of people there did too, and then they got stranded.
A Class 2 is still pretty bad, isn't it?
Strong. Yeah, winds at about 105, 110 miles per hour are pretty solid.
Do y'all remember, like, when what did Opal that parked over Atlanta and like rained for 2 weeks and Atlanta like slid down to Macon? Y'all remember that?
You remember that when it just rained here like for days and days
Opal was
and
real
days?
bad.
Yeah, and I remember that because I kept trying to go to a Braves game and it kept getting rained out.
Sure.
So, and you know, I kept thinking, you know, this weather's really inconveniencing me.
Well, Mark, let me ask you this. It is beautiful today, but what about a little rain? You know, I got a green field or two. Could use just a little bit of water on it. Any hope?
You know, I have gotten that question more than anything now that I got this new outdoor show called Alabama Whitetailing Outdoors. And it's a lot of people want to know when it's going to rain. Their green fields aren't growing. And
the answer
unfortunately,
is,
it's so dry.
You know what you ought to say, Mark Prater?
What's that?
To quote Steve Martin from the movie Leap of Faith, you keep asking me when it's going to rain, I'm asking you when is it going to stop.
That's a great quote, Rick. Now,
That
what
was
does that
me in
mean?
July.
It means nothing. He was a con man.
Sure.
But still,
Okay.
It sounded good.
How about one of my favorite movies of all time? Have you ever seen it?
Leap of Faith?
I absolutely love it. He's
It is
he's a
funny.
tent revival guy going from town to town. You know.
Oh, I have seen that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meatloaf's the bus driver
Yeah.
again,
Yeah.
by the way. So
Role he played well.
yeah, but so
I've got to ask Marvin real quick. I mean, does he have a line of those do-rags?
you gotta get
Yeah,
the
actually,
you gotta
I am
market
working on that.
those. No, seriously.
See,
you
market
did
it, man.
I am working on that right now as we speak.
I'm coming out with a camouflage do-rag that I'll put on the market soon, and we'll just sell them together.
But
There you
Mark,
go.
please, you and Marvin both, get them big enough for us guys with big heads.
Yeah, because Bubba.
Because look, we want to be sporty too.
Yeah,
no doubt.
sure.
Now people will think I've got a hot air balloon on my
Right,
shoulders,
right.
but I mean,
Sure. But it doesn't look that big.
it is. though.
Look, there's some
Look,
size
okay,
on it.
Look at the
They
size
can
of that
hit
girth.
This is
We're
my
gonna,
cap.
we're gonna put Bubba's
Look,
hat
this is
on
my
Marvin.
cap. Put this cap on your head.
Please
okay?
look at this, Prater. If you can watch this at home, you've
Yeah,
got
watch
to.
it.
My God, ladies and gentlemen, that it looks like that that Emmanuel Lewis is at Disney World.
Yeah, oh, it's good, great. What a noggin.
My God.
You know, and if it just correlated into intelligence, man, I'd have it made, wouldn't it?
Yeah, how
Move
about-
over, Einstein.
Exactly.
You see how deceivingly large that head is? Did you see that? That's
Yeah.
incredible. Isn't
But I
it?
got a small head, so
You do have a small
I
head.
have a small head.
You know, the thing about it, though, maybe y'all could come out with do-rags and maybe put 205 across them.
What's he doing up there?
Yeah, Speedy is doing his pigeon noise. You know, Speedy has always been excited that he can do a pigeon.
Sure.
And
Right field, upper deck.
yeah, and he's doing pigeons like he's trying to talk to the
Oh, I
pigeons.
see that.
Sure.
Yeah.
He can't say Massachusetts, but he can call a bird.
That's
a good one, Prater.
Hey, can I say this too?
Oh, Rick, there's a job I want, ground crew.
All right, here's the ground crew, by the way, and I'm talking about you talk about fear when this ground crew, Prater, is so. I mean, they and look, and they has paid off. The field is immaculate.
It's gorgeous.
But let me tell you this: they don't like foolishness, they don't like horseplay, and they don't like jokes.
They get focused.
Yeah. I mean,
Mark, really, seriously, you don't understand the level here. I have a friend that writes programs that controls our nuclear arsenal. Okay. And I mean, I have been that close to our nuclear weapons, but I cannot get on this field. I mean, it's...
Bubba thought he was going to be funny, man, and get out there and rake the mound for us coming back from the break, and he got culled so fast.
Oh, yeah.
I have not seen anybody get culled that fast. I mean, since the last time I was at home, my wife asked me to do something. I mean, this is... Wow.
Well, hey, by the way, isn't that where Sid Bream came in to win the National League Championship Series?
Now, granted, all of us saw...
We're fired up and glad you're here. Look forward to chatting with you. Coming up a little later in the program, we'll open up that opportunity for you. Pensacola, Florida tonight, First Baptist Church. Sherry Burgess will be there for the women's event. If you're going, she's looking forward to seeing all of you tonight, Lord willing. And if you want details and would like to be there, go to burgessministries.com under upcoming events. Got some man churches coming up this weekend, too. Find those at themanchurch.com. I'll be in Panama City 1 week from yesterday on the 30th, Lord willing, for their men's event. So there's more there, though, coming up this weekend if you want to check those as well. So, Bubba, we have an update. This would be an update, right?
Yeah, I think it is.
We talked about this before. So let's.
It's another poll. It's a Rick and Bubba news. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news
update.
So, Rick, this is election season, so you're going to have a lot of polling done out there. So you have to look to the polls, what their record has been. I mean, it's like a football team. What's your wins and losses?
That's right. Yeah, sure.
Well, there is a quirky election poll that has only been wrong once.
Okay. So it has been wrong, but only one time.
In the last 40 years.
Okay.
And it has made a clear prediction about who is going to win this one.
Mm-hmm.
Buskin Bakery in Cincinnati has only been wrong once in the last 40 years, predicting the results of a presidential race. The shop's various locations sells cookies with both candidates' face on them, as well as a third-way cookie party option with a smiley face, and keep count in an attempt to predict who will be the winner in November. Would you like to know what this poll is saying?
Can I say one thing, but I don't think it's in the story before you tell me? Who did they lose? Does it tell the one they didn't get it right? Is it in the story?
No, it doesn't. As far as where I'm at,
I sure would. I don't see it. No, I don't see it either.
That is a good question.
That's interesting to me. But I'm going to guess that it says, and I haven't read onto the story. You've read more in the story than me. I do not know the answer, but and I promise you I don't. I'm going to guess that it went Trump.
Trump is ahead and has outsold Kamala Harris 2,953 cookies to 2,134 cookies. It's always important to note that the potential third-party candidates playing a spoiler, are known as the Cookie Party, has also sold 397 votes.
That's smiley face. That smiley face cookie.
Yes, yes. Although that would not make a difference if they were all put into the vice president's column.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about this particular poll is when you have people that keep trying to kill Trump, are some buying it just to eat him?
Or does he have more fat people voters?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that could be possible too.
The only time they got it wrong, y'all asked the question, since
good.
the 1980s was the last election when Trump outsold Joe Biden by a wide margin, they said. It wasn't even close.
So the error was recent.
Was it an error, though? That'll let you know they cheated.
Oh, wait.
Yep. There's the proof.
Well, let me say this.
I'm not saying he cheated. I'm just saying somebody else was in that office. So.
You're right. Well, here's the deal. If you're over in the, hey, they cheated us, which I understand that completely based on all the things out there, being able to prove they cheated and get something done about it, that didn't work out. But this would be another. I know it sounds outlandish. So we have a
Would
cookie
it be
company.
another fact?
Yeah.
in the case?
Well, here's a cookie company that has never got it wrong. Never.
40 tries,
right.
40 wins.
And they had Trump winning going away against Biden, and that's the only one they've ever missed. So that adds to that conspiracy. And can I tell some of you on the left, if y'all cheated, do you realize if you had just left it alone, Trump would not be able to run again. He'd be done. You'd almost be done with Trump. It would almost be over.
And Joe Biden went in, said he wanted to build bridges, work together, reach across the aisle. So the first thing he did was try to prosecute Trump wide open. So that's again, if you let that go,
right,
there might not even be a candidate Trump.
Yeah.
You galvanize the Democrats, Joe Biden, his administration galvanized Republicans around Trump. When it was over,
you had two chances to be done with Trump. Just let him go into office for the only time he could, which would almost be over now.
Yeah.
Or to your point, just leave it alone and don't galvanize people that want him to be a candidate again.
Yeah, the one thing to stir up the swamp and the alligators is to get out there and take your pole and move around and stir the waters up. You know what? If they just let it go, they'd have probably been all right.
You know what they did? They did a little end zone dance.
They did.
And tried to stir everybody up. Now, on that note, since we opened that door, we have another story that ties into this, that a new poll is showing that Trump is leading Kamala Harris in critical swing states, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. So these are battleground states, and they've both been campaigning there heavily. And right now, the new poll shows that Trump is leading her in these three states.
I don't know if you saw
it's also a New York Times poll, by the way.
The vice president had not committed to the next debate.
Right.
After the polling data came in and they had a good picture that she did not get the bump in the first one that they wanted her to get, then she agreed to do another debate. Well, Trump has said, while he didn't say it officially, he said it at a stump speech, he thinks there's no need for another debate because people are already voting.
Yeah.
So that will also tell you that they think that they're all right in the numbers.
Yeah, because in his statement, he said you can't have a fair debate.
The side
anyway,
behind is always eager to debate.
Yeah, and I did hear that early voting is up in the northern states, and the GOP has done a good job of pushing that, and a lot of the early voting shows Trump doing well.
Okay, I have to give credit to this texter. The reason why the cookie poll still had Trump way ahead in 2020 is dead people can't eat cookies.
That's
funny.
I
that's
think
a good one.
They can vote,
yeah,
but they can't eat cookies.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
That's good right there, folks. That's a
can
good
you
text
imagine,
right there.
It is. Can you imagine?
I want to go 256.
Can you imagine going into a federal judge in a courthouse and say we have proof? I'd like to present our proof that this election was stolen. Have you seen the cookie total?
You talking about the only loss it ever had?
Yeah. I mean, undefeated in 40 years up to that point.
Sidney Powell's releasing the Kraken. It's just a bag of cookies, shaking out cookies. Release the Kraken.
Well, here's another one, Bubba. Like you said, I am in that camp. I was not going to vote for Trump until they start prosecuting him, and it galvanized me.
Yeah, I was hearing a lot of that.
I'm telling you, you back somebody into the corner, you're gonna make them fight hard. If you give them a way out the door, sometimes they'll go that way.
When we come back,
just basic psychology, but they don't get it because it's this derangement thing.
Yeah, you're right.
They are absolutely obsessed with him.
Yeah, to a deranged point. You're right. It's like let it go, man. It's not that big a deal. All right. So when we come back, speaking of things that we're probably even more interested in, and of course that's Alabama football playing Georgia. So we got football this weekend, Alabama and Georgia.
Got several good quotes here.
Gargantuan game, and tied into what we just finished. Trump says he's attending.
Yeah.
And does Lane Kiffin take a shot at Hugh Freeze?
There we go. So now, if we can't stir up enough, let's stir up football fans. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
he never was going to get there.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he has to be the slowest baseball player ever. Of course, he only had one good leg. But
sure, and that makes it tough. Prater, thanks for your help, and our thoughts and prayers, of course, to all of the folks that Isabel has turned their world upside down, and we hope for a recovery as quick as possible. Have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you on Monday, okay, brother?
Have fun.
All right, we'll come back. More live from Turner Field, the Rick and Bubba Show. Opportunities for you to win the ultimate NASCAR package coming up, too. So be listening for that opportunity. So stay right where you are.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba Show.
Back live from Turner Field, the Rick and Bubba Show, the two
relaxing day.
Men alive. I be Rick.
And I be Bubba. Good morning and welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show live from Turner Field in lovely hot Atlanta, Georgia.
We've met Master Chef Marvin Woods, who does the Turner South Original program, Home Plate. We've only met him for maybe 25, 30 minutes, but I feel like I've known him all my life.
We're
best friends.
It's that Southern blood thing.
I mean, instantly. I mean, look, here's a guy.
Glazed ham will bring you together, Rick. I mean, it really will.
Buttermilk biscuits.
But in the South,
I'm back
food,
now because I know I got lost here for a minute.
Yeah, but food is our thing.
Yeah.
That's what we
How
know.
do you stay so skinny, though?
Metabolism, Bubba. He's born with it. Dang it, you and I, we fight this fat thing. And
it's a gland thing. It ain't our fault.
We do the best we can. Some people say we're fat because we overeat and never exercise, but still.
That's not true.
I mean, you know, in the society we live in now, surely it's not our fault. Nobody else says it's their fault for anything, so surely it's not ours either.
Rick, also tonight, we're excited about having, over 200.
Oh, yeah, maybe
Rick and
300
Bubba
by now.
Listeners and viewers that will be with us, and we want to remind everybody again, because John Perry's making that funny signal,
yes,
that they will be giving away Hank Aaron bobbleheads tonight to the first 12,000 kids 14 and under.
How about hammering Hank?
Oh.
I mean, do we remember? I remember seeing it on
watching it.
I remember.
Yeah. The guy jumping over the fence and trying to get the ball, and people chasing him out here on the field, and you know, growing up, he was like my guy. I got 4-4 on the back of my jersey right now.
But you know, I always used to think, how can you hit that many home runs and the team lose that much? You know what I mean?
Well,
I mean, really.
Well, let's face it.
It's true.
I know.
I did think of that as a little kid.
You think Hank didn't think that?
Oh, I know.
I bet Hank thought that a lot.
Imagine living that one.
You think Hank turned around and said, guys, you know, you're all on my shoulders and you're heavy. You know what I mean?
How about a little help?
Yeah, could somebody make a routine play?
Can we get some pitching?
Right.
The only guy that had less help was Nolan Ryan.
Right.
Yeah.
How about if I was batting against our pitching staff, I'd have hit 7,000 home runs in those days. But now, you know,
it's a different world.
Different world now. Anybody that ever complains about not winning enough World Series, undoubtedly you didn't know the 70s.
Yeah.
Because
and I find myself wanting to know if John Schultz is interested in working with an upstart radio network and TV show. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you,
because he is Houdini of baseball.
Well, the good and bad about him. The good is he's going to go get players. The bad is you better be playing well or you're gone.
Yes, yes.
You know, but I don't mind
that 20% rotation can be brutal.
That's right. That's why we panic every time our overnight ratings come out. But we've been invited by Marvin to come do a show with him.
That's right.
I think that just him watching the sheer joy on our face when we were enjoying this food. I mean, you know, and that's one thing Bubba and I have been trying to make clear to people. Some people eat food just to survive and for nutrition.
Right,
and nothing could be more sad. Food should be fun.
Enjoyable.
Eating is an event.
Exactly.
Cooking is an event. And it's all about, you know, I look forward to meals like children look forward to Christmas.
Do you know why I overeat more?
Tell me.
Because I like the way it tastes in my mouth. That is the bottom line.
Okay, so you guys, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah.
What's
breakfast? What I just had. Because
well, it depends on what time of the day.
You know,
if it's about 11 o'clock, it's lunch. If it's about 4 o'clock, it's dinner.
Oh, you talking about what's our favorite meal?
Yeah.
Oh well, you can't pick favorites. It's rude when it comes to food.
It's like picking your favorite child.
Yeah, right. I mean, I don't want to look at anybody and tell them I don't love them. When it comes to meals, I love all of them.
All right.
Yeah. But no, I like. I grew up when I was a kid. I hated breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like it. I don't know why. Because I didn't like getting up early, and I was always a late sleeper or whatever.
Right.
But I didn't care for breakfast. I didn't like any of the breakfast foods.
Mm-hmm.
And
that was before you discovered Mrs. Buttersworth.
That's right. And then
that changed me.
And then one day I said, you know, I'm gonna.
Ritz, man.
Oh yeah. And
I put ketchup on mine.
No.
Oh.
Yeah. That's like sacrilege.
No, I mean, you
I love ketchup.
All right.
I'm sorry, nectar of the gods. But it's got to be the right
Are
one.
you bothered by ketchup being a chef?
I'm not.
Because I like it on steak.
It's taken me a while to get to this point, but I'm not now.
I like it on steak.
Yeah. I know. I see people do it all the time.
It's delicious.
You're eating it. You eat it however you want.
Yeah.
Whatever makes it good for you, that's the way you go.
What's your favorite meal to
No,
prepare?
he said that now, but of course, if you ordered something else, he'd be
I'm the same way. I tell you, I look skinny, guys, but I eat a lot. I really do. I mean, I love it all, too. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner. I love food. I love the taste in my mouth as well.
Yeah, baby, we're back. Thank you for being with us today. Working through another one. The gang is all here. So, however you're getting the show, whether it be live, all the way live, or maybe you catch it on an archive, we're glad you're here either way. Check all the options at rickandbubba.com. So, the biggest game in college football this year so far will be this Saturday. It is two powerhouses from the SEC, Alabama, a row tide, taking on the dogs of Georgia. President Trump says he will attend this mammoth event. The Secret Service has to be thrilled with that. So he will be going there. I want to say something, but I don't want to get all right, so we're all thinking it, okay? We're all thinking
say it.
Let's say, and I told you the time we've all had this happen. Unfortunately, if you do it enough, it'll happen. I remember when got caught in a thunderstorm and nearly crashed in a plane. Now I say nearly crashed; it felt bad. I was told that
it was a little tense,
right.
Yeah.
And at that point, one of the members of Team Man Church, Lee Moore, says he's done. I will not fly again on any of these planes.
Got it.
And he has and no matter how far he goes to speak, he will not fly. Even if it's offered, he says no. And the reason why is he's like, I'm not sure I want to be in that situation again. So let's take that now, even though everything was fine. Let's say that you have a car. We all had these growing up, and you're like, you know what? There's been 2 times that I've been in this car and it broke down, and I don't think I'm going to drive it to the Bama Georgia game. Has the Secret Service worked out all the issues that nearly got him killed in Pennsylvania? It's like he's getting back in a car that keeps breaking down, and he says, I'm going to get in it and ride again, but this time I'm even going to go to something bigger. This is, I would like to know that the problems that nearly got me shot in the head had all been resolved.
Right.
And what are we doing different this time when y'all usher me in front of, how many people? 90-something thousand?
Could be a bunch of them.
100,000.
Well, to your question, they've already told everybody coming, you better come early because of the security concerns. Right. I mean, you better just go ahead, plan on getting there early.
On the flip side, if you had to pick a place in America to go, and you got crazies everywhere.
Oh yes.
But I would think this is as safe as it gets for Trump. Tell me another state he could go to that would be safe.
No, you're right about that. Of course, they're playing Georgia. I mean, some of them Georgia folks are coming, and y'all let us down this last time. Y'all let us down now.
Yeah, come on, Fulton County.
By the way, laughing my head off at this button right here.
Yeah, that's
Bama fans are wearing a button that has Trump on it saying they're eating the dogs, and they're spelling it DAWGS. That is funny. All right,
that's
so
a good one.
Kalen DeBoer, new head coach at Alabama. Kalen DeBoer asked about Trump coming to the game this weekend, and here's his response.
Yeah, with former President Trump set to be at this game or planning to be at this game, what are your thoughts on that and just the impact, or what it speaks to about the impact of this game?
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of celebrity-type people here, people that want to come be a part of, what's happening on game day. It's going to be, everyone's watching, and So be great to have everyone who wants to come watch be here. And for us, I told the guys this with game day and everything coming here as well. For the guys to try to take as much off of their plate, other than maybe a few extra interviews towards the end of the week. Just the main thing is that they get prepared to play the best football game that they've played this year. Or, I always challenge them to play the best football game they've ever played in their career. And so that's what matters when it comes down to what we can control. And but yeah, it is kind of cool that we have a lot of people who want to come be a part of the atmosphere and add to the excitement and energy that the game will bring.
I will say this to Bubba's point, and people are saying Bryant-Denny. I forgot they're now 101,000 at Bryant-Denny. So let's go a tide. Let's go to Bubba's original point. I will say this, and we saw this. Remember the time the people thought they'd bring the inflatable baby Trump?
Oh yeah, and we told them it was a bad idea.
To a Bama LSU game. What happened?
Hoyt.
Yeah, Hoyt took it. Everybody's going to be screened going into the stadium. But if you're a person and you're thinking you're going to make Trump trouble in Tuscaloosa, Alabama,
better watch it.
This coming Saturday, there will be so many people that will kill you. You'll be killed so fast.
He's got a lot of extra security with
You
him.
will be screaming for the police to save you.
You will.
Yeah, the police will show up and they go, "We got this.
Yeah,
we got it. No
Hoyt's
need."
got him.
You'll be running to the Secret Service saying, "Protect me from these people." I wouldn't make Trump trouble in Sweet Home Alabama. You can make it in some other state. You don't make it there.
No.
Don't bring that here now.
You must not know about me.
You must not know about us. This is a different deal here. It will be the Secret Service is the least of your concern. If you're gonna make trouble with Trump, Trump.
They actually have rules they go by.
Right.
Yeah.
And some of you people that might be coming out of some of the more, blue-leaning counties, maybe you're a Georgia fan, you're in for an experience. There's going to be so much Trump and so much Bama.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to believe those two things are one.
Yeah.
They go together.
And both of them say they're eating the dogs.
They're eating the dogs. Now, I will tell you this, Georgia, back to just football, let's drop politics. You are bringing a good football team, and Bama's going to have their hands full.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Now, on the field, that's different.
Yeah.
Now, out there in the tailgating, careful.
Yeah.
Careful, Trump trouble. Don't bring it. Inside the stadium, there's going to be a football game on that field that ought to be a dandy.
Yeah. I asked Greg if Dickie Nadmeyer was probably already there.
Sure.
Because, they say, with the security concerns, you pretty much have to go, all right, I'm committed to the day. I'm going to college game day, and I'm staying there. I'm being around the stadium, so I don't have the hassle of trying to get in.
Oh,
so Dickie's already there.
Don't miss. Well, keep in mind we had a bye week.
How awesome would it be if Trump was
got settled in
celebrity picker?
Oh my God,
that would be good.
Oh, I'm sure he said he'll do it.
Phyllis and I, we have the RV painted. We've been here for 2 weeks now. We're in week 2. We had a bye week. The bye week means we park it out in front of the Bryant Museum, and we gaze upon our various championships. All of them. There's many. Row Tide. Then we usher over to the Nick Saban statue, where we always drop off one of Phyllis's Bama shirts, Row Tide, and we lay that down at the feet of Saban. And we look toward Bryant-Denny, and we begin to call for victory from Bear Bryant. Row Tide.
Roll Tide.
It will be a Row Trump and a Row Tide. Can you imagine the Trump? I mean, it's going to be a Trump fest.
Yeah.
You'll see various combinations of Crimson Tide / Trump. You won't believe it.
Yeah.
It's going to be something. So you're right. He's probably safer than he's ever been there. Let me tell you the people that aren't safe Saturday. Anybody opposing Trump.
No,
Not safe.
Just keep that to yourself.
Right.
Just go enjoy some football.
We'll come back. Did Lane Kiffin take a shot? Back over to Mississippi now. Ole Miss and Mississippi State. You're not going.
He just needs to be quiet and keep winning.
Right. But he can't. Not Lane Kiffin. As it says here on the clip, he's the king of the subtle shot.
No, yes. Just be quiet and take a sip.
A Row Tide in Trump.
Rick and Bubba.
Hoyt is the baby Trump balloon slasher at the Tuscaloosa LSU game last year. Really predicted on our show that could be problematic. So Hoyt, we gave an update on today, the pre-trial diversion and what's going on with you. So Hoyt, can you give us an update?
Yes, I have entered their second chance program, and being that if I graduate that, all this will be off the case will be dismissed and it'll be off my record.
Now, Hoyt, what exactly does that mean? What does that entail?
Yeah.
I've got to be a good boy for 3 months.
3 months.
As long as that balloon stays out of Tuscaloosa, you'll be telling you.
Yeah, I was going to say, Hoyt, how do they define being a good boy that you passed the requirements of second chance? Just don't slash anybody else's balloons? I mean, what does that mean?
Yeah. Just staying out of trouble, no slashing balloons, no drinking or drugs, which that wasn't a problem. Actually, when I went and sat down with my caseworker, I had to fill out all these questions and everything about drinking and drugs and all this. And then she asked them back to me, and I told her, I said, listen, I don't have a drinking or drug problem. She says, did I say you did?
Had an attitude.
No, listen, I'm not trying to be smart with you or anything. That's not why I'm here. Drinking and drugs is not why I'm here in this program. I have a problem with balloons.
Oh, my.
Hoyt, let me say again. Let me say again what Speedy prepped you with. Don't say anything's going to get you in trouble.
Yeah.
Does your legal team know you're on this show?
I feel like you weren't paying attention. They probably said, now don't do any media. Don't be calling Rick and Bubba again.
Please don't call Rick and Bubba.
No, we're good. We're good. So she says, balloons? I said, yes, especially ones that making a mockery of my favorite president.
Oh, boy. Watch out.
Oh, wait a minute. So she goes flipping back in her papers. She says, oh, so you're that guy.
But you didn't know.
Yeah.
Grinning, giving her the thumbs up.
Yeah. Well, you're in Alabama, so you're probably among friends. But
that's right.
Did you just tell her, look, I got too much Trump in me?
That's right.
Right.
So Hoyt, they're trying to prevent you from getting your GoFundMe money.
Yeah.
How is that working, and what's the update on that?
They failed.
Okay. So
yeah, they failed.
Have you gotten that money yet?
Just like they're going to do in 2020.
Hoyt, how long is your second chance program?
Till the end of May.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
You might want to pencil off maybe end of the year for this is over.
Yeah. Have you heard from the what are they called? What kind of motorcade?
What was that group?
The People's Motorcade.
Yeah. The people you got to make restitution to. Did you write them a check yet?
Yeah.
No, I've got I've gotten all that. I just talked to my lawyer yesterday about what I need to do about going to pay that and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know whether I pay them or pay the court or who.
Right, you're just trying to say where do I write that check from that $48,000 I got over here?
Yeah,
right.
And Hoyt, let me ask you this: what is round figures, just for those of us that are trying to understand the complexities of this story? What is a good legal defense run when you've slashed a balloon? Like, what will that bill be when it's all said and done?
Yeah. Even with the
to your guy,
even with the diversion. So how much you think all this is going to run you?
I'm not even sure. I haven't even discussed it with my lawyer. We haven't even talked about that yet.
Mm-hmm.
But my restitution and court costs and everything, and second chance program has $5,000. It's $5,028.
Yeah, down to the penny.
Yeah, so we're down to now $8,500 that you're going to have to in some change if you count the balloon cost. So
right.
Here we go, 20 minutes now past the hour. So we're working through another day. We'll get to some of your phone calls here coming up a few moments ago. Someone is asking on the text, any chance the Nadmeyers will try to have another child? So there's now a new coach to name the child Kaylin.
Well, Phyllis, she's beyond what they call birthing years. But I'm thinking that maybe some of my sons can produce a grandbaby.
There you go.
And we name him Kaylin.
Or a puppy.
Could get a puppy named Kaylin.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bubba.
We could adopt a child, something along them lines. Because that is a Spanish name, isn't it, Kaylin?
My gracious.
Road Tide.
Someone know what to do with that.
So
there.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't even know why that's funny, but it was. All right, so Lane Kiffin, I mean, I couldn't tell you why. It just is.
Yeah.
Let's go to Lane Kiffin. Now, Speedy, I know that you can't be a Kiffin fan.
No, look,
I know.
Kiffin's done well.
I
mean, he's a good coach, man.
No,
Yeah.
well, you almost sound like you meant that.
Well, he's a good coach after Saban rehabilitated him.
Right. Yeah.
So, all right, so let's go to Lane Kiffin. Is he taking a shot at former Ole Miss coach Hugh Freeze? Now at Auburn. Here we
Well,
go.
that's a popular game now.
Mm-hmm.
Is that relationship? I just think from on the field, there's a trust level there of, we spend a lot of time with him and then let him play too on Saturdays. And I just think that, like you said, it started one way. I think that, you build that, especially for a guy that we didn't really recruit out of high school, any of that, didn't have a previous relationship. And I think it pays off, when you have relationships and the quarterbacks trust you too, and go back to Matt Corral when he threw 6 interceptions. And before I even got to the media, sitting down with him, telling him, we got to do a better job calling plays. I got to coach better. And don't worry, we got your back. And so I think that goes a long ways, and it goes a long ways with kids in recruiting, of knowing what they're going to get when they get here from a relationship, and that they can trust us to have their back.
How's that a shot at Freeze?
Because he's saying that he didn't go to the media and talk about.
But was Freeze even come up in that conversation?
No,
Was he talking about his play?
No, they're saying that there's that a subtle shot that he took that to go through and say, here's how I handled it, and I'll let all of you think about maybe how somebody has just recently handled this.
Kiffin normally has that facial.
It may be a stretch, but I know Lane Kiffin, and I think that's what he's doing.
But he normally has that facial expression of when he's trying to pull a good one, and he looked pretty serious then. Like he was just talking about his relationship with his players.
It's great. This goes back to what we were talking about yesterday. It's great to talk about that and how you're doing this and that when you're winning.
Sure.
You lose, you throw, 4 or 5 picks, you have a whole different outlook on it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just thought, Hugh Freeze's comments were funny myself.
Right.
We got to quit throwing it to the other team.
Right.
I mean, that kind of sums it up, doesn't it?
Sure
and that comment,
he threw fumble in too. We also got to hang on the ball.
Yeah, that Kiffin's comments come right after Hugh Freeze is saying we got to find a guy that won't throw it to the other team, and we got to find running backs that hold on to it. So that was just that was that.
Boy, he's frustrated. I know.
Well, I mean, you can coach. You can be the perfect coach. You can be an 11 out of 10. And you still have to have kids that hold on to the football and don't throw picks. I mean, that's true. I mean, I'm sorry.
And I'll go.
You still got to perform.
And I'll go a step further too. No matter who you are, everybody, there's a human element, and you guys touched on a little bit. Sometimes, even though they have the cool down period, sometimes I get to the microphone and I'm still very frustrated.
Yeah,
and so I'm still venting, a little bit, and so there's some of that too. All right, so Monday Night Football last night. I didn't know. I'm not to me, neither matchup last night it was intriguing at all.
Okay,
but I didn't watch either one of them. I don't like that there's two. I think Monday Night Football should be one game that everybody.
It used to be an event.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like an event as much anymore. But
well, Rick, it hasn't been an event since Howard Cosell and Dandy Don.
Oh, I'm telling you about the glory days.
Yeah.
Look, let me tell you.
I try to stay up late on Monday night at school.
I know.
I know there's a lot of bad things with social media and really bad things, but there's also some good things. The fact that people have all this vintage video that I never saw and stuff. I'm sitting there the other day, and what comes up, with Monday Night Football is the one time that Howard Cosell got on the air drunk. and like ended up getting sick, and they had to like escort him out of the booth, and they're showing him carrying on some analysis while he's drunk, and it is hilarious. And Dandy Don's holding him up, trying to keep it straight. And of course, Frank's had enough.
Yeah, sure.
But anyway,
don't forget OJ was on there at one time.
Thanks, Greg.
And was pretty good.
Yeah, he was.
Joe Namath on that particular play.
All right. I know Joe was never very good as an announcer.
On that particular play.
So
let's go over to Dandy Don. Dandy, how's it look?
Turn out the lights. So let's go to Jaden Daniels last night. One of the games last night, Washington. What are they called? The Commanders.
Mm-hmm. They look good.
Comanches, is that right?
Now let me tell you. That's
Better not.
That's a mean bunch. If you want to name your team after a tribe and scare people, go Comanche. That's a mean bunch right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, those that want to do the all-caring, all-loving Native Americans, they leave the Comanches out.
Hey, they can do some tricks on a horse,
That's a rough
too.
bunch right there. That's a rough bunch. So here's Jaden Daniels, LSU's phenom, and everybody's keeping an eye on these rookies. Had a good night last night.
Yeah,
set an NFL record.
Yeah.
Yeah, he set an NFL record for highest completion percentage in a game ever for a rookie. More touchdowns than incompletions. Here's his post-game interview.
Like a rookie tonight, just what felt good to you?
We were just executing at a high level. Good credit to my O-line, good credit to my receivers, my running backs, and most importantly, good credit to God.
Now I'm going to tell you something. You were 21 for 23 passing, a 91% completion percentage. That's the highest for a rookie ever in the history of this league. Just what does that even mean to you?
That's crazy. Give glory to God, man. I want to be in this business without him, so I can't do nothing without him.
You were able to connect tonight with Terry McLaurin, your number one. Just take us through the touchdown pass that kind of sealed the game.
Yeah, cover zero. I knew I was going to take a hit, but I trust my players.
Is that Ruby?
I trust my guy to make a play.
Yeah, there's a kid jumping in front of the TV.
That's funny.
Might as well be.
What a night for LSU, though, to have Joe Burrow and then him on the field, both LSU quarterbacks, Heisman Trophy winners facing each other.
I did not think of that, by the way.
Think about this, too. He threw – now, we're talking about the NFL, okay? We're talking about a rookie. He threw more touchdown passes than he did incomplete passes.
Unbelievable.
That is insane.
At any level. I don't care who you're playing.
That's good.
You know who I didn't realize? So Quinn left the Cowboys as defensive coordinator. Now he's the head coach there. I didn't know their offensive coordinator. I was talking to Greg about this. The former Texas Tech coach that got the Arizona Cardinals.
Kingsbury.
I didn't even know he was with them now. He's the OC. It looks like he's calling plays. I remember
when he got the head job at the Cardinals after he'd gotten fired from his college job. We were like, what?
And he left the business, and I think went to the beach for a couple of years. And now he's back.
What would y'all done if Jaden Daniels would have said, well, one of the key things I want to do is not throw it to the other team.
That would be good. Yeah, too, this thing, one of the textures brought this
I saw
up.
that. Good point.
Spurrier used to berate his quarterbacks during the drive. I mean,
what about the time he played three of them? You remember he rotated three in at one time?
Yeah. It's one of those things. It all goes back to personalities and stuff, and coaches have different personalities and things like that. And it's like somebody asked me about it. They said, well, would your dad have done that? And I said, no, he would not have. But as they just said, but Spurrier would have. It's just different. Different coaches do different things.
Yeah.
And if Spurrier did it, we loved him for it. Apparently if Hugh Freeze does it, everybody thinks he's terrible. So it's
he's so mean.
Spurrier, man, he's awesome. Freeze is mean.
I don't think Freeze has got anywhere close to what Spurrier used to do.
Oh, Spurrier, like y'all said, he do it during the game.
He sent his defensive coordinator to the press conference because the defense didn't play good.
We'll take your phone calls next.
How about that 3-4?
In defense of Hugh Freeze, Auburn is averaging 8 yards per play right now. It's the turnovers that are killing us.
We'll be right back. We'll take your phone calls next. What it costs for the second chance program and the court fees and all. Yeah. So you still have you got balloon $3,500, you got a little over $5,000 of cost, and then whatever your lawyer charges you. Is that kind of where it's going to land?
Right.
All right. So I got to ask a question, Hoyt. Knowing what you're doing, was it worth it?
Speedy.
Was it worth it?
Yeah. Was it worth it? What you're going through now, was it worth it? Or don't answer if I'm going to get you in trouble.
well, I don't.
Hoyt, no comment is fine.
I'm not gonna lie. It was worth it.
No. I'm sorry, Hoyt. Did I just get him in trouble?
Yes. Speedy, you just penciled him into December.
Hoyt, you might want to look. You might want to look and see how much third chance costs.
Hoyt, this is what you said. I was kidding. I've learned my lesson.
Yeah,
Say that.
Hoyt, you're just joking.
I didn't do that thinking. Let me clear a few things up. I didn't do that out of just recklessly for attention. I mean, I was driven by passion. I just, and I'll have everybody to know. Let me clear something else up for all the people out there that think, he's claiming to be a Christian and that might not have been the right thing to do. I'm not the first slasher. I'm not the original slasher. If you remember correctly, what did Peter do when they came to arrest Jesus in the garden?
Thank you.
Hoyt. Rick Hoyt's got a point.
I'm just saying.
No. Well, the comparison is.
Peter was a bad aim. He would have took the guard's head off.
Right.
Knows his Bible.
He definitely.
It's a little bit of a stretch, that comparison, but of course Jesus put it back on. Let's remember that.
He picked his head up and put it back on.
Yeah. You didn't have anybody there to take Baby Trump and fix your slash.
No.
But I don't.
A tire store across the road.
Yeah. They could put a hot patch.
Oh boy, that's good.
There's a tire place across the road. Oh, Hoyt. I'm just glad they're giving Hoyt a second chance. Greggy's making the most of it.
He sure is.
Thank you, Hoyt.
It's all on me.
My goodness, Hoyt.
Hoyt, will they as a final agreement to this deal? Will they make you stay away from Trump rallies or Trump protests or anything, or how's all that wrap up?
They haven't mentioned anything about that, so I'm not going to press the question.
Okay.
Hoyt, it sounds like you're on the straight and narrow.
Sounds like you're really paying attention to everything.
Well, we learn our lessons, don't we, Hoyt?
Definitely. I told her my caseworker went to reading off all the things that'll get me kicked out of the program, and I told her, I said, listen, you can stop right there. I said, I'm going to be a good boy for the next 3 months. I promise. I'm not risking 3 months over 3 years.
Right.
So that is the catch there. If I mess up, I got a 3-year.
Oh, Hoyt.
Good night, Hoyt.
All right, well, Hoyt, thank you for the update, and I appreciate you.
Before I get off here, I want to go ahead and remind everybody to get out there on vote day and vote for Coach Tuberville. Let's get all these politicians out there. Coach Tub 2020 and Trump 2020.
Thank you, Hoyt. Thank you, Hoyt. Thank you. You got that in. Thanks, Hoyt.
Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Phone troll time. The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls. You can join us at 866-WE-BE. Big lines are available. Come on with it. Come on. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table at the end of 30 seconds. The buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. Next person gets their shot. Speedy has a timeout. So does Bubba. No meaningless shout-outs. No shameless plugs. And, of course, those will get the instant buzzer. And good news is, if you're calling us, and if you move now, you can get in, you shouldn't have to stay in line very long because the buzzer helps. So, all right, let's go to buyraycon.com/bigbox as you are starting to work your way to the phones. These are great gift ideas. They're everyday earbuds. The people on your list for a birthday, maybe you got an anniversary coming up. Maybe you're a grandparent, and like all grandparents, you're always giving your grandkids stuff. This would be great. They're about half the price of the other premium audio brands, and then we get you another 15% off. Their new colors are fantastic. If you're into, a lot of you I know out there like the color lavender. They've got a lavender pair now, really cool looking. You can pick those up. There's other great colors. You'll love those. No better time to do it. They have a 30-day happiness guarantee. If you don't love them inside 30 days, you get a full refund. You will love them. They've enhanced. They've got the 3 customizable sound styles. That's always been there. But now you get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity. You can share, 2 devices at once. These are so good. They're priced perfectly, and you're going to love them. A lot of you are listening to us right now on them. But get yours right now. Free shipping and 15% off at buyraycon.com/bigbox, or just use the link, same link, at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Jonathan out of the Athens, Alabama area. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Jonathan, go ahead, 30 seconds. How about it?
Hey, good morning. I was just going to see if y'all have seen what former Ole Miss quarterback Bo Wallace said on Twitter about Hugh Freeze.
Well,
we talked a little bit about that.
We talked about that yesterday. Yeah. Bubba mentioned it. I didn't see it. You said you see it or just hear about it?
Yeah, I read it.
So we did comment on that yesterday.
I missed the show yesterday.
Yeah, see there, Jonathan. You see what that does? You cannot do that. Let's go to Nick. Nick, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go.
Yeah, I just had a comment about college athletes not being criticized. We always refer to them as kids. These are men. They're young men, but they're men. They're old enough to buy alcohol. They're old enough to fight and die in a war. And add to that the fact that they are now being paid to do a job. If I don't do the job I'm being paid to do, I get criticized by my boss.
Yeah, we talked about that also yesterday. A lot of you missed yesterday's show. It does bring Bubba brought that up. It was a good point. There's a new accountability now because you can no longer say, hey, man, it's the coach that gets paid. Them kids are out there. Not anymore. They get paid right along with the coach.
Yeah, they do. Some of them more.
Tom in Pell City. Tom, go ahead.
How about Beth Mowens commenting on Trump coming? Come on now.
Trump's going to be heading down to Bryant-Denny Stadium. It's going to be rowdy in there. I mean, you better get outside. You won't get within yards of Trump when he comes through. I might have to get a timeout.
Oh, wow.
There you go. We continue. Henry, Birmingham, ZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just wondering. I like listening to y'all's best of CDs, and I was wondering if y'all still had trouble. I was wondering if y'all still had trouble saying certain words.
Absolutely. Maybe new words. Some of our old foes, we never have defeated.
A couple of them we got over.
Yeah, I think I finally got to where I could somewhat do reward. There it is.
That's good.
And Bubba, what was the one you defeated?
I had architectural review.
Yeah,
that was one of them, and then Deuteronomy.
That was a big win.
Right. Yeah.
That was a big word win.
It took me a while to get over that.
But we've got others that I don't know that on this side of heaven I'll ever overcome them. Some of them just own me. We continue. Let's go to Tony, Mobile, Alabama. Tony, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Tony.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Tony. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, I'm actually from Prattville. That's why I was confused. Hey, 2 things. Number 1, thank you guys for everything that you do and stand for, from a pastor to guys that love Jesus and just preach the gospel every day. Thank you so much for being for the kingdom for 30 years. Also, you guys need to look up In another country, a guy was running in a park and a pack of otters mauled him. That's
a pack of otters?
Otters? An otter mauling?
The lovable otter?
Huh. You get too many of them together, I guess it could be dangerous.
Perry out of Troy. Perry, go ahead, 30 seconds.
What's up, boys? I was hearing y'all talk about fruits earlier. Rick said he loved the honeydew because it was the cousin of one of the melons, and I was just thinking, man, Rick sure does like a cousin, don't he?
Little throwback there.
The honeydew was adopted. Let's go. That's funny. Bradley, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's up? I really cannot get over about how frustrated I am about the Auburn football team, and
come on, man.
Quite frankly, I really don't know if Hugh Freeze is going to get the job done or not. Which, I mean, I know some people aren't a huge fan of that saying, but I'm really not completely sure about it.
So wait, so you're bailing on the coach after one season and 3 games?
I mean,
Did you see
I'm really
this?
desperate. I'm desperate for anything right now.
Well, listen. Let me tell you, if you want to set the program back another 10 years, change coach again.
Yep. Yeah. That when you go through, when you see various coaches come through, like kind of what Florida and Saban talked about that, there comes a point where you have to say maybe it's not them. Maybe we.
What else is in play
the
here?
program and everything that's tied to the program.
I would say too, and we've talked about this. You can donate to your collective, whatever your school is. Okay, you can do big amounts, but a lot of people do $20 a month, $19.95. If you're not donating, I wouldn't be too critical. If you're not going to help hire some of these players you need,
right? When you go to, just think about it. Just use logic. Okay, when a coach has won everywhere they've gone, and then they come to your program, and it can't seem to happen there. And you do that more than, Auburn hasn't done it as many times as, say, this Florida thing really looks odd. You have to start thinking maybe the coach is not the issue. Maybe there's other things that need to be changed. And that's just a thought, but I'm with Bubba. You take a Hugh Freeze level coach and let him come into a program that was in complete disarray, and you get rid of him halfway through season 2, that program will go backward. I mean, it will be that will be such a mistake. We continue.
I know it's a microwave world. We all want immediate results,
right?
But you're gonna have to give them longer than that. And he's not the only one. There's several other.
Oh yeah, I would say that about a lot of programs. You're right. Let's go to where we go. Todd in Alabama. Todd, go ahead. Welcome to the show. 30 seconds.
Hey, Todd. Hey, Todd.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, bud.
Good morning.
Hey, what's the chances of my 2 favorite radio guys getting to interview Trump? Maybe call Sean Hannity and hook up something for you guys to interview him and play it Monday on the air.
Well, we've interviewed him twice. Yeah. I noticed you're picking a Monday.
I've heard them. Yep. We've heard both interviews, but I mean, you did an awful good job. So
thank you, buddy.
We'd like to have a third, man.
Okay.
Like to have
well, you know what? I don't know that our connections in the past are still have access, but we can certainly look into it.
Well, I have reached out to one person
you have?
that might still have a connection, just throwing it up to see if we can catch it.
Okay.
We'll see.
So we'll try. And the way Trump
and
is.
Look, I don't want to say anything.
Could happen.
I mean, I don't want to tip my hand here, but it might be worth being in the golden ticket seats Friday.
Big T, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Look, Rick, I just want to talk about your favorite subject, and that's Jesus.
Yeah.
Man, I just want to remind everybody, the world's going to be the world, but those of us that are followers of Christ, all this madness, he's not sitting there wringing his hands, wondering what's going to happen. Jesus is still in control. God's still in control. Keep giving the praise, keep giving the glory, and I'm out, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's the beauty. I mean, that's what, frankly, I sleep in that peace every night. I know the guys do as well, and I wake up on that every single day. At the end of it all, I'm good, man. To live is Christ, to die is gain. We continue. Let's go to John in Nashville. John, go ahead. 30 seconds.
I just want to tell the Auburn fans that cry me a river, try being a Vanderbilt fan for 41 years of your life. The fall is miserable. Only Vanderbilt could be leading the nation in points scored in the fourth quarter, get beat by Georgia State, and then almost beat Missouri on the road.
I know, man.
So,
you guys are.
Other than a few years of James Franklin, falls are terrible for me.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I know that's tough, buddy. That's a good point. You make a good point. 15 minutes, as we were told always by our parents growing up. There's always someone has it worse than you.
Yeah.
So we'll be back.
Sometimes it's hard to find them, but
more to cover. The Rick and Bubba Show rolls on, Lord willing, right after the break. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's your favorite meal?
No, he said that now. Of course, if you order something else, he'd be
I'm the same way.
But, you know.
I tell you, I look skinny, guys, but I eat a lot. I really do. I mean, I love it all, too. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner. I love food. I love the taste of my mouth as well.
Nothing wrong with that.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
I mean, I eat all day.
The reason why I'm fat is because I don't eat because I'm hungry. You know, just like Bubba
that
said.
egg on your lip looks good.
How y'all hunt?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm just like, I'm hungry. If something's really good, like Bubba's talking about, you just said, if the food is good, see, like right now, I don't need the rest of this ham.
Right.
But I just want it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because I like the way it tastes.
Yeah.
So I want to keep eating this ham until I'm like real sleepy. And
you know what, too? I think we could bribe the ground crew with some of this food because that guy with the drag looks hungry.
Hey, buddy, how about some ham?
Yeah. Y'all had breakfast, guys? Anybody hungry?
Y'all hungry? We got breakfast over here.
Food? We got a little extra.
Straight up, because, hey, let me tell you, this field looks beautiful.
It does. Y'all done a great job.
Gorgeous. Can I tell y'all?
Come on over and get a plate.
How about a clap for the grounds crew?
Yeah.
Huh? On our feet.
Y'all come on over and get a plate.
I'm gonna tell you, it looks. Look at this field. You could eat off this field.
Do y'all do yards?
Would one of y'all like to cut Ryan Greenwood's bushes? Because I wrecked the van trying to miss it.
Jeremy, is that Jeremy? Is that Jeremy? Do you know where Pelham is? Y'all come on up and have some. I'll hold the rake.
Straight up. Y'all come up here and eat. We want y'all to be. Can I tell you something? Let me tell you something. Their boss must be.
Good gosh.
Hey, Rick. He must make Patton look like a walk in the park.
I know, they're so sweet.
Rick, do you think they'd get mad if I took the cart right in front of them?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They wouldn't care for that there, Speedy.
Yeah,
really?
You ever have a drag upside the head? That is no fun.
You see how he's working that rake? I bet he can hit with it pretty good, too.
All right.
Yes, they're very serious.
So you think they'd get real mad?
I've never seen a group so serious.
Very focused.
You know, I love sports, too. But
and they ain't even getting the millions.
I know.
You know, it ain't like the Braves bunt a lot, you know, so, I mean, it don't have to be exactly particular.
You know, seriously, with their commitment, I wonder if they like, would they tell the teams y'all not going out there? I mean,
could the Braves be banished to the parking lot because the grass is too good a shape?
But look at that. Is that beautiful?
It's gorgeous.
How about this? The results are in. You know what they'd say to us? If y'all run your radio and TV show like we run this ground crew, y'all be a little better off.
Ooh.
That's probably what they'd say.
Well, sure.
You know, because let me tell you, there's no nonsense out there. You think they'd have been on air on time this morning?
Well, I want to meet the guy that's in charge of this. He has got his act together. I want to put him in charge of affiliate relations.
Affiliate relations? I'd start him tomorrow. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
You know what they'd say? They said, let me tell you, Stu, I got y'all's promotional stuff. It is neat and precise.
And you know what, Rick, a great promotion, and I think we could tie Marvin into this, is I told John Perry on the way over here. Of course, we appreciate him setting all this up today. This has been great. And but you know, really, I think it would be great if we let a listener or a viewer come see a playoff game with Rick and Bubba on the front row.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, guys.
Now, I know that sounds
Rick.
like a cheap way for us to get in and get great seats to a playoff
It does.
game. And look, we'll throw in Marvin, too.
Yeah, throw a home plate in there.
You know, home plate,
yeah.
the whole.
Yeah.
I think we have the whole Turner South original lineup right down there on the front row. And we invite a viewer and a guest to come to it. And
great
look,
promotion.
It's not that I'm wanting to do that.
Look at Speedy.
Take him up on the team.
But I would, I would want to do that for
Speedy.
Well, Speedy just stole the cart.
Oh,
look, that guy's on the radio, and he ain't happy.
He has had it.
He is
Hey,
not
guys,
happy.
guys, is anybody following me?
Yeah, well, he's radioing.
He looks like he's pissed.
I can tell you that right now.
We'll just tell you that straight up.
Yeah.
And you.
Well, I'm just gonna act
not
like.
happy.
Yeah, I think the sign.
Look out there now, Phil. Speedy, get his rate. Get his rate. Take his rate. Take his rate. Speedy, you ain't got a hair if you don't get his rate. Okay, you're hairless. That's okay.
Well, he is.
Hey, yeah, you're right. I am hairless. Yeah. I'm just checking, make sure this works.
Yeah. Oh, so you're acting like you're working on the banner.
Don't do a donut, Speedy.
Yeah. Watch it. Oh gosh.
Speedy, will that thing peel out? Look at it.
Look at the dust. It's kicking up. It's kicking up dust. It's kicking up dust.
Kick it, Speedy. I got to see your fishtail on the warning track.
Speedy, let her eat. Speedy, let her eat.
Hey, I just let her eat a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, Speedy, strip and drive naked. You got to do it. Come on.
What?
Speedy,
strip and drive naked.
Speedy, come out of the 335
really?
shirtless.
You really want me to? We're back. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Bubba, I'm going to talk about a topic that we've kind of touched on in the past and back at the Olympics, but I'd like to revisit it. So, we talked about it back at the Olympics. So, the last night, it was one of those deals where I was gone all day on Sunday. We talked about that yesterday, and so I didn't see Sherry till I came in, basically went to bed on Sunday night. So first time I saw her in a little while was when we got home. I got home from work yesterday, and so we got to talking. We had dinner, and we were catching up and all this. Of course, she's going to Pensacola tonight, and so we were like, okay, tonight, we need to spend some time together, and da 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 da. And so she says, well, I will just tell you, we went downstairs, and it was not on purpose. We didn't see anything we really wanted to watch. And then I said, well, let's just turn live TV on. And as soon as it came on, it was the intro for one of the Monday Night Football games. I thought the only one. Right. I forgot there were two. And she looked at me. She said, you tricked me. You're trying to get me. And I said, I'm just going to be completely honest with you. Okay, I'm not intrigued with this matchup at all. I have no interest in this game. So no, this is not a trick. It just happened to be on that channel, and I said, so let's go. Let's see. Let's find a little something. And so we get to flipping around, and we land on a show that Speedy and those that have secondhand embarrassment, the Andy Blanks of the world, cannot watch, and that is The Voice.
When the chairs turn, because Speedy, please let's watch it together, because I want to watch you with their families in there just
hoping this is their chance.
Oh, Speedy,
somebody turn around.
Oh, Speedy, there was one last night whose dad looked like a shorter version of Bill Clinton. He looked just like Bill Clinton, and she'd already told everybody that she fronted like an 8-piece band with brass and everything, and they played gigs everywhere. And she was going to thrill the audience, and this is going to get to my bigger topic. Going to thrill the audience and the judges by not singing. It was going to do a song that featured her singing and rapping. Which is going to be my topic. Snoop is a judge this time for the first time. Snoop Dogg is my topic. I'll get to him.
Oh, I get it.
But anyway, so
he's a busy man.
So she comes out, and immediately, this is bad. Okay, not that she's bad like if she were, doing karaoke. She's perfectly fine for that. She's nervous, so now her voice starts. And then, but I'm thinking, well, baby, just give up on the rap.
Yeah, don't rap.
Don't get to the rap.
It was probably a bad idea anyway.
But they're showing her parents standing next to Carson, what's his name, the host, which is one of the most boring hosts on television.
He really is.
I've never really seen the draw in him.
I know
he's not exactly Ryan Seacrest. What is up? Why do we let this guy have a gig like this? He's as mundane.
Oh yeah,
Carson Daly is as mundane a human on TV I've ever seen. Yeah. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to really be trouble, but I'm not really going to be great. I'm just going to hang right
maybe
here.
He can just read the cards.
Yeah, I can read the cards and keep it moving.
Yeah. See, I hadn't seen him in a long time because I don't watch it.
So, and now to make it worse, secondhand embarrassment.
See him on like New Year's Eve shows.
To make it worse, don't forget,
they give you the background story before they come out.
And hey,
I mean, things like my granddaddy died
Yes.
this year, and I'm singing for him.
And you think, no way they're going to let this happen.
And you think, yeah, because these early ones are taped.
Yeah.
They're not to the live ones yet, and you're thinking, oh, they're not going to make us do this. We're not going to watch
this story and then cut
And
them.
the parents stand there next to Carson Daly, and you couldn't be him. You couldn't be him.
They like
'Cause
pulling on him and stuff?
Yeah, he keeps having to look at him going, somebody's going to turn.
Oh,
and
Speedy is.
it is horrifying.
It bothers me, and that's unheard
What does he
of.
do if nobody turns? What does he say?
I'm so sorry. Oh, it's terrible.
And the thing
And
about it,
then the person cries on stage, and then they turn around and all start hugging her. So this season, I think it's like they said their 26th season. That's
they
crazy.
do about 3 or 4 years.
So anyway, and by the way, they claimed that Morgan Wallen was on The Voice at one time. He didn't win, but that he was one of the people that
Really?
yeah.
I don't know.
Because that one person thought they were going to be the next Morgan Wallen. They won't be. But anyway, so I look at this panel and I go, Blake Shelton finally retired from it, but his wife is on there now. So she's been on there about 9 times, but she's back this year. They have Reba McEntire. They've added for the first time ever Reba's second season, I think she said. Oh. And then they have Michael Bublé. They've added him, and they've added Snoop.
Okay.
There's my topic. What is this thing with Snoop? Why is
He's
everybody
everywhere.
upset? Well, he's had this resurgence. Snoop Dogg is like an empire. I mean, he is
He's covering the Olympics.
He's on every
about
commercial.
every third commercial.
Right. Yeah. What's this Snoop obsession that we have?
Think about it, too. Think about where he came from. Name me one gangster rapper who has made it mainstream like him. He has become, he started out in the middle of death row and all that, and you were all shooting each other.
Well,
and now he is, he's just,
He's
he does
obviously
commercials. He's having a ball.
He's obviously testing good in some of their research.
Yes.
That's all it.
And then what gets me is you're sitting there loving him, and look, he's even got Cher's even like, I kind of like Snoop, and I said he is likable, and then he takes his sunglasses off, and you can see he's clearly high. and you're like, okay, he's in every, and I'm like, he sells marijuana. I don't think as a Baptist I'm supposed to like Snoop, but and then you think about some of the things he did in the past or whatever. But one of the things that he's difficult, because what they do, those you're not familiar with the show, once if they turn around and say, I want to be your coach, then they have to sell the artist on why they should be picked if there's more than one.
Right.
If there's 4, they're 2, they're 3.
They get picked.
Well, what he kept doing over and over again, and you look at these artists that want to come, he goes, none of these people can give you what I can. I'm an empire. I will be,
he says that?
Oh, they actually pulled us some potato chips with Snoop on. And he goes, how about you? I'll put your face on the back of some potato chips. Like that. And he's like, I'm a marketing empire. You got to pick me as your coach.
But he says it real
Where
smooth.
he
but he
came
says it
from
much
to where
smoother
he
than
is.
I am. We get the D-O-double-G, and all this stuff.
Now watch out. You can't repeat some of it. You
I
get
know.
in trouble.
Yeah,
but only he can say.
But when was it Martha Stewart? Did we thank her for this?
I think it
did
was.
she make the transition
believe
for us?
that's
How did he
what did
become mainstream?
I believe that.
I think there were several things that helped him, but the Martha Stewart thing helped both of them.
Yeah.
Helped both of them.
But we look at Snoop Dogg, who used to be a gangster rapper.
He was in a murder trial at one time.
We are now looking at Snoop Dogg like he's Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Yeah, murder was the case that they gave him.
Yes.
Oh, there you
he
go.
wrote something.
He kept saying out loud that I kept looking around.
thinking I'm a
I
master
run
plan.
Death Row Records now. I said he's still saying Death Row, and everybody is. We're treating him like has a children's show or something.
I know.
Now, wasn't it Ice-T that went on to go play a cop on TV while singing about killing cops
New Jack
originally?
City.
Yeah, Ice-T.
But I got caught up in it. I found myself wanting to hang out with Snoop Dogg.
Right.
It works. He's how about this? He's very lovable now. When did this happen?
Did you see it was 5-6 years ago? The documentary on his youth football team.
Yes.
Yeah,
he
he
was
took all
pretty
over
good.
America to play.
Yeah.
He even brought that up that he coaches football. How does he have time for all this? He's trying to. He's becoming, the Steve Harvey, the Ryan Seacrest. By the way, speaking of that, maybe when you touch it, I saw Ryan Seacrest, a little bit of Wheel of Fortune.
You did?
It's weird.
It is weird.
It feels
he's
really,
doing okay.
It's
really
gonna take
weird.
time.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Of course, he's getting $28 million, so I get it. But top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
look, on the radio. Keep moving. Don't stop. He's on the radio.
Now he's going after you.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
The head man just said, Speedy, better get off the cart. He's going to come here and clip him. And you know what he said, too? If I was in charge, I'd have Johnny Van Zant's phone number, right? But that should have known Speedy if he was listening.
Speedy, I don't know if I wasn't you, I'd double back the other way.
I'm trying to act official.
Oh, you're acting
official.
Hey,
Speedy, that is not. That is not possible.
I love the ooga. How about y'all almost made me strip down naked? Just
Speedy, if you don't come by home plate shirtless, huh? Come on, you better kick it and come on by. Hey, that guy named Jeremy, he's tired of it. I'll tell you right now. Look at him looking at you.
Let me tell you this, Marvin Hagler's not happy either.
Marvelous Marvin. Been wondering what he was doing over the years.
That's right.
There he is. Yes, sir.
Look at his offense, Ryan Greenwood. He can't get it.
Oh, there he goes, Speedy. You got to kick it, though. Don't just sit there shirtless.
Right.
You got to let her eat.
By the way, he's right aware of his bald spot. But anyway.
Oh, wow.
He's right away.
Speedy, ask him if everything's okay.
Yes,
like your supervisor.
Speedy said, I couldn't help. I think I saw just two blades crossing each other out there in left field.
Hold it in, Speedy. Hold it in.
We'll come back.
Oh, man. Speedy. Speedy. Head slide, first base.
Speedy, if you don't
15 foot away.
If you don't dive for first.
Speedy, you'll be thrown out, but it'll be a great moment forever. Look, this could win us an award.
Hey, look, the last hour you'll be sleeping at the hotel.
Yeah, you get a quick trip back to rest.
Rick and Bubba.
Turner Field, our thanks to
the
Marvin, Marvin Woods from Turner's House Home Plate for breakfast and visiting with us this morning. What a great guy. A lot of fun, delicious food. Did I just go into a Jim Rome almost there for just a minute?
You did.
He's excellent. He's hilarious.
Awesome.
So we make our way back 32 minutes past. Lining up right now at 877 We Be Big. Contestants to play Rick and Bubba's worst case scenario. Some of you say it could be that you scraped the side of your brand new van and you just told your wife about it on the cell phone, but no.
Or just trying to get a call through on this show.
Yes, so 877 We Be Big. In worst case scenario, Bubba will present to you 3 worst case scenarios, and you will select from multiple choice what do you think the correct thing is to do in this scenario. Get 3 of those correct, and you're going to drop the green flag for your favorite driver next week at Talladega Super Speedway and the qualifying day for the EA Sports 500, the Food World 300 also next weekend. You'll get tickets, garage passes, and a picture in Victory Lane with both the winners on Saturday and Sunday if you're a grand prize winner. But if you win right now, you get to drop the green flag for sure, and you might win the grand prize, which we'll draw for late in the program today on radio. All right, so 877 We Be Big. Line them up right now, Peaches. Tell me who is the contestant and where they're from, and we will play worst case scenario, our worst case scenario theme music. What is it? Is it under worst? Okay, that does make sense.
Sure.
All right, here we go. All right, here we go.
We got Shane in Gadsden.
All right, Shane in Gadsden will be our first contestant as Tone Loc plays the worst case scenario theme music, Funky Co Medina. Gadsden, Alabama. Shane, how you doing, buddy?
We're good. How y'all doing?
We're good. Now look, Shane, you know how to play, right?
I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, Shane, I feel like I may be heading into a worst-case scenario. Here's what's going to happen.
I may be.
Yeah, Bubba will give you the scenario.
Have a hit of caffeine, it'll be all right.
And then he will give you multiple choice on what the correct thing to do in this scenario would be. Now, I'm the expert if you need help from me because I have been in most of these scenarios. So I have tried most of what you're about to hear. So, Bubba, let's present our first worst-case scenario. Shane from Gadsden, listening on Mix 102.9 and watching on Turner Sound.
How do you send a signal that means help is needed? How do you send a signal that means help is needed? A, create a V shape on the ground. B, create a fire. Or C, strip topless and ride around the warning track at the TED. A, B, or C?
That would be B.
Create a fire? I'm sorry, that's not correct.
Well, I'll tell you, if you'd have been listening. B, I was sitting right here too, Shane. Right here I was, clutching in my hand a green flag. Thanks, Shane. Appreciate you playing. Next, just where we got?
Kathy in Birmingham.
Kathy, Birmingham, Alabama, as Peaches just told all of you who are watching on Turner South, because you can hear her. Kathy, you will play. Kathy listening on Y94.5 and watching on Turner South. Kathy, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here comes scenario number 1.
Kathy, how do you defrost a frozen car lock? Do you A, light a match and use it to heat your key? The heated key should then defrost the lock. Place your mouth over the lock and breathe into it to melt the ice. Or C, lick the lock.
Give me some help, Rick.
B.
B.
Place your mouth over the lock. I'm sorry, that's incorrect. You should light a match, use it to heat your key.
Brand new hour, as you heard, Team Rick and Bubba all here as we move forward, chatting with you, America. We've covered a lot of topics. You missed something? Not a problem. Not a problem. You ever miss any Rick and Bubba, you go back and you grab it. The Rick and Bubba podcast archives or our YouTube archives, even a best of hour for Blaze TV subscribers on the video side, and a best of hour for all of you on the podcast side as well. So things to know tonight, Pensacola, Florida. Sherry will be there, my wife, speaking at the women's event at First Baptist Church there in Pensacola, Florida. Ladies, y'all enjoy that time with Sherry. Take care of her tonight. You're in for a big evening. So, Bubba, I mentioned Ryan Seacrest going to the break. We've discussed the mainstreaming of Snoop Dogg. It's and I'm glad that we can forget, you know, some of the things. The transition of him now. People are now sending us his children's album,
Doggy Land.
It's yeah, right. It's
pretty weird.
It's interesting. It is. I just think if Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, I think if he had a business that was legal marijuana sales, I don't think it just seemed like it would have been a bit of a scar, on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. You know, if Bert and Ernie,
this is more like Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood,
right?
Yeah. Remember the Eddie Murphy character,
right? Yeah. If Bert and Ernie were running Death Row Records, it
didn't.
But somehow he's transitioning all of this. So this kind of takes us to all those that have been involved in everything, and this is Ryan Seacrest going to the Wheel of Fortune. Now, that Wheel of Fortune bunch, Bubba and I have already told you we don't watch that show because we don't like to spell. We don't know how to spell.
I don't like trying to guess them.
Very frustrating game.
I don't like spelling shows.
It also,
none.
I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way. This is just my own personal battle. I've already told you, and that's the reason why we couldn't stay on it very much last night. If I find myself watching the Wheel of Fortune, I can't explain it. I know it's weird. It's quirky. It makes me think that my life has taken a bad turn.
Yeah.
I'm like, I should be doing something productive.
I'm down to this.
I don't know what's
it's
happened.
Not daytime judges shows, Rick.
It's very similar.
Oh, that's close.
So, Pat Sajak, look, God bless him, Greg. He's on your list of people. Good for you.
Good for you.
He found himself a little gig, and he made a ton of cash.
Mm-hmm.
A ton of cash. I will say, though, and I had this discussion last night, I will say I don't know that there is an easier gig for the money than Vanna White.
Yeah.
Guys, Vanna White has made for how many years?
Oh, my goodness.
Because I researched it. $3 million a year to stand next to letters.
And turn them.
And
you don't even turn them.
You don't turn them. And there's no need for
electronic.
That. They could do that without her, okay?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so that's the greatest gig on the planet. Did not know this. When they wanted her to stay to kind of help everybody fall in love with Ryan Seacrest, she negotiated for the first time ever. They kept trying to. I looked at the history of this last night. She's always tried to get a raise, and they'd never give her one. They're like, for the love of God, we give you $3 million to stand next to letters. Yeah. Okay.
We feel like
she kept saying she wanted more because of the impact she brought to the show.
Yeah.
When they transitioned to the new show for the first time in her entire career, and I use the word career loosely, she upgraded to $7.5 million.
Yeah. Bravo.
Wow.
To stand there and touch lit up squares.
Is that a real number?
She's been on since 1980, 44 years.
Wow.
They said she made $3 million a year the entire time, never could get a raise. And when the transition to Seacrest, she went up to 7.5.
That's awesome.
What did Seacrest get on this gig?
$28 million.
A year or total?
For the season.
Wow.
Good gracious.
So you put them together.
For
35 mil right
for
out of the
the
gate,
season.
Because Pat was only like 16, wasn't he?
So
15, 16.
so Seacrest, I thought I was incorrect. Apparently, I thought let me take a look at Seacrest. I like Seacrest.
Yeah.
He's a Georgia Bulldog. I like him. You know, I think it'd be cool to hang with Seacrest.
Sure.
He does his job well. I think he is a pro. You know, we love that. I mean, he is. He's going to do it well. So I thought maybe Sajak leaves, and you know, let's face it. Let's just call it. Human beings, as far as our bodies, we don't live forever. And the Pat Sajak crew, they might not have been bringing in a new audience and maybe they said, you know, our audience will eventually die if we don't do something to get younger people watching this show.
Right.
Well,
I mean, how old was Pat when he started on this?
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean,
So
I've been there a minute.
I thought I would see. You know, we've heard the term before. Do you impact the culture, or does the culture impact you?
Sure.
So I thought, well, Seacrest, he'll bring a little more flair to this. Let me have a look. Guys, I think that place changes you. I don't think you can change it. He's turned into Pat Sajak.
Okay.
He sounds exactly like him.
He's
It's like at one time, Sherry doubted that it was Seacrest.
says.
She goes, no, I don't think Seacrest is on here yet because all we could hear was the voice. They weren't showing him on camera. I said, I'm telling you, it's the Ryan Seacrest era. She goes, that's Pat Sajak. It doesn't sound any different. And then all of a sudden, they showed him standing next to a contestant, and it's like he's become Pat Sajak.
Yeah.
It's like he can't. Where's the flair?
Do you want to hear a quick clip of him talking?
Yeah, I haven't seen any of the show.
Okay. Real quick.
There we go.
That's him.
800.
H.
2 H's. $800 for each of those H's.
It doesn't sound any different.
How's he supposed to sound?
Like,
that's what I mean.
Does him and Vanna go out and have margaritas like Pat and her?
This is the Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah. Where's that at? That's what I thought I was going to get. Welcome to the Wheel of Fortune.
If you got an H, somebody say, hey!
I wish you would do this is the Wheel of Fortune.
But you can't have really any excitement. That's what I don't like about this game. There's nothing exciting
It's a terrible
about
game.
it.
I hate this show.
You have to think
I
too
hate
much.
everything about it.
The puzzle be nearly complete, and I still don't have it.
Well, Rick, I think you brought up something. You talked about the next generation, but you're still playing to the same age audience.
Are they trying to transition?
I think so, but I think if you go overboard too much, the complaints are going to come in.
They're already coming in.
There were people complaining because they changed the set and made it look
they were complete. Last week we had a story that somebody lost $1 million or whatever. He didn't show enough compassion.
Oh my God.
They were criticized. Said Pat would have done much better.
Well, you know what it is.
Pat used to make fun of him.
Yeah, but you know what it is.
He'd throw by him, and they didn't even realize it.
Look, when I watched Pat Sajak, the few times that I found myself in Loserville,
big head, little body,
feeling like I was like, why am I watching this? It's like he had become so jaded with it all.
Well, my goodness,
it's like he was just
Rick,
making fun of everything.
Going to check that bank
but
account.
I mean, to your point, he had to entertain himself. He was bored out of his mind,
Right.
And so he would start cracking, like you said, those little underhanded jokes and things like that. But I guess you're right, because what Ryan Seacrest has done, and this is the worst, his main audience are mature citizens, and they have plenty of time to critique everything and complain about it.
Yep.
And I tell you what they're not big on is change.
No.
And I noticed last night they started trying to hip the studio up a little bit.
Okay.
You know, it just, I don't know. Seacrest just seems too hip for the show.
Now, are they like other shows? Do they spend a couple of months and
they
video the whole
Oh,
year?
sure they do.
They do? Okay.
Oh, look.
I said that like I know.
There's 28 million.
Very confident.
Look,
I think I saw that somewhere.
I think that's how everybody does it.
Yeah, I thought so.
Buddy.
Hey,
there's 28 million reasons everybody in this room would host it.
yes.
This is the Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah. You think, listen, for that, I'd love the Wheel of Fortune.
Oh,
I'd be all about it.
I'd be all in 28
I'd lay in the
mil.
middle of it and let them spin it.
Sure.
Let them spin you by the toes.
They can put us on the wheel.
Now, Vanna has agreed to stay on to help bridge over to the new generation.
For
So how long-
7.5.
Right. For 1 year?
It was a short-term deal. I can't remember the exact deal.
So who will be the next letter turner?
They'll probably just do
Snoop. It'll be Snoop.
I wonder if she's really hitting a button or whatever, or if they're just doing it and she's just
I
pretending.
think she's pushing a button.
She's getting $7.5 million to pretend to produce the letters.
Yeah,
Oh, they got
awesome.
it.
Well done, Vanna.
They got to have a letter turning babe on there. They got to.
Watch, it'll be Snoop. It'll be Snoop and Seacrest.
Samantha Bonder's available now. So.
All right, we'll be
little
back.
free time.
15 minutes past the hour.
Mama June's available, I think.
Oh, hey.
I got
Not the hot.
I got through this time of talking about it without complaining about people who buy vowels too quick. Settle down. Make some money. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
That's all great if you have a match.
Yeah, Kathy. See, when I believe I'm doing the survival, it means I don't have jack. So if I didn't have a match, see, I'd be breathing on that lock, and that's what worked for me one time in Minnesota. All right, 877 We Be Big. Our next contestant is
Travis in Birmingham.
Travis in Birmingham, Alabama. Welcome, sir.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Travis, your worst case scenario is if you have to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Rick, how long should you do it?
Ryan?
I can announce this.
Yeah.
If you have to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, how long should you stay with it?
How good looking is the person who can't breathe?
Rick, please.
Okay.
Please don't get ahead of the comment curve.
Ladder.
A, if the victim has not recovered in 30 minutes. B, when the victim seems to be enjoying it and uttering the phrase, "Don't stop, Speedy." Or C, stop if the victim has not recovered in 4 or more hours.
Rick, can I take this?
Yeah, sure.
I think it's C.
Let's see if she thinks. Is it a he or she?
Or he?
Hey, Travis.
Travis, what do you think? A, B, or C?
Sir, I've given mouth to mouth.
How sure are you, Speedy?
I think it's C.
100% sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I've given a lot of mouth to mouths.
And he's looking at my paper.
Okay.
No,
I'll go with C.
C it is.
4 hours.
Yeah.
My gosh,
Speedy.
4 hours?
I have an awful experience with that, but that's true, and that's how I knew it.
4 hours though?
Yes, not me, but yeah.
That's a lot of mouth to mouth.
Can I tell y'all something?
You are the expert, so I'll yield to your expertise.
Look, 4 hours, now that I think about it, if it's me laying there, that may not be enough. Y'all keep going. Look, until they shut that box, y'all keep trying.
You ready for your next one?
Come on, Travis. You're on a roll here, brother.
Travis?
Yeah,
I know you need reassuring that he's there. I'm the same way.
How to survive a riot in a foreign country?
Oh, it's in a foreign country.
Not a
riot like here.
Yeah. How do you survive a riot in a foreign country? A, determine the best route to the airport or embassy. Wear muted clothing and walk at a normal pace. B, get in the middle of the mob and try to blend in. C, get in the middle of the mob and start throwing rocks with them. A, B, or C?
Rick, help me out. I've never been out of the country.
B.
You pretty sure about that?
No, I'm not.
Why don't you peek at Bubba's paper for me?
He's too far away.
I think Rick. All
right, what was the first one? Something about muted clothing?
Determine the best route to the airport or embassy. Wear muted clothing and walk at a normal pace.
It's A.
It's A.
Yeah. You got two of them, Travis.
Yeah.
Travis, you get this one right, my friend, and you are going to drop the green flag for your favorite driver and go into the grand prize drawing. Travis, you can cut the excitement with a knife right now.
Look at the guys out there. They're so excited.
They are. Now, they can't interact, but they're there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you what. If their boss was in charge of affiliate relations, we'd be on 600 radio stations.
I know.
How do you avoid a charging rhino?
Ooh.
Oh, I know this.
Rick.
Yeah.
What? A, upon noticing that the rhino has seen you, turn away and run in a straight line fast as you can. B, take away his charge card. C, remain perfectly still and quiet, and if the rhino actually runs at you, run away from it in a zigzag pattern. A, B, or C?
As much as I like B, I'm going to ask for Rick's opinion. I think it's C, but I'm going to ask Rick.
You need to stand there because most of the time they will not complete the charge.
You know what? It is C, and it's also the correct answer for how to avoid a gunshot. Yeah, as you may remember.
Right.
You're a winner, sir.
That's what it goes, Travis. Well
Good
done.
deal.
As a matter of fact, and if you've seen that commercial now, They talk about about that vehicle where the rhino hits him in the side, and they
That
all
is
go
a
and they
good one,
come
by
back,
the
and
way.
he goes, "Well, this is really interacting with animals or something like that." Kids, remember that one? How about I wish I could remember the quote? It sure would have been a lot more funny.
Yeah.
Travis, congratulations, sir. You will be dropping the green flag for your favorite driver and going into the grand prize drawing for the ultimate NASCAR weekend at Talladega Superspeedway next.
Yep, we're innocent on that one. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba show is rolling on. We're glad you're here. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up before the hour is over. So a couple of audio videos that we haven't covered. We're actually researching the caller. Bubba said he's found something on woman attacked by rabid otters. I guess they're rabid. So we'll look at that a little later. But we have a couple of things to discuss here. We have an Amazon driver. What exactly happened here with the Amazon driver that knocks himself out or herself out? What is it?
It's a dude.
It's a dude. Okay.
And this is something honestly I would do.
Mm-hmm.
He's dropping off the package, and it's going to happen right away. And I will say it's kind of violent. He's up on some steps, just like a porch, 3 or 4 steps here, and he's dropping the package, and he's about to jump off the steps just to get back to his delivery van here. And you can see there's a little part of the roof that sticks out more. So he doesn't see it when he jumps, and he just clocks his head on that part of the roof, which then sends him backwards, and then the back of his head hits the ground.
Hey, I can't watch stuff like this.
It's violent. It is violent.
Okay. Are you giving some violent warning here?
I'm gonna look at
on his head.
I got that it's violent.
Is it violent?
His face is blurred out.
Wow. I'm gonna look at y'all.
I don't know why. Maybe he was embarrassed and he didn't want it public or whatever. But this is from a person's Simply Safe camera.
If he would have just simply walked down the steps, this would not have happened.
Yes,
he would have been Simply Safe.
Thank you,
This
Bubba.
is from
That's good, Bubba.
This is from his Simply Safe camera, I assume.
Okay.
And
I'm not gonna.
it's going to happen right away. So here it is, and yeah,
Let's do it.
Here he goes.
We can handle it, Heller. We're okay.
Oh my God! Why did I look? Why did I look?
He is out like a light.
He's out cold.
Why? That's life changing.
He is out cold on his back.
How did he do that?
Did he just wake up?
So that's a time lapse. I don't know how long he's out, but that's a time lapse. Now the homeowner comes.
Oh my gosh!
You okay?
Why did I look?
He don't know where he's at. I
No,
guarantee
he
you.
doesn't.
He's not okay.
That's the
that
TV
us?
in the. That's the TV in
Is
the
that
background.
us?
What if that was us?
I think it's Wheel of Fortune.
And now he's trying to stand up, and y'all, he's foggy headed.
Yeah, he's got a
He's
concussion.
fogging head.
He's stumbling.
Is he bleeding?
Cracked
Is the back of his
skull.
head open?
He's like, no, I'm
She's
okay.
calling it.
No, you're not okay, buddy. I'm sorry.
Now I know why my package didn't show up.
Where's he going?
You
Don't
know
do,
I'm at
don't
to
do
see
it.
us
Don't
again.
do it again.
He has to go check the package to see where he's at.
671.
Oh, 600. Okay.
He don't remember. He's out.
He has to go see where he's at, so then he knows where to go after that.
Well, you guys, that was a violent.
I gotta
horrible.
see it again.
Okay,
of course
we
do.
should. Yeah,
Yeah.
for the audience to learn.
I need the audience to learn. Don't jump off.
First of all, that's a weird setup.
Here we go.
Oh my God!
That is
hit.
that's memories gone.
That
I
sounded
think.
like an egg.
Oh, he has no idea where he's at.
Oh, that's awful.
So everybody, watch out. We're just
Goodness.
educating the audience on this one.
All right. So also on a wow factor, the new archery world record, Bubba, 369-yard shot.
Now, Rick, they pop a balloon 3.5 football fields away. I got to see this.
Yes.
I got to see this.
Evidently,
is crazy.
they're out at the Bonneville Salt Flats. It is a new record, like you were saying. This is from the social media YouTube channel Dude Deals. I don't know what that is, but here's the shot here. Unfortunately, they're listening, which I don't blame them. They're listening to AC/DC in the background, so I won't be able to play very much of it.
Oh man!
But you can see
What song?
I think it's Back in Black.
Oh really?
Here's the balloon, and it's way, way, way far away down here in the shot. He's got it's almost like when you go to the doctor and they measure your height or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like that's where he has to line up his bow.
That doesn't happen to people that are growing normally, by the way. It might have been your experience.
Yes.
Or the dreaded bar that they used to get on the roller coaster.
Oh, yeah.
I hated that.
I bet you wake up in the middle of the night screaming about that.
I could still feel it going against my hair, but not hitting my head.
Did you ever get to where you could ride the mind bender?
I was 17.
All right.
Yeah, it's funny.
But-
Greg's going to question this.
You want me to just pot it down?
I'll just pot it just when he pulls and lets
I was going to say, how do you know
All
it's
right,
the
here you
same
go.
hair?
And
What's it?
Bubba, look.
there it is. It's in the air. It's still in the air. It's still in the air. It's still in the air. And
oh my goodness, that's incredible.
Well, the guy who set the thing up, who really is the hero.
yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
You know what he was
anybody
doing?
can
He
do
was,
that.
he was adjusting his sight based on his results because you see the other area.
Yes,
But
yes.
Greg
This is
doesn't believe
great.
it.
I mean, that's
because
great
it's-
to do that,
yeah.
but that's incredible the angle he had to shoot it.
It really is.
Absolutely.
Greg thinks that somebody just probably shot the balloon a few feet away.
With
If y'all
the
want to
BB
buy
gun.
that crap, y'all go right
And
ahead.
release Eeyore.
And
Okay. All right,
Y'all buying this?
He is he shoots at about a 45 degree.
If somebody comes sets me up a little template there, I think I can
But Greg, the
make that
template,
shot.
they had to work at it. It was
Yeah,
a
whoever
work
did
put
that,
in.
so who's the good.
we need a drone to chase the arrow.
Well, that's
That really is amazing.
That's impressive.
The hang time.
That looks
on
a lot like our Bow Olympics that
like
we used to
AI.
have on the opening day of bow
Maybe a
season.
little AI.
Greg. So you're not willing to accept this?
it. That sound was the pull, and then that's the
That's
pop.
great.
That's how long it's in the air. That's crazy.
Rick, I also had Angus Young playing that riff live.
That's funny. Thank you, Eeyore.
You know, when you watch a bow or a crossbow being shot, we've videoed them in slow motion before. It is really violent what is happening when that thing fires.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is violent.
Speaking of violence.
Oh,
and-
I'm sorry, real quick. Speaking of violence, I'm so sorry, Rick. A reminder that if you do not hold your bow correctly, it will just tear the fire out of your arm.
Done that
A
many
person that's a very close friend of mine did that last week.
Last
Pull-
week.
Last
Hurts.
week. He's pulling it back to do the first shot of the season, practicing.
the pain.
Did he not have the pad on?
Just cracked his arm. I've never used a pad, but I've also never hit my arm.
Yeah, they have the forearm pads.
You have to be careful with a crossbow not to cut your finger off.
No, that's to me. That's the
Keep
one.
it down below.
That's the one that worries me the most.
Luckily, the new designs have that in, but the originals,
Yeah.
Bubba, to your
Oh, yeah.
point, some tips of
Yeah,
fingers.
they've got.
been
It's more
gone.
like an aircraft carrier now.
Yeah, right.
It's wide and then narrow at the bottom, so
Yeah.
your fingers stay underneath it.
I think we may have time. The Canadian man there in 15. Greg, when I was in Rossville, Georgia, Sunday, they had the bus outside and it had all the camping set up, and they wanted me to let you know that they felt like it was a show enough good one and a bear couldn't get in it. I bet I had 4 men.
They're out there.
Oh my goodness!
What would you do in this situation? He doesn't know the bear's in his garage. He's in Canada. And watch his move here. I mean, your instinct not to run, I have to give him credit. He starts clapping at the bear. It turns out to be a female because a cub comes around toward the end.
Not a cub.
But he doesn't know there's another angle of
That's
it.
not me. I know he's bald, but that's not me.
Bubba, can you imagine the moment right there? How do you,
That's the only break you needed when that bear looked the other way to get around that car.
Bubba? How hard is it? One more charge.
Make a little run at
How
him.
hard is it not to run or
I
not to
would
take
have
off
run.
running?
I would have run at that point.
I know,
my
but
goodness.
you know that's your death.
I
though,
would
when
have
you
gone back
run.
in the garage and put the door down.
You'll just be tired when you die. Because I mean, that's,
Hey, this guy was smart. He closed the back hatch. It looked like he was just unloading his car from the
charging
grocery store or
Look,
something.
it's
What?
even.
There's the cub coming
That's
out.
He's in
smart.
there making more noise. Yeah.
Of course, it's an EV.
Yeah, I give this guy props.
Yeah.
I mean,
he handled it well.
because every instinct.
I would not have done that.
He
way.
got charged 3 times and
I
did
believe
not
I would
run.
have. I would have kicked it when it came right by.
Is he going? Is he going?
My
"Whoa"?
instinct would be to kick.
What's he saying? Is he saying "whoa"?
No, he's not. I don't know what he's doing, Speedy.
I think the noise he was making.
He's just trying to make any
Yeah,
noise.
no.
I think.
Well, I'm saying he's going whoa. Yeah,
He
that's
is
what he's
too.
going. Whoa.
But how did he not just take off digging?
I
How did
know.
he just not take off digging?
Oh, look at those ears going back.
Ooh, I could have been ugly.
UGLY.
All right, we'll take your phone calls next. Speedy gets them. 866 We Be Big. We'll talk to you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All that excitement.
Hey,
Travis?
Hank, go ahead.
Yeah.
As hard as you can.
Travis, there's a little bit of a delay, but speak up like you're confident.
Yeah, Travis, who would you like to drop?
How about Dale Jr.?
All right, number 8. Sure, he's up for he's got a contract coming up. Let's do him.
All right, Dale Jr., you will drop the green flag for him, and you'll go into the grand prize drawing. We'll determine the winner of that before we are done from Turner Field today. So still one more green flag opportunity out there. We'll play another Rick and Bubba contest before our day is done here at Turner Field. We'll be back. 877 We Be Big. Hobie is on the phones. Peach is running things at Master Control. Here, sitting in various bleacher seats, the Atlanta crew showing you the pictures here on Turner South, along with Christopher Columbus, Speedy D, Rick and Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're listening to Rick and Bubba.
I know it's kind of uncomfortable. We're live. We were supposed to have Johnny Van Zandt. I'm just pulling the curtain back. On the program today by phone, the phone number we had to put him on the show, we can't make it work, and we think we wrote it down wrong. All right, there it is.
No, it happened.
Look, I'm not. No, that's not it.
Don't you pass that on us.
I'm just saying.
No, there was an email sent to us from his handler, and we're going by the phone number they gave us.
You know what? It's on the same piece of paper the ISDN SPID codes were. That was the problem.
It could be.
Yeah. Them in Bell South need to get their act up.
All right, so we're sorry because we love Johnny Van Zandt. What he was going to tell you, though, if I can speak for the entire band, Leonard Skinner, and I think many times I have. I will say that they are back on the road. Gary Rosington is feeling better, and he was just going to let you know they're going to make the dates up that they had to cancel. And I think Nashville was one of the main ones that they wanted to let know that they were coming back. Birmingham, I know that date was not completely set up to be redone, but a lot of them across our listening and viewing audience, if you had Leonard Skinner cancel because of Gary Rosington's heart problems, they are going back to make up those dates. So
they'll be in Birmingham in 04, and they got a DVD coming out today.
Yeah, the DVD, is it live?
I believe so. It's on that little sheet of paper.
How about I've got the sheet, Bill?
Yeah.
How fired up are you that we're here and we're getting to do this tonight?
Well, I was going to say, Rick, this is a dream come true. Shout out to everybody back at the old Jacksonville High School baseball team. Coach Terry Abbott made it to the TED. Of course, I'm not on the mound. But I am on top of the dugout eating cake.
Can I tell you what? If you thought you could get there,
how fitting I think this was to my high school career also.
Yeah, well, Bubba, doesn't want to brag, but he was all county.
Second team.
Yeah, second team all county, and we don't want to.
Don't appear uppity.
It sounds a little condescending.
The hook, baby, the hook.
And really, what we're probably better at when it comes to baseball, current day, is eating near a baseball field.
That is true. And wow, we've got something to eat here. This lovely cake was brought to us by our friend Royce Leonardson, who better known on the show as the Cake Man.
Yeah, there he is. Look, and that's one of the Rick and Bubba logos.
Isn't that cool?
And is that cool right there or what?
Which means the last hour on radio is going to be great because we will be on a sugar high.
Right, and it was kind of interesting to watch everybody wonder how he got that cake to us in the highly secure Turner Field. But he actually brought it yesterday, right?
Well, Rick, he is retired now, but let's just say he held a very lofty position prior to that, and
yes,
he still has a lot of his badges.
That's right, and he and one of his friends, owes his life to Speedy, so we had all kinds of leverage there. But
and our old CB buddies will know him better as Uncle Charlie.
That's right. So thanks a lot. We appreciate that, Royce, and we're going to look forward to eating that. Vicious Cycle is Leonard Skinner's DVD and CD, and it has the CD is called Vicious Cycle. We talked about that. Has a bonus DVD in there as well. So look for that, and has that single that we played. Everybody loved, Red, White, and Blue. So look for that, and Leonard Skinner going back and making up their dates. That's basically what John's today.
Rick, congratulations to the Braves for clinching the division. It is Fan Appreciation Weekend.
Yes.
It is Rick and Bubba night. We're going to have our own section. And I'm pumped, Rick. In just a few hours, we'll be up there in the booth. And, I don't want to say anything, but I noticed one of the cameramen a minute ago talking to one of the other guys, and he said, Pete and Don who? But, I mean, I know.
Let's face it, and a lot of you said it, we look good here.
Sure.
And we thank you for that. So we look forward to a big evening tonight with those of you that are coming to town. So thank you very much. And also look forward to Sunday night. I'll be at First Baptist Church.
Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour. The lines are available right now at 866 We Be Big. You can join us if you would like. Lines are available, and we are about to take phone calls. So
If you start rolling now, you can get in at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and you can take the direction that you want to take, and we'll go with you, or questions or comments. Speedy now taking the phone calls, even though he told everyone not to say that Sam clapping at the Bears simply because the man is bald. It had no impact on the audience. You continue to do it.
Right. You knew that was going to happen.
We knew that was coming. 866-WE-BE-BIG lines are available, and Speedy, who has just been clapping at a bear, is ready to take your phone calls. MyPillow.com/bigbox. Hey, somewhere, not where we are, but for some of you, the days have already started to get cooler. We do know inflation right now makes buying what we need more expensive. Now, here's a way to save on something that you love. How about starting your day with delicious 100% Arabica organic My Coffee? Save 50%. So as you're sipping on your coffee from the My Pillow gang, that My Coffee, you're enjoying your day going, you know what? Not only does this taste good, I got a 50% discount on it. MyPillow.com/bigbox, making life a little better, a little easier. They're quality products. They're actually saving you money while everybody else seems to be asking you to pay more. Premium Queen My Pillows available for $19.98. That's employee pricing sale. It's going on now. Socks are 25% off. Blankets as low as $25. 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets, $25. So go right now to MyPillow.com/bigbox. Now, if you get that order above $75, now you're getting free shipping as well. So MyPillow.com/bigbox or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. We start with Sam. Sam is out of the Show Me State of Missouri. Sam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Sam.
I just wanted to share with you guys. I had the opportunity this past summer, family trip out west, and my wife wanted to go to a Wheel of Fortune taping. And so it was just kind of a unique experience. And I was listening to y'all this morning. And so we went back in June, and Ryan Seacrest was already there taping. And so the shows that we watched, we watched them tape three different shows, and they'll air in October and November. So it was pretty wild.
What lot, or where did you go see them tape that?
It was the Sony music it's the studio complex where they Sony records all the movies and TV shows and all that. So it was in Los Angeles.
Yep.
Down close to Hollywood.
Did Seacrest seem bored?
Honestly, he did a lot of entertaining himself on the show. It was kind of comical during the breaks.
He's bored out of his mind on this gig. It's such a good gig, though. He can't turn that money down. Did Vanna did she ever speak?
Yeah, she actually did. During in between tapings, they came towards the audience and interacted, and so it was kind of a unique experience. We actually enjoyed it. We had our kids with us, and they seemed to enjoy it.
Good.
So, but you guys were talking about Vanna and that screen. It's just like a giant touch screen, and she just walks back and forth, touching the screen where the letters slide up. So I thought it was a pretty good gig.
It's a great gig. It's the greatest gig in entertainment. There's not one for the money and what she does. I mean, this is as good a gig as you can get.
And she's been paid pretty good for a long period of time.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, she ought to be in pretty good shape. You know, it is interesting. I think everybody that's any fan of radio, TV at all needs to go see a taping like that, because we've seen several shows we taped, and we actually, a lot of people don't know, we're extras on General Hospital one time.
Sure.
Right
played
there.
a patient.
You might recognize.
Well, no, we walked into a bar scene.
I wanted one of y'all to be in a coma.
You know, I thought it was odd that, think about it, more than once you and I were cast in the bar.
I know. We always get that.
I know. Is that
Can you go figure?
I think,
and we saw several other shows. You know, the one we went to that Phil Hartman did was good. He was very entertaining between takes because they had some technical problems. He had to entertain the crowd, and he just went into Phil Hartman, which was funny.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Bless his heart.
To the phones we go. Yep, that's a tough story. You ever seen the whole documentary?
Oh, I know.
Jared Montgomery, I-92. Jared, go ahead.
Yes, my daughters are cheerleaders for a minor football team, and I'm up in Shelby County late Saturday, and I hear an announcer come over the PA, and he's doing cheers, and he's doing talking about the chain crew, and of course, Rick's best of bit pops up in my mind. So my question is this:
Yes.
Can you confirm or deny that's Montevallo? Because if not, that means the disease is spreading.
I do not think. Now, you're asking me to remember something from a long time ago, but I can almost be 100% confident it was not Montevallo. So it's spreading.
Well,
yeah.
Yes, does he fit your description?
Oh, yes.
To a T. I mean,
Nothing
let's
worse.
thank the chain crew doing cheers. Look at that run, and he had a little sweetness to the voice as well.
Of course. It's like Richard Simmons is on the PA.
My cat thought it was female. Okay, we'll just say it that way.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Want to
Anyway,
give a shout out to the Chain Gang. Larry, you and Rob, thank you for your time. It means so much. Y'all dedicate this to the boys.
Yeah, I know. Spreading.
That was you then. You were there.
It was Rick doing an impression.
Y'all don't forget about the hot dogs. We got them now 2 for $4.
That's funny.
Let's go to Randy in Tennessee. We ain't got no band. Randy, go ahead.
Oh, hey, what's up, fellas? Rick, I got a bone to pick with you. I have sat through the HBO show Chimp Crazy over the weekend, and you did not tell me about it. I had to learn it from a third party, and it is a show.
Yeah, I got a email, and Randy, it wasn't from you because you said you found it accidentally. I got an email from someone who, and they are correct, and Randy, you seem to be confirming, they're furious that we have not commented on this show. And they're like
Tiger King?
Yes, it's Tiger Kings with chimps.
It's from the makers of Tiger King, and it's all about these women that take these chimpanzees as pets. And episode 2 is all about Travis, that chimp that ate that woman's face.
I gotta watch
Chimp
that.
Oh, the
Crazy.
the one that ate her face. Oh,
yeah.
no.
Remember how horrible that was?
Oh, that's it's one of the worst stories we've done in our.
Her face was
Is
gone.
that Tanya Harding in that?
Yeah.
What is that?
It does look like her, doesn't it?
Randy, you're not alone, and I heard about it.
I've been meaning to watch it.
I was afraid to mention it. I don't have HBO, but is it on one of their apps?
Max. I bet it's on Max.
Yeah, it looks.
Yeah, wherever you can get HBO to stream it, but it's 4 episodes, and you just can't take your eyes off.
Well,
it
it looks precious.
I feel irresponsible. I haven't done it.
Doesn't this have Greg Burgess written all over it?
Absolutely.
I'm telling you, it must be the end of the show. You guys have lost it.
Okay,
we should have been all over
Chimp
that.
Crazy.
Oh my goodness! Look at this lady. She has pictures of monkeys like on her dresser in children's clothes.
Look at her
like
hair.
She looks like a doll.
She's dressed as a baby doll. What are we doing?
Oh no!
Looking at, oh, she's not right. Should see. This is the thing I've been talking about on this show for 31 years. These people that have control of dangerous animals, they're not right.
No.
I mean, we have between us and a crazed chimp that'll eat your face off, among other things, I might add.
Yes.
And we've got a person who's not mentally stable between us and them.
That's not good.
Oh,
Not good.
They'll
That's
bite
not
it.
good, man.
They'll bite it off in a second. Your fingers, they'll bite your fingers off in a second.
In a minute.
And other
They
things.
bite anything.
Yeah.
He'll rip
get
your
a hold
lungs
of it.
out, Jim.
Let's go to Carson, Jacksonville, Alabama. Carson, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all?
We're good.
Great.
Have y'all seen the Iran hackers sending stolen Trump information to the Harris campaign?
I heard somebody yesterday told me that Trump had been hacked, but I didn't see the information on it. No, I haven't. I haven't seen that. Someone said something about it, but I haven't seen it.
Yes, sir. Apparently they've hacked something about his campaign. They're sending his I guess his whereabouts and his going to be information to the Harris campaign. So that might lead up to some of this stuff that's been happening.
Yeah. Now, does that mean that she is working with Iran?
Oh,
is that what we're looking at here? Because that's how they would frame it if it was the other side.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't seen. Somebody mentioned that yesterday, but I don't know anything about it. Thank you for that. We'll look into it. Let's go to Steve in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Bubba, let me warn you, this person wants to talk about the Vikings.
That's fine.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick. Skol, Bubba.
Skol.
Hey, I tell you what, I hope you don't have plans for, I think it's the third weekend in November. Let's go to Nashville and watch them whoop up on Tennessee. That's about as close as we're going to get without getting cold.
You know, I've never seen the Vikings play.
Never?
Not live.
You've never seen them live? Never.
No, never seen them.
Bubba, y'all are on a tear
Yeah,
right
I haven't
now.
either.
Well,
Well,
what date is it?
Vikings fans in Alabama, probably.
What date is it?
I'm not sure. I think it's the third weekend in November.
Oh, well, you may be all right then. If it's December, they'd already be losing.
Bubba, you got to go. You've never seen the Vikings play in person?
I haven't seen a lot of pro games. I've seen a few.
I think Sam Darnold got banged up a little, but they say he's going to be all right.
They won big again this weekend.
Who all have you seen?
I've seen the Packers against the Titans, but I've never, I got invited to go to Lambeau Field. We both did, and we didn't go. The Falcons, the Rams.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Georgia. Not too terribly far from here. So be there with you guys 6:30 Eastern, and thank you for inviting me to be your guest and speak to you guys on Sunday night. Bubba, a quick look around the wacky world. All the details, by the way, on the website, Rick and Bubba. Here we go.
Well, Rick, it's happened to all of us, and it's a little uncomfortable to talk about. A Winston man told police he crashed his car after a bee flew into his mouth while he was singing along to Justin Timberlake's song, Rock Your Body, on the radio. A lot. D, don't get that in the cake now. Okay, we'll fight here if you mess that cake up.
Let me ask you this. Does a song "Rock Your Body" by Justin Timberlake require a lot of wide open mouth?
Well, Rick, Don Juan is an expert on this song, and I wish Peaches was with us. She could really sing it. But Don Juan, why don't you tell us how it goes?
It was probably the part where he goes, "Don't be so quick to," and went in his mouth.
Yeah, could you tell me again what you were saying?
Don't be so quick to,
Don't be so quick to.
Because you got a little mouth action.
And there's a lot of complaints today about cell phones and driving. We've all made the comments, hang up and drive. We've all seen the protest. We've seen the laws passed. But how about this? Bugs on the windshield still the #1 cause for traffic wrecks.
Can I tell y'all, and we talked about it on the show before, as we look at Atlanta traffic on Turner South, by the way, moving pretty good right now. Let me say this. Is there anything more freaky than to be going down the road, 10 and 2, and all of a sudden you hear the noise, there's a bee in the car? or a horse fly, and you don't know where he is, and you're driving, you think, all right, when's he going to get me? And you hear that zigzag pattern, and then the silence, and you go, my God, is he on me? But if you go for a look, you could actually crash it. And you start thinking to yourself, here's how weird we are. We hate to be stung so much. There's a point you would rather total your car than be stung by that bee. You know what I mean?
Rick, and here is the point. The young man said he was trying to get the bee or yellow jacket out of his mouth when his car went off a 15-foot embankment and hit a tree. 15 foot.
Hey, buddy, just take the bee sting. Wouldn't you rather be stung by a bee than go off a dang cliff into a tree?
Well, you think so until the bee's stinging you. And then you vote get it off of it.
But listen, here's the thing. Your body makes the call. Bee sting's worse. You know what I mean? And that's the one time the body instinct is wrong.
Yeah.
How about the instinct's wrong? Yeah. The body's going, we got to do something about this bee. And then you're going, hey, should I crash? Go ahead and crash the car. We got to get this bee. My gosh, I'd rather you not have an arm than have this bee sting.
And you wonder, too, bee stings hurt so
they
bad.
Hurt. God, they're
terrible. We've all had shots. And you know what, Rick, we've lived through.
How about when you step on one in the yard?
Well, you've been shot. You've been shot with a stun gun. And
sure,
you don't want to get stung.
By you.
Yeah.
How about when you fall and you hit your head on a rock and it busted wide open like a watermelon? How about that?
Wow.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's not good.
Hey, this is Justin Timberlake. You're listening to Rick and Bubba, the two sexiest
fat men alive.
Don't
be so quick to run away.
So now that he's out solo as Dirty Pop, is that just out? I mean, can you not mention
You
that
can still
anymore?
mix it back in
Is that
rotation.
like Werewolves of London?
You can still
bringing
mix it in every
Guys,
once in
I
a
want
while.
to talk about bee sting and so we would rather crash into a wall than be stung by a bee.
A sting in the mouth, though. Wow.
Hey, these kids are
crashed your car,
What?
David.
A bee sting?
David with the crew here. He's behind camera, but you say you crashed your car?
He crashed his car and rather than be stung.
Wow.
Hey, if you're watching on Turner South, we'll see you tonight at the Braves game. Looking forward to checking all of you out and have a great weekend. Radio, if you got one more hour, stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show as we roll on. So, working our way back, couple of items here. It seems almost daily. We want to just do our public service to remind everybody that Joe Biden and the Biden administration, that they are currently still running the country. I don't know how much he's doing, but we have another clip at or one. We're probably looking at one. Are you interested in this?
You know what's on tap today, don't you?
What's that?
He's going to address the UN for the last time.
Today?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Can you imagine what that's going to be like?
No, I can't. Well, I can, but I find myself looking forward to tomorrow's clip.
Yeah.
But one of the things, too.
First hour made tomorrow.
Isn't he supposed to be on The View this week, too?
No.
No, the True, I think,
Oh,
right?
well, that'll be.
I swear somebody told me that.
That'll be almost like watching that HBO show we were just told about.
Yeah.
By the way, on that, you know how things go without saying? Speedy was talking about how former intern Hobie is watching Chimp Crazy. And he said something that I think really was no need to say. He said they almost have their own community, like they're each other's friends. And I'm like, well, yeah, who else is going to be your friend?
Like beauty pageant moms.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, would you be friends with people that had a chimp that they kept wanting you go visit them, and there was the chimp over there, and you keep thinking about the woman?
I'd be more apt to be friends with them than I would the snake people.
Well, that's true, but Bubba, but how about this?
Uh-uh.
We can document on this show 2 different stories we did of chimps eating people's faces off.
No.
And so
I don't even like big dogs at people's house.
Well, of course they hang around each other. Who else is going to hang around them? But anyway, so we'll hopefully have some updates on that for as far as the United Nations you just mentioned.
Oh, I can't wait.
That'll be a doozy. But here's Biden. He's for some reason he's going to say out loud to all of us that his staff doesn't allow him to have young girls on stage, but he's going to do it anyway. This is just such bad. This just sounds so very bad.
The optics are not very good on this.
So bad. So here we go.
You know, I thought when I got to be president, I'd get to do things that I wanted to do, but my staff tells me what I can't do.
Oh.
But I'm going to do it anyway. All the young women, young kids out there that are out there, come on up and do this when we stand behind me when we do this. Come on. You know.
Oh, my goodness.
What's he doing, man?
He's just.
I couldn't be any more uncomfortable.
Right. Now, dude,
rough, isn't it?
I was going to just skip over video 2 until I just read it. The actress, you say her name, Fran Drescher, is that you say her name?
Yes, the nanny
that played the nanny. She's done a parody song for Kamala Harris.
Oh boy,
what's happening here?
It's a parody song for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
Well, it is a lot
Freudian slip.
And for some reason, Fran Drescher announces it, but then when you hear it, she didn't create it. She just introduces it. But she did post it on her social media and all that. So she's backing it, I should say.
She likes the parody song?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And I heard it, so you guys have to.
So you're just torturing us because okay.
If I have to hear it, y'all do.
I got you. Okay.
I'm Fran Drescher, and I approve this message.
Hey, Fran. She was working at the White House with a cool VP, and then Biden stopped his campaign saying, no, not me. What were we to do? Where were we to go? We were out on our fanny. and suddenly chose Kamala as the one to run. She raised millions and endorsements came from everyone. She's got brains, she's got balls, and some walls. She'll soon be President Harris.
What did you just do? Did you look at the lyrics?
What did you just play?
Well, she's got brains, right?
I just heard the walls part.
Yeah.
You did.
You know what?
Well, you got to find something that rhymes with it.
Rhymes with walls.
Of course, I will say that I don't think that's possible.
It goes on. There's another 30 seconds of that.
No, thank you.
But did you notice how they just brushed over Biden said, no, not me, all that? That's not how any of it went. It's just such a joke. My goodness.
It's a joke.
You see where Kamala's approval rating was at like 34%, and then all this happens, and the media gets behind her, and now it's supposedly at 50%. One thing, I was listening to a podcast with Vivek just yesterday.
Wait a minute, you mean Vivek Ramaswamy?
He made a good point about when Biden totally showed up brain dead at the debate with Trump, which we were saying for 2-3 years before that. Biden shows up brain dead, and then you noticed how a lot of the mainstream media that was ignoring it, saying it wasn't happening after that debate, started saying it was happening to establish some kind of credibility, and it was a trick. So that they could say, look, see, we're just honest. We're just calling it like it is. And then once Kamala stepped in, it seemed credible for them to talk about how great she was and how wonderful it was. And there's just so much lying and gaslighting and deception.
You talking about the plan? Because, they moved the debate up.
Right. It was the earliest debate ever.
Way up, because it was the plan all along.
Absolutely. And when the media said, oh, yeah, you guys are right, Trump is brain dead, it gave... Biden, after the Trump-Biden debate, it gave the media false credibility to say, oh, look, they are being objective about Biden, and now they're being legit and objective about Kamala as well.
Who said that? Let me ask you this: Do you think they went as far as the guys that are the swamp? Okay, or they've been giving Biden his B12 shot to get him up for these big events? Do you think they duped him on the B12 shot this time?
Possibly,
and just let him go out there knowing he would just look horrible.
Well, there's no doubt what all of you are saying. Everything that we were all pointing out and saying it was quite obvious. The reason why they knew it too is because we kept saying it was quite obvious. They knew it, and they picked their time to act like they came up with it.
You're right.
And that's.
I know we've been telling you for 2 years that you're making this up, but now we see it.
All the way up to last
declare
week.
it.
Yeah, and we see that we can't win with this candidate, so we're gonna pretend that we just noticed that he was losing his cognitive skills, even though y'all pointed at it for 2 years.
Rick, but this week we finally saw.
Well, this is the same party that is currently running against themselves.
True.
We can't afford 4 more years of this.
Can't have 4 more years. It was you.
What if Vivek Ramaswamy was going to be an eclectic? And he was going to talk about architectural review.
There we go. All right, top of the hour. If you're saying goodbye, Rick and Bubba, there's podcast archives for any part you missed.
Don't do it.
But don't do that. More Rick and Bubba coming up for most.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of that for you, and we thank all of you in Leeds for your support over the years, and the Moody area over there, hopefully in Alabama, you'll be turning out today, because we just heard Mark casually mention that he was at a promotion for his CD, and he had, over 1,000 people there. But I don't want to get into that. But we'll be there today. MarkSchultzMusic.com is the website to follow what's happening with Mark. If you are listening to us in Niceville, a lot of results from that area, a lot of email, a lot of phone calls.
A lot of nice calls.
A lot of nice calls from Niceville. They're just nice people. Of course, it's funny. What if you move from Niceville, Florida to Moody, Alabama? You go, hey, you Moody people around here. I don't want to go back to Niceville.
Attitude change.
But they actually are great people in both places. But
it might be a good mood that you're in.
Yeah, think about November the 6th. Jot down that date. Closer to You concert is going to be there at the Okaloosa Walton Community College, or the OWCC that we like to talk about.
Now, Mark, it says you're going to be on a national morning radio show on the 4th. Who is that?
Excuse me?
National morning radio show?
Yes. Yeah, he was telling you not to forget to promote.
We kind of want to know who you're going to get to meet, too.
Oh, nice. I've got to talk to somebody who's working my website.
I need to find out here.
You don't know where you're going to be?
Oh, you know what it is? It's
Stephen D.C.?
Stephen D.C.
Yeah.
You know those guys?
Yes, we know that. We don't know them, but we know of them.
Yeah.
They've worked in this area a number of times for a while, and I think they're in St. Louis now.
Yeah, they are.
So, it's...
You met Delilah?
Yeah, she plays my song. Stephen D.C. I had a song that came out on my first record called He's My Son. It was a song I wrote for a dad who... praying for his son who had cancer when he was 14, and so I wrote it, and they broke the song on mainstream, and so I still go up there and visit those guys.
But you clearly like us better.
Clearly. I've been here for 15 minutes, and already I'm sold.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well,
that's all we ask.
Our egos are very fragile.
Yeah.
And,
sometimes we need a love's call for our fragile ego.
We know other shows are out there. We tell every artist who comes through here,
be on all
the shows you can be on, because we want to get your message out. But we have to be first.
Right. And you've got your own CD to boot. Right. And for it to be in sale today, going on today.
Street date today, that uncomfortable day.
You know what?
People call and go, hey, I went to Walmart, they ain't got it.
Yeah.
You dread those calls. You know they're coming because they all come at different times.
You know what's funny? I told my mom 3 years ago, hey, Mom, I got a record deal. And she said, oh, that's great. And I said, hey, I'm going to be in concert at these places in Dallas. Oh, that's really nice. And I said, my record's coming out. And she said, where can I get it? And I said, well, at Walmart. And she said, well, hold on. And because Walmart in my hometown is it.
Yes.
We don't have really anything besides Walmart.
Oh, yes.
So they used to take people to the Sirloin Stockade out there by the big cow, the big plaster cow, and then buy them a nice steak dinner. And this is no joke. On Saturday night, they would walk them over to Walmart and walk them down the aisle, and then they would just stand and stare at the CD in the bin. That's what they would do.
Oh, yeah, that's big.
Well, no, that is big.
And when you get your own little piece of plastic.
Let me tell you something. I just went to a wedding this weekend, and 3 different people, not prompted, they didn't talk to each other. They came up to me and they said, hey, we went to Walmart and we saw your CD. And I said, you get one? No, man, but we stole that little plastic thing with your name on it.
See, did we have a plastic thing?
Don't be lifting
Did we have a plastic thing yet?
We'll find out today. Leeds Walmart, please have us a plastic thing.
Man, I want one of them plastic things that have Rick and Bubba on it. But you're right. The thing with all your buddies and your family, they think you're going to give them one.
Yeah, right.
But so they just like to see them. Yeah, it's like you go, hey, saw your thing in Walmart. I said, man, I appreciate you getting it. No, I didn't get it. I just thought it was kind of cool to see it. I don't know that we've ever made a dime off being in Walmart, but it looks kind of cool.
Yeah. So they just walk by and they go, hey, Schultz has got another one out. Hey, I believe I'll take that little plastic thing back there. You know what I mean? They just lift it and take it home, and I don't know what they do with it.
But look, have we ever ranked a plastic thing?
I don't know. I think I saw one last Christmas, but I'm not sure.
Too.
Oh, holiday Christmas.
So anyway,
nice. That's good.
So anyway, all right, we do have this morning too. So we want to promote this. Linda's here, and I'm always incredibly uncomfortable with Linda's last name because it looks like letters all thrown together, and they don't belong together. F-E-H-L, is that Fell?
That is Judy Fell.
Fell. Did I say Linda?
Yes.
Where did I say Linda? Judy, I'm sorry. I don't know where I got that.
Never been called Linda before.
Yeah, well.
Okay.
Well, how'd you say?
You look like a girl named Linda. Judy Linda Fell. Judy's here, and of course, you're promoting the event. You did a lot of work with Mark. You talk in his ear and tell him to.
Our first concert.
Yeah, and
was it Judy that talked in your ear?
No, Catherine talked in your ear.
Was it Kathy? Were you the one who said don't forget Best Buy?
I've had Judy in my ear. I've had Speedy in my ear today.
Yeah,
it's been a great morning.
I noticed you completely shut down when he started talking to that.
Let me tell you.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Brand new hour, as you heard, the gang all here as we start a brand new hour. All right, so as we start the hour, Bubba, we go to technology. I mean, right, okay, yeah, come on with that. There we go.
The robots.
Everybody, come on with it. Say. And literally, the robots are what we're going to deal with now. What do we have here? Is this some of Elon's stuff?
Rick, I don't know whose company this
who's
is.
doing
I
this
know
one?
Elon's been working on some robots, too.
What is 1X?
It's a different company.
Okay, got it.
They have announced their latest creation. It is a humanoid robot designed for home use that could begin shipping as early as 2025. And, you know, Elon has said he thinks robots are going to take over all the just the menial task that we have to deal with each and every day. And he's designing some, too.
Oh, so kind of like illegal immigrants.
Okay.
What? Well, I mean, what?
Your mic is on.
Well, no, don't we keep hearing that? We keep hearing that we shouldn't be concerned because they're only filling jobs that Americans won't do, right?
Yeah.
So we shouldn't be concerned about it.
Does that suit that it's wearing make it a little weird?
Yes,
Does
it
feel
does.
like
There's no need to make it a
like
space
it's a Martian
creature
or something.
Why does a robot have to look like it came from another planet? Why can't it just, of course, then if it gets too real.
Yeah, you get it too real.
Can we
people
just
start getting weird.
What if we just put it in coveralls now? It looks like a serial killer. Yeah, there's no way to go about it, is there? Yeah. So what is this?
Look.
No way, Bubba. This is bad
picking
news.
up that lady's backpack for her.
This is bad.
I can get my own backpack.
Bad news.
I was going to take my.
And he's looking at her longingly.
Don't bring this thing.
Oh, he's looking at his own hands.
Into your home.
No.
Is that really one of them, or is that somebody pretending to be one?
Oh, they're hugging.
See, already starting all that.
He's getting friendly Henry.
Right before he chokes her and leaves her in an abandoned area.
Right.
Exactly.
That same robot will take your honey bun.
Yes, it will.
You've had too many today.
Oh, I see.
Stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now it's empty in the.
I didn't know if that was a pet name for your wife. I didn't know because it was
Well, I do call her honey.
right.
Yeah.
And
She does.
It is empty in the dishes here. I'm
now,
okay
hold
with
on.
that.
Yeah,
Let's not get
Until he kills everybody in the
scared.
house, you can't be okay with this.
I hate the dishes.
Yeah, but not bad enough to put your life on the line for some crazed
Don't
robot.
we, don't we have a robot that already does that called a dishwasher?
And there it is.
Adding a robot to a robot.
Yeah, I've never seen us underappreciate an item more than the dishwasher.
know,
It's
it's
supposed to
gold.
wash the dishes. Don't make us wash them first.
Why am I washing them first?
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Well, really, if it-
Uh-oh.
now, if it
Watch
could
that
fold-
left hand.
Oh goodness, yeah.
I want my robot to look like the Lost in Space robot.
No, Bubba, I'm just telling you, it's never good.
Well, they put
I mean, so it looks like a tin can with
I got
arms
you.
on it. You know what I mean?
Right.
They say that they're putting that soft, cushiony bodysuit on it to make it less dangerous.
make it squishy.
And make it squishy and squeezable and huggable.
So it's making coffee, Greg. Look, you
Yeah.
ought to like this
So
part.
the gun can stay now.
It's got dexterity for precise manipulation.
And choking.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do
How often you got to grease that thing?
Why is it walking around with a bicycle?
Guys, we have said this 1,000 times.
is
When you
kinda
invite anything into your house, we're talking about chimps, the opposable thumb, if you allow it,
This is not good.
if you allow an opposable thumb
Lee.
that might come against you, this is the one thing that keeps us above the fray. And now we've
So
got
how do you see a chimp and a robot squaring off that one?
Chimp wins easy.
You think so?
Oh, the
Chimp
chimp will take
slam
his
that
arm and
robot.
rip it off. Do you realize that chimp that ate that woman's face off ripped the door off the police car? I'm going to say that again.
What?
He ripped the
Oh, yeah.
door off the police car.
So
Do y'all realize how strong chimps are?
Off
That'll
the
be version.
hinges?
That'll be version 1.0. But then they upgrade.
Make them strong.
The ones that can take on chimps.
They have to.
And they've got like lightning that comes out of their hands. You know.
Yeah.
like the robot on
That
Lost
one
in
there
Space.
could-
He could zap a zap a chimp that was out of control.
Yeah, he needs some sort of weapon. That's a good idea. But then he
could
starts
use
shooting
the
you
weapon,
with it.
anywhere.
Guys, I'm telling y'all,
Gotta be careful.
This is all fun and games till he takes out a weapon, hoses it to your head, steals your car, and drives you off in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't like how he waves the woman over and like gives her a hug, puts his hand on her hip and stuff. Plus, for the robot to say your husband doesn't appreciate you, I think that's over the line.
That's the friendly Henry program. That's it.
All I was thinking
And the
about-
robot can speak for you.
All I was thinking about is all the people I know named Henley. They were just like, hey, thanks. I was this close to Henry and you pulled me in.
I don't think that's
Sorry,
a real
Terry.
robot.
I
That's
know.
somebody
Is it a
dressed
guy
up.
in a suit?
I think it is.
Is that why they really put the suit on it?
So I have to know that. Don't give me a presentation and not be the actual robot that you've created.
No, I do believe this is
like
the gearless
C-3PO
robot. It really does.
Why do they call it NEO? What is the
Neo?
Neo.
All right, let's talk about this.
Go down the rabbit hole, Bubba.
What job would a robot have to do that you were willing to risk it? That it takes it out of your
Turn
life.
Speedy's mic off.
That's good. That's good.
So you're in.
Pick your Trump rubber ducky up and look at yourself.
Okay, so I'm thinking, what is one of the most annoying? I mean, if you're like
Washing car,
that's
I
out of
wouldn't
my
mind
line.
washing my car.
Folding
There's
clothes
car
for
washes,
me.
Greg. We have car
Yeah,
washes.
but not detailed like that.
If it could fold a fitted sheet, we're in.
There you go. That's not bad.
You know.
I had to change 2 gigantic diapers yesterday, right in a row.
Oh, poopy.
Oh, those are good. That's actually a pretty good one.
Right in a row.
Of course, they have nannies for that.
Yeah.
Of course, they can kill you too, or steal your husband.
Sure.
Right.
All of that.
The text line brought this up. Could a chimp get into a show enough good camper?
Yes.
Oh,
I guess so.
More than a bear?
Yes. They're
More
stronger
than a bear?
They're stronger than bears.
Watch
Not the one I'm talking about.
Stronger than a bear.
They are stronger
Watch
than a bear.
episode 2 of Crazy.
Opposable
Not the
thumb,
one I'm
game
talking
changer. Opposable thumb with strength. Rip
it
off.
If it can rip a car door off.
Because the
That's
bear's
not a-
struggling.
that's not a
the
big
bear,
RV.
look, the
What
bear's
can
got
stop a
claws.
chimp?
Nothing. Another chimp.
What do you got to have a
big
radar?
High-powered rifle.
They shot Travis.
King Kong.
Thankfully.
Then didn't Travis go in the house, get in his bed, and die? Ain't that the story?
Is that the one that ate the face off the woman?
Yeah.
Y'all just
They
watch
say in
Crazy
Chimp Crazy's got it in there.
It's Chimp Crazy.
Wait,
it's
it's
not
crazy. I'm
Chimp.
sorry, Chimp Crazy.
Weed
It's a crazy
eating.
chimp. I can tell you that.
The texter says weed eating. Weed eating is one of the worst things on the planet.
I like the weed eat.
no,
Do
you
you
don't.
really?
Yeah.
You do not.
You let
Sure.
that
That
ditch get so
explains
high.
a lot.
I
So
like
you
it.
just like making yourself ill.
No, I like
So
it.
you preferred to be in that ill state.
Yeah. maybe
Apparently.
That's it.
Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, my dad hit a dog pile with a weed eater. And it went straight up his leg, and I laughed hard, and he was like, "This is not funny."
Oh, really?
But it
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
I guess funny.
I remember.
How about one that'll drive, Greg? I can sign up for that.
Oh yeah.
Well, we got those coming.
I remember J.C. Penney's back then had a garden section, and they had a little TV set out, and it was showing the first weed eater.
I do too.
And I remember watching it, going, "How is it doing that?"
No,
I had
Because you
idea.
remember
It
they
was-
didn't have string weed eaters. at
No,
one
that
time.
was it.
The only thing I remember was a sling blade.
Yeah, the weed eater was the first one.
Great question off the text. Is a chimp scarier than a robot?
Yes.
Yes,
I got to say yes.
Yeah, I can somehow disarm the robot.
I got to say yes.
Yeah, but look,
Y'all, chimps are bad
the
news.
chimp is strong. He has the thumb, but what if the robot has lightning coming out of his hands?
Well, that's
That's
different.
true.
This robot can run at 7.5 miles an hour. I think chimps can go faster than that.
Chimps are bad news. I'm going back to this again. Something about a robot, I think, because it's mechanical, and I know this is naive, I think somehow I still have the upper hand. When it comes to a chimp, I don't think I have the upper hand. They're just so unpredictable. They're so.
And they look in your eyes.
And boy, and they mean business.
Woo!
Have you ever watch your little community how it runs? It's not. They're not nice.
They're really jealous.
Ain't nothing nice about
They're
it.
very aware of who gets what, and like, wasn't it a birthday cake that one
They're
chimp
not
got,
good. They don't share.
and another one didn't get, and that
nuts.
led to
They
it?
share.
nuts.
They do not share well.
See, that's why Michael Jackson got rid of Bubbles, because he got too old. Once they get to a certain age, you can't be around.
Yeah, Michael Jackson doesn't like them older.
Did you ever think
that's a
it
good
was?
point, by the
hey,
way.
that's good.
That's
Hey,
bad.
you ought to be ashamed right there.
That's bad.
That's bad stuff right there.
I'll turn my mic off.
I know I'm moving to another
Is a
ape.
chimp
I'm-
scarier than a P. Diddy party on Friday night?
Watch, are you talking about a freak fest or whatever they call
I
it?
think the chimp has met its match.
Oh, my
Chimp
God.
probably wouldn't be getting
That's
arrested.
from the text line.
That's a good one. Oh, my goodness. Is it more dangerous than an Auburn quarterback? They're
not very dangerous.
No, I think that's somebody saying they'll take a robot for that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got those crossed up.
So this 1X company is going to be starting a pilot testing program in select homes later this year. So I'll sign Speedy up. You want to be signed up? Steve?
Sure.
Okay. And Greg.
Thank you. No. We'll be back 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's a number of people out there that have said Judy that they've had Speedy in their ear. But let me say this: we do want to talk about because
I'm gonna just
right. Yeah. I took that so it could be said. If you said it, it would be controversial. November the 6th, Niceville, Florida, at Okaloosa Walton Community College, or as we like to call it there around town, OWCC. They're going to be naming the new amphitheater there. After Cherie Alford, who, there's a story that goes with that, and you might want to share it with everybody.
She passed away last year with breast cancer, and their official naming of the amphitheater in her honor that day of the concert. So
That's special.
It'll be a great family night. We've got a lot of things planned. There'll be videos. Mark's got some personal experiences with the family, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
A lot of fun, and it's an amphitheater, so it's outdoors. The weather we know is going to be perfect.
Oh, in Niceville, Florida, how can it ever be bad?
Right.
She had breast cancer, and I guess it was a couple years ago, and the radio station contacted me in Nashville and said her kind of wish, she's got 2 weeks to live probably, and her wish would be for you to come down and spend time with the family. So we got in the bus and went down there and hung out with the family, and she showed home videos, just kind of laughed and cried all afternoon. It was great. And at the end, her husband brought out this little mini keys piano. It was about this big, and you could barely get a finger on it. He said, "Hey, would you do a song for us?" And I kind of get all in there, and I'm playing, and I played for like an hour and a half, just did a concert in their living room. And she had her kids on her lap, and I'm telling you, she was holding them, and they were crying. They were singing along with the songs, and they were crying. But she looked like a mom she wasn't crying because she felt sorry for herself. She was a mom that was crying because she was so proud of the life she lived and her kids and where she was going. She knew she'd see them again.
And she loved the Lord.
She did, and
wow.
So I called back 2 weeks later, and I said, "Man, I'd love to come. We're on tour. I'd love to come just hang out with y'all again." And her husband said, she passed away this morning, and said the funeral will be on Tuesday. And I was on tour, and I was in Virginia, and I just got on a plane and left the tour and went down to the funeral, and they didn't know I was coming. And I walked in the back door, and her kids just turned around and ran over to me. And we said a prayer, and then the dad said, "Hey," told Big Al, he was about this tall, 5. I don't know why they call him Big Al, but they did. And they said, "Big Al, do you want to tell Mark what we prayed for him?" And Big Al said, "Yeah, we prayed that today it'd be 75 degrees and no humidity. We prayed that the church would be packed full of people that knew Mom that didn't know the Lord, and we also prayed that Mark Schultz would come and sing at Mom's funeral."
You're kidding.
And I'm just a mess. I just got tears running down my face. So I did all the songs that I did at their house, and Megan, her daughter, came up and sang "Remember Me," a song off my first record, and it was just great. And so just to honor her with this concert is going to be huge because she's a special woman, and it was just a special day and just a special family.
Wow, and they're going to name the amphitheater after her, and as you can tell, it's going to be a very special evening. Tickets to the event are available there in that area, I guess, at any of the Christian bookstores.
Any Christian outlets. Tickets are $5. You can also go to Mark's website to get the number for the OWCC campus box office.
Yeah, so if you want to come in from out of town,
you can get them at the door that night.
MarkSchultzMusic.com. If you're out of town and you just think this would be an event, maybe you're a fan of Mark's and you want to go there and be part of what will be a special evening for him and everybody involved. So MarkSchultzMusic.com, or pick up tickets, as we just said, at any of the local Christian bookstores and CD outlets and all that there in town.
Yeah, if you don't put the music on the back of Mark Schultz, you get an all-star wrestler. Which
really,
there's some good events going on there too.
Right,
yeah, but I'll just say, if you're into music,
so be
you might
sure
wanna...
you put Mark Schultz music.
But his singing is no good.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm not afraid to throw in somebody off the ring rope there in one of my shows too.
Well, what you could say to him is, I could probably wrestle, but I bet you can't write and sing songs.
Yeah. Actually, we had a little discussion on the phone. because we asked him if somebody called that was running my website, called this guy, and they said, hey, would it be okay if we used Mark Schultz? I don't know how, well, if you can, whatever. And he nearly came unglued on the phone.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Got hot, and I can understand what his job is.
And you don't want to make a wrestler mad?
You don't want to, not one that looks like that. Matter of fact, it shows him body slamming somebody right on his website,
really?
And I thought, hey, you go ahead and keep it.
Sure,
That's
I'll just put music on it. It's not that big a deal.
Sure, it's not. I'll even change my name, sir, if that helps out, you know.
So, well, that sounds like it's going to be a special event. So check that out. We'll come back. A lot of you want to talk to Mark. We'll let you do that. We'll also play a cut off of his new CD, Stories and Songs, that we know that you will enjoy. So check it out, MarkSchultzMusic.com. Put the music on there, .com, and we'll be back more with Mark Schultz on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Mississippi, she's calling my name. Catfish are jumping. All right, we're back. More Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us today. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you. Here's I'll say. Oh, black water, keep on running. Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me? So, things you need to know tonight. Sherry in Pensacola, they're ladies at First Baptist Church, big event tonight. I know y'all will take care of Sherry Burgess and enjoy that evening tonight as she is working her way to beautiful Pensacola, Florida. I hope that all goes great this evening. Coming up this weekend, a couple of opportunities for you also to participate in events that are going on and involving themanchurch.com. Rich Wingo, one of our most popular speakers and a great friend of the show, he'll be in Tallahassee, one of Bubba's favorite places, Tallahassee, Alabama.
Fun to say.
First Baptist Church this Sunday evening at 5, so go see Rich Wingo. Another church, Life Church of Boaz, Alabama, where the show began, Dr. Joe Whitmore, president of Sneed State, will be speaking at their man church coming up that same evening at 6 p.m. I'll be in Panama City, Florida, the following Monday on the 30th for their Man Up event. And they're also hosting one of our man church conferences coming up next year, so that's kind of a 2-for-1. We'll tour that facility, get some of that stuff done while I'm there as well. All right, so go back. We look at a lot that's been accomplished here, Bubba, in the last nearly 31 years. Okay, there's a lot of things I think we can be proud of, and you know, every now and then we took on some things in culture. You know, we were always on top of the culture, and I'm going to propose something. I want to get y'all's feedback on this. You know, do you remember when we eradicated from the landscape the phrase "what you know good"?
Yeah.
We thought
well, you tried.
We thought it was overdone. We wish people would stop doing it. We didn't really know how to answer it. You know, what you know good, and so you know we took on some of those things. We've tried to help people with the proper phrase "couldn't care less" versus "could care less."
Right.
Couldn't care less is correct, because if you could care less, then you care to some degree.
Not care less.
If you now this one's going to be a tougher battle, and the reason why I think it's going to be a tougher battle is because what it's saying is actually something very, very good. It's a great thing to say, and it's acknowledging, you know, that we serve a gracious God, or that's the way I've always understood it. And I got two problems with this, and I think an end date has hit on this one, and I'm getting it a lot. It's starting to pick up momentum, and I think it's time for us to either take it back to what I think its original origin is, or just to be done with it altogether. You ask somebody how they're doing, and they say better than I deserve. Now that's a true statement, and it's very true. First of all, my one issue with this, I thought that's Dave Ramsey's thing.
Well, I think,
that's issue one.
I think Dave Ramsey kind of started that.
Is he the originator?
And a lot of people, when you say that, it's kind of a way for you to know, yeah, I know Dave Ramsey.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, I think so.
Because, first of all, it's
like a little secret handshake.
The first time I heard it, I thought the man would say to me, you know, like Dave Ramsey says, better than I deserve. But there was no acknowledgement of Dave, almost as if it was his thing. Now, maybe I'm wrong. maybe Dave Ramsey is just saying something that's been around for a long time, and he's not the originator.
Well, and he's explained it, the reason he says
I love the reason.
Yeah.
I love the reason because all of us, when you look at where we stand with a perfect, holy God, the fact that we could be redeemed, everybody, no matter your situation, if you're not condemned by God, you're doing better than you deserve because we all deserve to be condemned.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I love that. I love that.
Amen.
I love that. But I'm starting to wear a little, and I'm open to. I'd like to see us go back to just letting Dave say it. Let that be his thing, or acknowledge that Dave said it if he did, if he is, or let's just stop. Okay, because it's starting to come up a lot, and I'm seeing and there's even a little look that goes with it. Like, ask me how I'm doing.
How you doing, Rick?
Better than I deserve. And I go up, and look, I go up like this, and I rise a little bit, and I get my eyebrows up.
Oh, your eyebrows are up.
And I look down at you.
Next, you're going to tell me it's graveyard.
Are y'all open to that? Do y'all share
I'm okay
in this?
with it because I don't say
Should I
that.
just stop, just leave it alone?
Yeah, that's going to be a hard one to fight.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Can someone help me?
I think you'll have better luck getting this time change fixed.
Oh, gosh.
Which we're fixing to go through again.
I think I'm taking that energy now, looking for somewhere to put it.
Yeah.
Listen, look, it's Dave Ramsey's. It's the Dave Ramsey secret handshake. To Bubba's point, is that them acknowledging they're really not even telling me that profound point, or is it more of I'm a Ramseyite?
I think I know Dave Ramsey. I listen to Dave Ramsey. I understand it, and I agree with his concept on it.
Right.
I'll take it even further than that.
Oh. Do you, Texter, you use better than I deserve all the time? Do you think that? Do you think you should say that you got that from Dave Ramsey?
It's just understood.
Or is that so? You're saying, or the other could be code for I'm debt free,
right? Which is why I guess I've never said it. Right. I mean, look, I love the point. It's just something about it when something I know comes from a person so readily, and you don't get the acknowledgement.
Right.
It's like somebody coming around and you saying, I really need to do better, saving, and you're doing this elaborate plan. They say, don't be elaborate. I mean, a penny saves, a penny earns. And they say it as if it's their thing. And you're like, you mean like Ben? And I think I found out that Ben Franklin didn't even say that. It came from
somebody here's wanting to say,
like
"Good
him.
Lord willing," but that's the biblical command.
No. See, that one's out of the Bible. We're told by Jesus to say that. He never told us to say better than we deserve.
Right.
It was just understood. We are literally told by Jesus to say, Lord willing.
Yeah,
so,
because our plans do not measure up.
Now, if Jesus told Dave Ramsey to say what he said and then to pass it on to the rest of us, there you go. But hey, about this, it might not even be Dave's. Dave Ramsey might have just adopted it.
I think he made it, mainstream media.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You're saying you need to get some closure on it so you don't have an awkward pause or weird moment.
Well, it's just starting to show up a lot, and I don't like its frequency right now.
Okay,
and that's just a quirk with me. I'm just kind of like, and I guess what gets me the most is like when Greg brought to my attention something now I can't get out of my mind. He doesn't hate medleys that bands do because they won't do the whole song. That actually makes sense. But then when he brought to my attention, and now I see it every time, and I'm really mad about it.
Yeah,
he said,
face.
no, his problem is the face the band makes when they go to the new song. They look at you like, how about that?
Check this one. You like this one, you're really going to like this one.
I find, like, ask me, Speedy, this time you ask me how I'm doing. There's never this. Ask me how I'm doing.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Better than I deserve. It's never that. Now ask me again.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Better than I deserve. It's always the rise, the eyes go up, and then it comes down as if they have just thrown a profound statement at me that I've never heard, and they came up with it. And so that's my only issue.
At least the other awkward issue is having built-in responses that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Like, hey, man, how you doing? Good morning, yeah. And it makes no sense. Yeah. Like the other morning,
or like saying, "What's up?"
I was here after lunch. It was 1-ish, I guess,
king of these.
and I told somebody good morning.
I know,
and I'm like, hey, man, good morning. And he just kind of looked at me.
Yeah,
but to me, I guess I'd been here since morning, so I kind of got confused on the day.
Have you ever looked up?
Kind of looked at
have you ever looked up and acknowledged it? I have before. Hey, man, good morning. I guess it's not morning anymore. I've
you go that far?
Okay,
yeah, I go that far.
But I have never said better than I deserve. I've never responded.
What if I start saying instead of good morning, I'm having a morning better than I deserve?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because that's true too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd just leave it out.
You know what I mean? You of all people have spotted it. Don't you act like you haven't seen it.
It's better than I deserve.
Hey, I'm also making a commitment to, I told Bubba, I'm making a commitment to the freight guys, their office. I'm not going to ask them every time I see them if they're moving that freight.
I know, Rick, you're pretty 100% on it.
I love doing that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Show. You are on with Mark Schultz. Good morning.
Monkey grass.
Thank you, sir.
That means first time caller.
He knows
you
that.
Know all over
you knew
that.
Mark
almost said monkey grass when I walked in.
He's in the loop.
I'm in the loop way in.
Jimmy, go.
Mark, I'd just like to thank you. My name's Jimmy. If you remember my son Aaron, you called him at the Shriners Hospital when he lost his leg last November.
Ah, I do remember him. I sure do. We met you at a concert.
That's right,
Yes,
in
sir.
Columbia, South Carolina.
Yes, sir.
He's doing great, and I just want to say thank you.
Oh, hey, it was my pleasure. And would you tell him I said hello?
Okay, I sure will. I'll tell him he's gone back to school for the first time in 2 years, so he's doing great.
Man, that's awesome.
Yeah, tell him I said hey.
Okay, I will, Mark. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Okay.
Mark, do you you mentioned you want to meet the president? Do you do an impersonation of him by chance?
You know, I don't.
Because people are saying you sound a lot like him anyway.
And we got a real similar vocabulary. I stay just short. You know, I don't branch out too far.
He does sound like him. He got the same diction.
I just go with what I know.
Can you say, how do you say Texas?
Say again?
The state.
Oh, Texas?
Well,
we've kind of got
you know what?
He drags it a little bit. You can see there's some Tennessee there.
But I'm from Kansas originally, and by way of Tennessee, so I've got a mangled
You
thing.
say it like you've got you put that heavy S on the end of it. That's how
Texas.
Bush does it.
Tell him not to mess with Texas.
And I'll check with him about that.
We go to Ashley.
We met him, but we froze up. Don't do like we did.
It's the first cut on our new CD, which is in stores today.
Right. Have we got it somewhere?
We'll try to give you a copy of that. We thought we were going to make this huge impact on the leader of the free world, and we choked.
Yeah, like be invited to the ranch, when Putin comes to visit, but nah.
Yeah, we were unrememberable.
Yeah. Right. So you just stood up there and just stared at him?
I just
we panicked.
That's awkward, isn't
we
it?
Panicked.
Yeah. How about this?
I've
there was
never
a moment,
froze up. It was like Santa Claus,
right.
First time.
You know, you ever walked away from Santa and you scream, I forgot the box. You know what I mean?
Right.
How did I freeze up? But it was, he wanted, the worst part about it is it looked like he would have even gone more.
Yeah.
And I just quit. Well, the guy.
You gave up on it.
Yeah, you'll hear it. The guy wigged us out. A handler came to us and dogged us all and told us how to get your act together, get up there, get your picture made, be sweet, move on.
Oh, this is beforehand.
Yeah. So,
and he had and he had a machine gun on, and
he said, "This is not the time to present your energy plan." I thought,
you know what, I had mine.
Yeah, I thought that's exactly what we were going to talk about.
But I'll tell you what got me, the way the line went, and you'll hear this when we get you the cut. The last turn you made, you had about a 50-foot area that you could see him meeting other people.
Right.
And when you see him, immediately, what do people tell you when they see you on TV? You look just like you do on TV. And that's all I could think of. He looks just like he does on TV.
Yeah.
Well, of course, it's him.
Yeah.
Right. And you know what? He'll sound like he does, too.
Yeah, not going to be a different guy up there.
No.
Oh,
and I got, I started thinking Ronald Reagan and, The Office and
9/11.
Leader of the Free. And then I got to thinking, hey, there's somebody in this room with the launch codes. Somebody's got the football
and
in
the briefcase.
And, and I got freaked out by all that, and it wasn't fun anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I can just see just freezing up because that's a big deal. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Of course, our wives are entertaining to him. I mean, and my wife had him laughing and stuff, and I'm just sitting there.
Yeah. He's hugging our wives. They're smiling, making eye contact. We're going.
That's a tough situation.
Praying for you, man. That's all we can come up with.
I mean, we were, and he needs to hear that,
and he appreciated that.
Yeah.
Let's make it count. 35 minutes past. All right, let's talk about Simply Safe. I'm telling you, Greg has a new jingle that they might want to consider. You've been singing it to us. Since the sun came up this morning.
Safe and simply.
So that are you pitching that for them?
Yeah, I've got a meeting.
What is it again? One more time.
Simply safe and simply.
Okay, Greg.
You like it?
Well, it's consideration.
Maybe drink some water.
Yeah, I got a little something going on.
Simply
Sound
safe.
like Rod Stewart.
Simplysafe.com/bigbox. Big news. Feeling secure in your own place shouldn't be a luxury. Right now, folks, Simply Safe is dedicated to providing advanced protection and peace of mind to all families anywhere that have a system. It doesn't matter where you are. You remember why this was developed. I mean, we had these really smart guys that were saying our friends are in rental properties and they can't put a security system in because the landlords wouldn't let them. Yeah. So they wanted to come up with something that would not be intrusive but would still be effective. Well, come to find out, it just works better on any property because you can customize it to the property. And boy, their live guard protection, come on. They can look at the property in real time, interact with people breaking in, see fires, floods, carbon monoxide poisoning in real time, get help quicker, wake you up. And right now, 50% off and a free indoor camera. Come on. Go right now to simplysafe.com/bigbox, 50% off on a new system. And get a free indoor security camera. Also find the link that gets you the same deal at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Okay, so a little bit of an update, and we'll get to some other stuff. The Better Than I Deserve, here's a guy says, I'm 3 years older than you and Bubba. I'm 63. And I remember my granddad saying that, so it precedes Dave Ramsey. So it's
Dave said it?
This has been around. And then I do know some people will add. They'll put lot in there. A lot better than I deserve.
Okay. You're getting it carried away.
But no, here's the thing I want to just caution us a little bit on that too, because I love the sentiment of what we're doing. And I will get to hanging in there like a hair in a biscuit, but that's 2025.
Yeah. So that guy that we used to interview all the time.
Yeah. So we got to get rid of that one too, because it's run its course as if you're the first time. Yeah.
Don't you love when people say it like?
That's my point.
They deliver it.
That's my point. Been around forever.
Yeah.
Here's one of those things that always has been one thing that if you're like us, okay, and you were raised, whether you're devoted to Christ or not, because I was raised in the Christian culture but never became redeemed or a follower of Christ till 1996. But raised in the Christian culture, a lot of Christian faith things we say, we all know what they mean.
Right.
Like when we hear better than I deserve or a lot better than I deserve, like I said a minute ago, we know what that means.
Or Hannity, he says, don't let your heart be troubled. Yeah. I mean, that was around a long time before him, but he certainly made it more well known.
Yeah. Lord willing, like we said, Jesus. See, we know all these things, but we have to understand that people that have never been in the culture, they don't know what we're talking about. They don't know its origin. So think about them. I want you to imagine, okay, you're in the bathroom with somebody you never met before.
Well, I'm in the bathroom.
And you don't know the origin of this phrase that means God's grace and mercy I appreciate because I deserve his wrath and he offered me redemption. We know what that means, but let's say you don't. You don't know who this person is. And you're in the restroom and you say to them, one of us that know what it means. And we assume you know what it means, but you have no Christian culture at all. You have nothing. You're completely agnostic, atheist, and didn't have any grandparents or parents that ever taught you any of this. And all of a sudden, I look at you and you go,
How you doing? I say, better than I deserve. Oh, my gosh. Or what if I said this? A lot better than I deserve. And he's a serial killer. He should be in jail. I mean,
this really bothers
they may be thinking that we're signaling to them we're dangerous. I tell you, if they knew who I was, I'd be in a jail cell somewhere.
I should be in prison.
I'm on the run.
I'm a bad person. I'm having a pretty good day.
You better watch out.
But that could change.
Right. The fact I'm not in jail is a miracle.
Right, so quit talking to me. We're in the bathroom.
I hope they don't find the body. You know, I mean, these people don't know what we're talking about. We could be terrifying them. So just something.
After 2 failed tech attempts on Saturday morning and getting the side-by-side stuck, what would you have responded if somebody said, how you doing today?
How'd you feel?
I'm getting what I deserve. That's what I would say.
I'd say, talk to me tomorrow.
I'm getting what I deserve. That would be, I'm a lot better than I deserve. No. So anyway, just
well, at least you got your idea.
Something to consider. Well, I just found out that Dave Ramsey didn't come up with it. So at least I've answered that question.
Yeah, well, he's
known for it.
He's made it, something he says, and it's been popular like his show has.
Right, that's it. Right now, you warned us, Bubba. Joe Biden is addressing the United Nations.
He's in front of that green wall.
He looks good. I think he just finished.
I think everybody's
hopefully that went not embarrassing.
Well, how many sound bites they'll get out of that?
Can you imagine? Is he already said it? Is it over?
Yeah, they've cut away from the coverage, so I'm assuming that maybe he's done.
And then, Greg,
or it just got so boring they had to get away from it.
And you said he's going to be on The View?
Somebody told me that.
Oh, buddy, I hope they. Let me tell you something. Somebody's hairspray is going to be useless when he starts smelling everybody's hair.
Oh, yeah. Just get a sniff.
Is Dr. Jill going to go? So,
yeah.
So Oprah, in case Oprah's not feeling well. Emergency. In case Oprah's not feeling well. So that's.
I did see that.
All right, look right here. I have not heard this. Now, it's funny because I had a conversation with a guy yesterday who fell out of a tree stand. Somebody said that Hank Parker, who I had the honor of being with in Pensacola back in August.
Yeah.
That boy Rick, I wait grab August. Hank Parker, they said, fell out of a tree stand that he was putting up.
I saw that. They put out some stuff on.
Is he okay?
Yeah, but luckily he is. Yes, but it showed him. I'm talking about at the hospital. He was in bad shape, man.
Man, y'all please be careful out there this year. We talk about this, and Bubba, you do a good job of pointing it out too. I actually just yesterday, and I hope Hank's okay.
He had to get airlifted from the woods. Yeah,
Is Hank okay?
He was putting up the stand and fell.
That happens all the time.
He put out on Instagram, said definitely not the way you want to leave the woods.
Is he okay?
I think what I saw, and I'll look a little bit more into it, but he made a statement here, and I have coming out of my computer, I have his Instagram where he's talking, but he does give an update, and he is lucky to be alive.
Can I play it?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey guys, I fell out of a tree. I was putting a ladder stand up, and the last strap broke, and it was downhill. So I fell a long ways, and I landed on my back, and I really felt like I messed something up, and I was really hurt bad. I'm afraid I broke my neck. My neck's still in a lot of pain, but there was no broken bones, no fractures, no joints out of place. So they released me. I'm home. I'm fine, and I'm so flattered.
Gets emotional here.
Of course he does.
All the people that are praying for me and text me. Man, I got some great friends, and I'm so grateful for you guys, but I'm not going to be able to text you back. I literally have 250 texts. I'm not going to be able to text you back, so just accept this as my call back to you. I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be sore for a couple of days. Right now, everything that I have hurt except my hair. My hair is feeling all right.
He has good hair.
My hair looks pretty rough, and I look pretty rough. But thank you so much for your prayers. Keep them coming, and God spared me, no doubt. I'm a bonehead. I did a dumb thing, and we'll talk about that later, but I'm okay.
Okay, so that's
good. That's some good news, but also a reminder for everybody getting ready for hunting season. You better be careful.
Well, how about...
Happens all the time.
No, I just talked to a guy yesterday, getting ready for hunting season, and he and I were discussing... some things, getting ready. And Speedy, you've been proud of me yesterday, by the way, on that.
So proud.
I don't know what. I guess it's just hanging around you, and it just before I knew it, I was cutting deals.
Well, who likes to waste money? Anybody?
Well, I kind of do sometimes, just not to be hassled.
Okay.
But anyway, so the guy said they were having to move their ladder stands, Bubba, and I don't know that I can. I'm gonna see if I can give you the visual what he showed me, because he showed me pictures. So it's very similar to what Hank was just talking about, but he was trying to take one down and move it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's up there. And like he just talked about, there was a strap that had rotted or something he didn't know, and he thought that one would hold while he was doing the process.
Right.
What happened is one of them broke away. So picture the ladder. I'm showing above my pen. The ladder, because it broke. Now he's up here with his back faced, his back's to the woods. He's undoing stuff at the top, standing.
Right. Yeah. Right.
So when that one broke, it shot the ladder this way. And it threw him on the ground. There was no way for him to, and he was 15 feet up. Picture a giant with a hand, and you're 15 feet up and throwing you on the ground.
They say that Hank fell 30 foot.
30?
Well, he said he was on a hill, remember?
Okay.
So if he had, 12, 15 foot on the stand, he could have before he quit rolling.
But this guy, it broke this guy's hip. He showed me the picture of the screw through his hip. I mean, just crushed his whole hips in that whole area. And he said he was laying in the woods, and he thought to himself, and you know what else he heard? Kicking around, his head was bleeding. Coyotes started howling. And he said, I'm going to die out in these woods. And he said normally his cell phone doesn't work where he was, and it worked, and he got help.
Yeah.
Whew. But picture that thing going under, and now it's a catapult. It's throwing you toward the ground now. Ain't no way to save yourself in that one.
No, not unless you're Tarzan.
Phone calls coming up. We'll wrap up the hour. Check any headlines we might have missed. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you, America, when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Original thing, he probably heard that day.
Yeah. That's not going to make him go, them guys that are praying for me, I want to invite them out to the ranch in Texas.
But anyway, we'll continue. Let's go to Columbia, South Carolina, where Ashley's standing by. Ashley, how you doing?
Hey, Monkey Grass.
Thank you for calling, Ashley.
And I met you, Mark, when you played at Capital City Bomber Stadium about 4 years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
I was working there that summer for the team, and I sold your souvenirs, and it was just very neat to meet you.
Oh, thanks.
How did your accounting turn out? Did you keep a little back for old Ashley for a hard night's work?
Of course.
I remember, if I remember, we're about 35 short at that show.
Ashley, that's
great.
great.
He signed my CD. It was very neat. It was just, I think it was Rebecca St. James was playing that day, and it was you. And it was just very neat to meet you, and I still have the CD, and I'll listen to it every so often. It's great.
Oh, that's great. We're going to need your number. And then we'll have somebody stop by and pick up that 35.
Oh, sure.
All right.
Thanks, Ashley. Bye-bye. God bless you. Let's go to Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Shannon standing by. Shannon, hello.
Hey, guys. Monkey Grass.
Thank you for calling, Shannon.
Yeah. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Shannon.
How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I was just, my brother-in-law called me this morning and told me you were on, so I've been listening in.
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of tell everybody, we've had a chance to sing with Mark a couple of times, and the first time I ever met Mark, we were in this big gymnasium, and there's about 25 people, and Mark walks in, and he goes from one person to the next. Hey, my name's Mark Schultz. Nice to meet you. Thanks for letting me come, and just the greatest attitude just impressed me beyond means. It was amazing. So I've thoroughly enjoyed hanging out with you, Mark, and just real proud of your ministry. It's a wonderful ministry.
Oh, thanks, man.
Thanks a lot, Shannon. Appreciate you calling. Kathy, Nashville, Tennessee, the Rick and Bubba costume contest there this Friday. Kathy, go right ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys? Monkey Weed. Hey, no, listen. I love y'all's show.
Thank you.
I'm so glad that y'all are back on the air. But Mark, this is the first time I've seen you. You're hot.
There it is.
There it is.
I mean,
that's probably the first time I've heard that.
Are you're a married man, Mark?
No, I'm not.
You're not married. Oh my gosh! Don't do this to
Girlfriend?
Kathy.
Got a great girlfriend.
Neither am I.
do have a great.
Oh, you're not married either, Kathy?
No.
Is your
No.
girl-
But are you engaged?
No.
What about you, Mark?
No, sir, I'm not.
So how long have you been dating this young lady?
For a while.
Have you been dating her long enough that Kathy has no chance of horning in?
Absolutely none.
Okay,
But I do
well, Kathy,
appreciate-
I just wanted because I know you wanted to know where you stood, Kathy, and I was
Right.
trying to take
Sure.
care of that
Well,
for
I
you.
appreciate that. I
Well,
really
it was
do
great of you to
appreciate
try to
that.
wedge in there. But
Yeah, you appreciate the wedge effort.
Well,
I mean,
sure,
really.
sure. I mean, you won't act
It's a
on it, but you
compliment.
got to admit it when someone of the opposite gender finds you attractive. That's all right.
I'll be honest, I was strangely alarmed when I heard it.
Sure.
But then I kind of warmed up to it. It was fun.
Kathy, thanks for your
There's
call.
something in our psyche, acceptance. It's just kind of number one, isn't it?
I appreciate that.
All right, everybody stand down. I don't know how this is going to go. Elvis is calling from Dothan. Thunder 1039, Elvis is standing by. Elvis, how are you?
I'm great this morning, guys. I listen to y'all every morning. I appreciate the opportunity to tell y'all this is Monkey Grass.
Hey, thank you, Elvis.
Unfortunately, it took y'all off 94.3, but hey,
yeah, well,
we caught you at 103.9.
Yeah, 103.9 was there to pick up the fumble and run it on in.
I'm glad they did. I had a comment for Mark about 2 years ago. I think it was a few days after he had gotten engaged. He did a benefit concert in Tennessee around Chattanooga, and I was married.
It's a live show, Mark. I mean, there's nothing.
Yeah,
we
and
can
you're
do.
on TV. You remember that, right?
You know, everybody can
When
see
you get
every
that sign, everybody can see it.
every gesture. Everybody, look, some relationships don't work out. That's all right.
Hey, sure.
No.
Hey, it's okay because at the time
Thanks,
I was
Elvis.
married, and
Thanks, Elvis.
and
9 minutes to the top of the hour, Rick and Bubba's show. We get some of your phone calls in here momentarily. Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary continues to rip Kamala Harris and her economic plan and the disaster that it will be, and the disaster that, frankly, the Biden administration, which she's part of, it already is. So here he is on and being interviewed about this, trying to explain to us as Americans, we don't need to do anything stupid here. It's going to be to our own demise. So here he is.
Who is it? Who's better for the economy?
I don't know yet because I don't have any details from Harris. She has been all sugar, no protein. That's it. And it's become a really big sticking point with investors. We've got to remember we have the largest economy on earth. Over 85% of our jobs are created by the private sector. Business investors like me and leaders have to deal with who's ever in the White House in January. So whoever ends up on the 6th of November as the new mandate, we'll have to deal with them. So we need data. We need policy. And I'm getting a little critical now because I don't have any. So I need answers around taxation. For example, if you tell me that taxes are going to be 28% plus state taxes on corporations' headquarters, I'll have to worry that they move to Ireland again because we did that to them once and that didn't work out for us very well. I really need to understand the idea of price controls. That didn't work in the 70s. It doesn't work anywhere else on earth. And this whole idea of taxing unrealized gains, I mean, that you got to remember the number one export of America is the American dream. This is a 200-year-old economy that's based on supporting entrepreneurship. That destroys capital formation. Those ideas are beyond non-starters. They're crazy. And so you have to get more details on that. And I'd like her to sit down with a non-celebrity interviewer, a real reporter, that asks her questions and follow-on questions. This kumbaya stuff with, pictures of kids and everything, it's great, and I get it, and I'm not criticizing her for it because it's working for her in the polls. But now we need details, and we don't have any.
Well, I don't have anything to add to that. That's exactly what we've all been concerned about, and he lays it out about as clear as you possibly can. So
he's not being critical, but all these pictures were kids.
Well, yeah. Well, and he also said that it's now borderline absurd. He said crazy.
He said that she has been vague on details. She has, but the details she's given us are just incredible. The idea of taxing unrealized gains, future profits that you pay for now.
Disaster.
And trust me,
Price
they'll
controls.
tax them when you get it too. You're not going to get out of that.
Well, as he's pointed out again, and you had already pointed out, we know that price control doesn't work. We tried it.
It's never worked anywhere on Earth, including the United States.
Did not work in the 70s, won't work now. Jim Acosta.
And I can draw that out for y'all on a whiteboard one day, why it doesn't. Let me tell you exactly what price controls will do. Everybody says, oh, good, it won't cost anymore.
What would they say? What do people say?
Oh, good, it's not going to cost anymore. We can afford it again. But what will happen is it won't be there
at all.
They will not. You won't have anything to buy to any product. And then if you want it, you're going to have to buy it from a guy around the corner selling it out of a pickup truck, and he wants twice what you were paying for it.
Yep.
That's exactly what happened before. That's exactly what will happen again. You know, I wish we could all just join hands and sing Kumbaya, as he said, but it ain't the real world.
Price controls, that's fantasy world. That's you pretending.
Especially on food.
It's pretending to have products and pretending. Because keep in mind, though, a lot of people who are on the left, they don't know the price of anything. I mean, if you ask them, you know, like the great quote a few elections ago, they just want a pony. They don't care what it costs to have a pony. They don't know. They don't want to know any of that.
They don't know what it costs to have a barn to have a pony.
And how about
they don't
this?
Know what it buys to feed the pony.
If the cost of the pony itself, I'm talking about your hard cost, I'm just using an easy number, is $100, they still want you to give it to them free or give it to them for $20.
Sure.
And they don't want to hear how much it costs. Let's go to Jim Acosta, CNN. Jim says that Kamala has dropped by 11% in a very important voting block. Here's CNN's Jim Acosta.
One of the things that we should note, and I don't know if we can show this number, I want to put this up on screen. Latino voters have moved away from Harris in Arizona. If you believe this New York Times poll, her lead has shrunk by 11 points in that voting block. She was at 60% in August, now 49% now.
Yeah. So, because you know why? Some of these issues, as we've said, are hard to hide. They're right in front of our face. I don't have to be some deep political analyst to see my problems. They're right there. Yeah. You know, sometimes we have problems that are hard to explain, and only an accountant can really tell you about it. These are not the problems we're having right now. Mm-hmm. Those do exist on top of this, but we have the easy ones that are right in front of us that any of us, including someone as goofy as me, I see cost, I see the border, I see what's going on. This is all even easy enough for me to completely comprehend.
And we've seen these kind of things before. They never work. I mean, this is not just some pie in the sky thing. I think we've got, examples in American history and world history where they work and don't work.
If I can't afford my groceries, you can only make me feel guilty about it for so long.
So we had big economic booms after JFK, after Reagan, after George W. Bush, when they had tax cuts and they eased regulations. I mean, you can't deny that. We had a balanced budget under Bill Clinton when the Republicans got in Congress and made him have one kicking and screaming.
You know, I always find kind of ironic about this with the modern day left. They have done such a good job of getting someone a check and thinking that they have forever bought their vote. Again, not caring where it came from, anything like that. They're in trouble right now because people, by that same common sense that they knew about, people are now looking at the two parties going, which one makes the check that I earn more valuable?
Right.
See, you've and they're looking and saying, it doesn't appear to be y'all now. As I said a minute ago, you can only guilt me into voting for my life to be more miserable because you may see me as voting for a mean person or whatever. But that's only going to go so far when my check won't cover what I need. And back to the other one, I don't feel safe anymore. I want to feel safe, and I want my money to go further. And it's hard to campaign against that if you're not producing that for them and while you're currently in control.
Yeah. And Harris and Walz are always claiming that Trump is going to enrich their rich friends. They're making, that's the line. Trump is just giving the money to the rich friends. when you look at what the big companies, all the big companies, 90% of the big companies, 90% of the media, 90% of the journalists, they're all donating to the left. They're all donating to Democrats. That's not who donates to Trump. It's not the billionaires. It's not the millionaires. It's crazy talk.
It's true. Top of the hour, talking about reality. Top of the hour, thanks for being with us. If you leave us, if you missed any Rick and Bubba today, go grab that on the archives. Any part you missed on the podcast or the YouTube channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.